In the middle of a great city, the Ares Empire, two guards are walking amidst the crowds of people. One of them remarks on how peaceful everything is. At the same time, the other, older, being more cautious and skeptical, isn't fooled by this state of things, telling his partner the revolutionaries could strike again at any time. However, he then proceeds to disregard the danger, saying there are no revolutionaries, just some peasants fooling around, and his partner agrees. They continue their conversation by acknowledging once again that things have been really quiet lately, thinking that the so-called revolutionaries realized their rebellion was pointless, and they just stopped, or maybe they were taken care of by the Empire's knights, expressing their wish for things to remain this way. Unfortunately for them, a group of men in armor are plotting their next move in some other place that looks like a seemingly lit dungeon. They plan to kill the Emperor and bring down the Empire once and for all. One of them, who appears to be the leader, states that this is the only way to regain the kingdom, and it seems that the most important part of this rebellion falls on the shoulders of a red-haired, tall, and muscular guy, Logan McLain, to protect the sacred text at all cost. Logan says that he is aware when some other dude bursts into the room saying that Logan is for sure a patriot. He doesn't understand what he means by this, and asks the guy to explain himself. He does so by telling Logan that countless people were sacrificed to take and protect the secret text from the Empire, and that being in possession of that book makes you the #1 target of the Empire's military, and so by doing this horrendous job, he becomes a patriot. However, Logan cuts his expectations short, telling him that he didn't volunteer for that job, to which the other guy replies that his role is indeed given to him simply because of his proficiency in the ancient tongue. Still, the fact that he's doing it without complaining is also patriotic enough. Logan shouts at the guy, making him tremble in his underwear, telling him that what he's saying is an insult to his other comrades, and that his motives don't lie within patriotism, but revenge. He proceeds to tell his life story, how he was a good-for-nothing loser, always growing up in his brother's shadow. Ranyan, an image from his past appears, a fight between him and his brother, in which Ranyan emerges victorious. The crowd chatter about how it's only been 3 years since the young master has picked up a sword, while Logan has been receiving knight training for the past 10 years. This makes him the fool of the McLain family. Somewhere else, the aftermath of a disgraceful event takes place. Logan is schooled by his father for using paralysis poison on his brother, and is told that if Ranyan doesn't pull through this, the consequences will be severe. However, the patriarch doesn't finish his thought, and instead throws Logan out, telling him that for the deed he's committed, he's no longer his son. This event caused Logan to leave the family and become a mercenary, and so he says, it took him 2 years to realize how terrible of a person he was, but by that time, it was already too late. In the same city, a conversation between two women gets the attention of Logan, who travels with his identity concealed amidst the crowded town. A public execution is going to be held in the city square, and the prisoner's name is no other than Ranyan McLain. Hearing this, Logan starts running through the city, trying to get to the square in time, wanting to speak for one last time to his brother, praying that he's still alive. However, when he gets there, what he sees makes him sick to his stomach. A guard is holding Ranyan's head up for the crowd to see. The guard shouts for everyone to hear that this is the end of a fool who dared to stand up against the Empire, while everyone is cheering for the death of Ranyan. Logan decided to take revenge on the Empire for killing his family and taking away his chance to beg for Ranyan's forgiveness. At the palace, Logan is followed by a group of armed guards as he manages to steal the secret book, but it seems that now he doesn't have a way out. He fights and manages to kill some of the guards before he gets surrounded and his surrender is demanded. Logan looks around, realizing it might be where he meets his end, and thinking that he has no other choice, pops a magic marble that explodes, killing everyone instantaneously, himself included. A manifestation of Logan's conscience is shown, and what he's thinking is depressing. Looking back on his life, he can only see all the regrets he has, and how he lived with one purpose, the need for revenge, taking comfort in the fact that he at least got to fuck those Empire bastards over. However, his biggest regret, the one he won't even escape in the afterlife, is not begging for his family's forgiveness, and so he hopes that maybe he'll meet them again after his death, and get a chance to do that. Suddenly, he wakes up in his bed, with a tremendous headache, which he doesn't understand since he was dead just seconds ago. How could it hurt if he was dead? His thought is interrupted by his servant Rick, who asks him if he's alright. Logan, still unsure of his surroundings, asks Rick how he could still be alive since he died 30 years ago. Rick, scared for the well-being of his master, calls for the doctor. That's when Logan notices his family crest everywhere, and thinks that perhaps he is in a dream. However, this is not the case, as next, Ranyan enters the room and asks Logan if he's alright. So Logan recollects the memory of their first duel, and the scene when Ranyan came to visit him after he lost to him. He remembers throwing a pillow at his brother's face and putting him in his place, and being rude as always, calling him a bastard child. although he seems to handle things differently this time. As Rick tries to take Ranyan away, Logan says that there is no need for that, and tells Ranyan to get closer, leaving Rick in shock. Ranyan apologizes to his brother, saying that he should have been more careful, but Logan stops him and tells him there's no need for that, going on to say that he should be the one apologizing, but he doesn't get to finish his sentence, as he bursts into tears. Ranyan asks him if he's okay, telling him that he needs to rest. Logan starts thinking about his brother, how someone as kind as him was killed, how he fought on the front lines as ordered by the kingdom just to be butchered. Logan gets on his feet and tells Ranyan that he is sorry while jumping to hug him. Ranyan, a bit scared of his brother's behavior, asks him why he's crying, before starting to burst into tears as well. Next, Ranyan leaves, but not before telling his brother that he'll come to visit again. Logan smiles and tells him to take care and rest, happy that he got to see his brother gain. After his brother leaves, Logan looks out the window, thinking that if this is not a dream, and he was indeed transported back into the past, then he needs to change everything he did wrong. However, his introspection doesn't last long, as a maid enters the room and starts apologizing to Logan, to which Logan replies by asking why is she doing that. Then Rick comes to take Mary away, taking the blame by saying that he forgot to tell her that Logan was resting there, and that he shouldn't bother him. Rick also apologizes, and that's when Logan realizes that he was such a big piece of shit, and that he also used to mistreat his servants as well. Logan proceeds to tell them that everything is alright, as she did nothing wrong, and asks Rick to bring him a pen and a piece of paper. Stunned, Rick asks what he's going to do to Mary with a pen and paper. Logan, annoyed, tells him to send Mary out and just bring him what he asked for. After he does, Logan thanks Rick and tells him that he can leave as he doesn't want to be disturbed. Rick, even more intrigued by the good way Logan is treating him, asks him if he's indeed alright and if his head isn't perhaps hurting. Logan proceeds to shout at Rick that he's fine and to get out. Rick happily obliges after hearing his master scream at him and advises him to rest. Then he proceeds to get out of the room and tell the other servants how he's just been screamed at and that he must be fine, telling everyone to get back to work. Even though annoyed, Logan acknowledges that these are the consequences of his own actions and that he must be patient. He continues by saying that the most important thing right now is to write down everything that will happen, more specifically, the war against the Empire that is about to start. 10 years from now, a disaster that will kill both his family and the nation, and preventing that from happening is his goal. However, a more imminent danger needs to be taken care of first, the war of the fiefdom that will occur a year from now. A war that will begin abruptly, and that is going to partially destroy his family, bringing it into dark times. Walking down the corridors of the castle, going to see his father, servants start bowing before Logan, and unexpectedly, one servant stumbles down, dropping the sheets she was carrying. She's trembling in fear, thinking how she could have fallen, from all people, right in front of the young master, thinking she is going to suffer greatly for her carelessness. Logan offers his hand and asks if she's okay. The servant, shocked and happy that she isn't getting her ass beat for what just happened, takes Logan's hand, but not before noticing the awkward grin on his face. Bro genuinely looks like a psychotic killer. Seeing this, she gets back on her knees and starts begging for forgiveness. Logan, stunned, asks her what's wrong, and realizes that changing his behavior overnight is strange, and that they may need time to adjust, concluding that he needs to take his time and actually show them that he's not the same sociopath madman he was before. After all, it can't just be because of his killer-looking smile. As he reaches his father's study, his presence is announced by Rick. Before entering the chambers, he remembers the events of that day again, the day when his father threw him out and told him that he's no longer his child. He remembers how in his previous life, he resented his father for years after being kicked out, for being a cold-hearted figure who gave up every expectation of his son and didn't even think to visit him after he collapsed in an official duel, of how cruel he was and how he heartlessly cast away his child. He then continues to acknowledge how stupid he was for thinking all of those things, and thinks how heartbroken a parent must be for them to kick out their own child. He simply greets his father, stating his presence respectably. Seeing his father, he starts trembling, thinking about how he wants to tell him he's sorry. However, he snaps out of it quickly, as his father, the patriarch of the House McLain, Patrick McLain, doesn't show to be in any way moved by his presence. After all, even though it's been 20 years for Logan, Patrick got to see his face every day. Logan continues to state his business, saying that he's there to ask for his father's permission to go into isolated training on the family plot, to which his father remains a little shocked. It appears that this is Logan's plan to win the regional war, to strengthen the whole territory forces, the forces of the knights and the soldiers, to reinforce as well as develop new weapons, and several other methods. For all of this to work out, he needs money. But there is one problem. The McLain clan is notorious in the kingdom as being the bigger family. However, Logan thinks there is a way to earn a lot of money at once, an incident set to happen in 3 months from now that could bring him a whole year's worth of the family's budget at once. But for that, he needs to build strength and have a voice at the court. His father, knowing the kind of man he is, asks if he wants to run away because he lost the duel to Ranyan. Logan replies by saying that he's not running away at all, but that he's realized how lacking he's been this entire time. So even if it's late, he wants to try and get his act together. His father, still not convinced, tells him that his lack of effort is not the only reason for his situation, and that even after all this time, he still hasn't come to his senses. Logan realizes he's not getting his father's trust so easily, so he continues by acknowledging that he also realized that his behavior has also been a problem. His father, tired of hearing the same thing over and over again, tells Logan to leave. However, Logan starts crying like a baby and says that all this time he has been putting the blame on others instead of acknowledging his own shortcomings, being foolish and immature, and says that through this training, he wants to get that immaturity under control, and once again begs his father to allow him to go into training. After Logan's speech, his father acknowledges that everything he said this time sounds genuine and not like a lame excuse, and asks Logan for how long he's going to be training. He replies that his set time is around 3 months, and his father asks if he thinks this is enough time to catch up to Ranyan. This is not Logan's goal, but he simply chose a short amount of time to do his best. With a slight smile on his face, his father sees the change that occurred in Logan's behavior and allows him to go into training. Logan thanks and tries to leave the room, but his father stops him and tells him to keep in mind that it's still spring, so the family burial grounds can get too cold for sleeping, so he should take care to stay warm. Logan thanks him and leaves for his training. A few days later, Logan is on the training grounds, where only immediate McLain family members are allowed, so no one will come to disturb him. And besides that, the large area it constitutes makes it perfect for solitary training. It seems that the training method he plans to use is secret, and no one can know about it just yet. The Divine Sword Secrets. In his previous life, Logan memorized the entire book and then burned it, so the Empire wouldn't get his hands on it. A magnificent book with a golden hawk on its cover, being burdened with the sacred passed down by the hero of ancient times, who slayed the evil dragon that used to rule this world. He transcribed the book using the Independent Army's secret code, so that no one else except him could read it. If what they wrote in the Book of Secrets was true, then after mastering the power of the Divine Sword, not even Empire Aura Masters, or even Archmages would be scary anymore. He continues by saying that before he regressed, because of his age and talent, it was too late for him to learn all of this, but now he has a chance. The basis of this power is modifying the body itself using life force. Then he must focus this force on the heart to create a so-called core. He says that this is a hard task for an average talent, and that in his past life, his body would have already broken down by that stage. But just as he thought, after regressing, his force appears to have evolved in all aspects, and so, after 3 days and nights of hard work, he is stunned to see that the core is already being made. It seems that while the core is being crafted, tremendous amounts of dense energy are bursting forth as if his whole body is soaking in rain after a long drought. He proceeds to take out his sword as if the contents of the secret book are correct. His constitution and senses have taken a complete turn, and everything changed in a way that's suitable for wielding the sword. He says that even though he doesn't understand how the core of the force has been crafted so quickly, it means that at this rate, after 3 months, he can get even stronger, and so he goes back to his training. Until the last day of his training, it appears that Logan has learned only one of the 10 sword techniques recorded in the Book of Secrets, the sword that cuts through time and space, a technique called time-space slash. And with the single core he has in his possession, which is a 1-star core, this is the only technique he can use, so he swears to succeed at it at all costs. A slashing wave goes down. Logan is sweating like a horse, but he did it. He managed to learn and use his technique to its full potential and cut a big tree in half, and he is very proud of it. Logan says that this power is way beyond his imagination, and that isn't a technique that a newbie force user could pull off, and even though he is worn out after just one strike, it's going to be a good card to have up his sleeve. He's happy that he's accomplished the goals for his training, and that he'll be able to proudly report the results to his father. But before doing all that, he must take a shower because he stinks like a pig that shat himself twice. Back at the castle, as he tries to enter his father's study, a guard stops him, telling him that the patriarch cannot see him at the moment, and kindly asks Logan to leave. Logan, concerned for his father's well-being, asks if he's fine, to which the guard replies that the family law states that even direct blood relatives cannot see the patriarch without prior notice, mockingly asking Logan if he forgot about that rule. Rick, scared like a rat, with a trembling voice, tells his master that those rules are a few hundred years old. Logan replies to the guard that he had seen his father 3 months ago without any problem, to which the guard replies that in this case, the guard in charge at the time hasn't done his job properly. Logan thinks this is strange, and how this never happened in his past life. Thanks to his training, he overhears the conversation of 2 guards talking on a balcony, calling him a coward for running away after he lost to his little brother, and saying that the knight knows he can't let out a squeak, and even if anything goes wrong, the guard will easily manage it himself. Logan realizes his reputation has hit rock bottom while he was gone training, so much so that even the family's knights take him for a fool. The guard tells Logan that next time should give prior notice before coming. Logan is disrespected and thinks that the situation is troublesome because he wants to show everyone that he has changed and to continue this change gradually. He asks the guard what his name is while taking something out of his inner breast pocket. The guard, thinking about what he's reaching for, replies that his name is Dominan. Logan continues by restating the events that just happened, how Dominan stopped him from seeing his father by invoking an old family rule that is dead, and how he humiliated him with a consistently insolent attitude. The guard is shocked by what Logan is saying and thinks about the sudden change in his character. Logan then proceeds to challenge Dominant to a duel by throwing a glove at his face. Everyone is looking down on the scene amazed, while Logan is taunting Dominan, telling him that he couldn't believe that he would have his tail between his legs against a rumored coward, and how he must be all past his prime, and Rick is just standing behind Logan shitting his pants. Annoyed, Dominan picks up the glove that Logan threw at his face and accepts the duel. Next, Dominan and Logan are staring at each other, ready to face off in the Knights training pits. 2 guards are talking about what's about to happen, not believing that Logan is going against a knight when it's just been 3 months since he lost to his younger brother, and say that this is going to end badly for Logan. However, thanks to his training, and the fact that now he's a force user, he can hear all the chattering about bets being made in Doinan's favor, how he's not going to last even 10 minutes and so on. Logan acknowledges that no one expects him to win. Suddenly, Sir Dominan tells Logan that he looks pretty relaxed for what's about to happen, and tells him that he should be careful not to get hurt, visibly mad about the situation. Logan thinks that even though he was brave enough to pick a fight with him, he still doesn't have the guts to say anything bad about the family in front of the other knights, since he is a little bitch. Next, an image of Rick shitting his pants pops up again, thinking that in the end, the young master has decided to fight with Sir Dominan, and that is probably their last day on Earth because they are screwed if he loses, then proceeds to stop breathing because of how scared he is. The referee appears and declares that the official duel between Logan McLain and Sir Dominan is about to begin, and that for the sake of safety, only wooden weapons will be used. The referee thinks introspects about whether he should be going through with this. However, there's nothing he can do, as Logan is being stubborn and isn't giving him any options, then proceeds to think that even though they are limited to wooden weapons, knights are mainly for users, so they could easily kill someone even with a wooden sword, then proceeds to start the duel, thinking that whatever happens isn't his responsibility anyway, and even though that is the case, he hopes for Sir Dominan to take it easy on Logan. As the duel begins, both fighters distance each other and take on their fighting stance. To the other knight's surprise, Sir Dominan starts charging his aura, and everyone is stunned by this move, using the force against a normal guy, which seems to be a rather brutal move. Rick thinks that this should even be considered cheating, and doesn't even want to think what would happen if Logan gets hit by that. The referee asks Sir Dominan to be gentle. However, Logan isn't intimidated by this move, saying that for the untrained eye, the force Sir Dominan shows could be frightening, but it is a sign that he's clumsy with the force, as leaking force is the sign of someone unable to control it. Logan starts taunting Sir Dominan once again, asking if everything is okay and if there's something that upsets him. Sir Dominan thinks of how he is annoyed by that one comment, the way Logan told him he is past his prime. Turns out Dominan was never a good knight. In fact, he was the worst knight in the order, and at the age of 40, he decided to retire, just going around, doing his errands, waiting for the day he could go home and not give a fuck anymore. Still, so prideful, that comment was something that hurt his ego. Sir Dominan angrily leaps forward with all his force, while Rick begs the referee to stop him, as the young master will die. But the referee says there is nothing he can do. Sir Dominan is about to strike Logan with his secret technique, Mighty Triple Kill, but Logan gracefully pins Domino's sword to the ground and mocks him, telling him that if dares to call himself a knight, he must do better than this. Everyone is stunned by what just happened. It was so fast that no one even saw the moment Dominan was defeated, and no one knew that Logan was a force user. Logan calls upon the referee and says that he wants to give Dominan a second chance. The referee is okay with this, and asks Sir Dominan if he's okay. Dominan thinks about how something like this is possible. How could he be weaker than that kid? He picks up his sword, and once again he tries to strike Logan, but he gets hit in the face like a rug instead and falls on his back. Logan acknowledges that even though he even gave him another chance, it's about time that he tucks his tail between his legs. And as Sir Dominant is about to admit his defeat, Logan strikes him again, saying that he has shown more than enough mercy for a vassal who tried to rebel against a superior, and that whatever is left now is punishment. He continues to strike Dominant repeatedly, as the others look in disbelief, thinking how cruel Logan is. The knights remain astounded, and don't understand how such a change is possible in such a short period of time. Both his force being awakened, and his sword skills appear to be the same as for someone who has been a swordsman for decades. Eventually, the massacre stops, and Logan is declared the winner. Later in his father's study, Logan and Patrick start talking. His father tells him that what he has seen is impressive, acknowledging his awakening, and asks what happened during his training. Logan thinks about the fact that his father was watching, not thinking that he would, and tells him that he just got rid of his greed and let go of everything. As he kept training with that mindset, at one point, he could just feel the force filling up inside him. Logan introspects that even though it might sound like a lie, this is a realization he gained in his past life, that only after giving up on avenging his family, he could become a force user, and how he only awakened after turning 40. His father seems impressed that the simple realization did that to him and says that he has truly changed, however, is mad at him that after this realization, his first action is to assault a knight. Logan argues that the man deserved it, and asks his father if he heard the full story from the other soldiers. His father tells him that he did, but still, he doesn't think that those measures were necessary. Logan says that it was, leaving his dad stunned, as that man was trying to fool the blood of his lord and make a joke out of him, and if left unchecked, he would have become a poison to the family's discipline. He then proceeds to think about how a hierarchy is the pillar that allows an organization to run, and when the hierarchy is shaken up, the organization itself falters. Besides, the one thing he realized after living as a mercenary for 10 years is that when it comes to a group of men with weapons, if you're reining them in, you have to make sure that you do it in one strike, and that today's event will be a lesson to the other knights. His father goes on to say that Dominant is definitely largely at fault since he forgot his duty in the first place and tried to fool Logan. But what Logan did was too much of a gamble, and that he should restrain himself for the time being. Logan is stunned to see that his father is forgiving him so easily, as this was not the case in his past life, and his father, seeing this jokingly, asks if he wishes a punishment, to which Logan replies that he's good. His father goes on to say that he's not accepting what he did as right, and that he also tells him that he is never to do something like this again without permission, since he hasn't even officially received his rank yet, and Logan respectfully says that he'll keep that in mind. After that, his father proceeds to tell him that his fiancée, Rena, is going to be visiting soon. Logan seems to be taken by surprise by this news. However, this is not the case, since what he's experiencing is not a surprise but actually excitement, as his payday is closer. Soon after, Princess Rena Wolf is presented to us. Every maid looking remains speechless, and all the guards are jealous of Logan. As she approaches, she gracefully greets Lord McLain, saying it has been far too long, and inquiries about his well-being. The patriarch, stunned by Rena's beauty, comments on what a beautiful lady she has become since the last time he had seen her. Rick also looks at her from afar, and is stunned to see her all grown up like this, and yet, he looks at Master Logan, who doesn't seem at all impressed by her presence. Rena says that she has a letter entrusted to her by the Count, her father, and so she begins reading it. The letter is addressed to Baron Patrick McLain, and it appears to be so boring that for the next 30 minutes, even the guards almost fall asleep. However, the conclusion the letter states brings everyone to their toes once again, as the final wish stated in the letter is that due to some unavoidable circumstances, for the arranged marriage between Rena and Logan to break off. After hearing all of these, Logan concludes that even though they've tried to go around it, the message is simple. They've thought that Patrick McLain would become an aura user, but instead, he has been stuck as a high-ranking knight for over 20 years, and to be honest, Logan is a loser, so it doesn't make sense for the Wolves clan to join hands with the McLains. Therefore, they just prefer to go their separate ways. After hearing this, Patrick is furious, since they are breaking the marriage without any proper reason, and he takes it that the Wolves are trying to humiliate the McLains. Rena replies that this is not the case, saying that she even asked to be the envoy, because she was concerned that Patrick would arrive at that conclusion, and so she wanted to clear the misunderstanding. Then she goes on to talk about how she still has vivid memories of her one-year stay at the McLain residence from when she was a child. Good memories that she had made alongside Logan in that beautiful and serene place, and that she does not wish to abandon those cherished moments that stayed with her for so long and that she considers so precious. However, even though that is the case, there is nothing she can do, as she is bound to her family, and she has no choice but to follow the decisions of the higher-ups. So the next best thing she can do is to come there and apologize to Logan and Patrick in person. Everyone is stunned by her words, saying that her heart is just as beautiful as her face. Everyone except for Logan and his stepmother, Marion Kairos. Marion asks Rina plain and simple what exactly is the reason for this breakup, saying that she would like to hear about those unavoidable circumstances. While this is happening, Logan thinks about his stepmother, how she is the biological mother to Ranyan, and how she has always regarded him as an enemy because of the matter of succession. Therefore, Logan thought she wouldn't involve herself in the matter. However, it seems that the family's honor is a different matter for her. Rina once again apologizes and dodges the question by saying that she is unaware of the reason for which this breakup is happening, and argues that she is only someone who shall marry and become part of another family. Therefore, her father doesn't discuss important family matters with her. Marion is furious, and she goes on to conclude that everything being said, she can understand that Rina has come to announce that she is breaking the engagement for no reason at all. Rina, scared shitless, with her white dress getting spots of brown, looks up at the McLains and announces that for the inconvenience created, the Wolves are prepared to pay 3 million gold as compensation for breaking up the engagement. Seeing this, Dwayne Filsner, McLain's financial manager, is about to have a heart attack, and Logan is happy to hear it as well, thinking that he can have the money, although this is not going to happen. Hearing all of this, Patrick almost goes on a murder spree, asking how she even dares to propose something like that. A knight from the House of Wolves jumps in front of Princess Rina to protect her and pleads for the patriarch to calm down and continue the conversation. Patrick asks him if he's a high-ranking knight like him, acknowledging that it's an impressive thing to achieve for someone his age, then goes on to say that perhaps the injury of the Wolves family's rising star would be a fair trade for the disgrace to the McLain's family's honor. The knight goes on to say that his master, Kyron Wolves, named Lord McLain an honorable man, and said that he wouldn't persecute the young princess or a junior. Rina then goes on to speak, saying that she does not wish to buy honor with money either, and asks them to accept the gold as a gesture of sincere attempt to maintain the friendship between the two families, despite the unavoidable criticism that is to come from these circumstances. Lord McLain clenches his teeth, thinking that if he presses any further in the matter, he shall become a man without honor, and realizes that this is exactly why Kyron sent those young ones. Patrick goes on to say that a visitor is a visitor, be him a jinx as well, and that the McLains are not persecuting their guests. However, he's not going to accept the Wolves' one-sided offer either, and in exchange for breaking up the engagement, House McLain only requests one thing, for the envoy, Princess Rina Wolves, to courteously apologize to his son, and that he will also refuse any other type of compensation. After all this has been said, Logan intervenes, saying that as the person concerned in the breaking of this engagement, he has a request, and kindly asks to be heard. Logan ponders that they must take the money, thinking that letting them apologize with nothing more than words is insane, especially since 3 million gold is a whole year's budget for the House of McLain. Also, half of their current funding is support from his stepmother's maiden family, Kairos, and thinks that they will go bankrupt the second that support is cut off. And for what? For honor? He thinks that everyone is out of their mind, and that they must take those 3 million no matter what. Logan then goes on to speak to his father, and says that he would like to accept the terms of the Wolves' apology, and Patrick gets furious again, asking if Logan is going to make him go back on his word. Logan reflects on the pressure his father is under, thinking that even though he does not have an aura, he's still a high-ranking knight, but sadly, this is nothing compared to others in the kingdom, and thinks that if he's not going to be able to handle this, he'll never be able to go forward either. Patrick tells Logan that House McLain isn't so poor that they need to abandon their honor for the sake of money. Logan exhales deeply and says that they actually are that. He goes on to argue that House McLain owes the bank 3 million gold right now, and a year's interest alone is 150,000 gold, and that without the Kairos' support, they would be bankrupt right now. They are the kingdom's greatest beggar family. He says that they are broke as fuck. At least that is what he would like to say. But since this is an official meeting, he's going to keep it to himself and tell his father that the very reason he must accept the money is for the sake of honor. His father then asks if he would have him go back on his word for honor, to which Logan replies that House Wolves have a higher standing than their family, and that the Count is also a Margrave of the East. And even though the House of Wolves is a leading power in the East, they're not the family they serve as their lord, and so ending this matter with just an apology makes him fear that rumors would go around that they've bowed down to the Wolves. Rina intervenes and says that the House Wolves aren't such an irrational family, and that they have the utmost respect for McLain's honor. To this, Logan asks if she doesn't find it ridiculous how she talks about rationality, yet she one-sidedly comes to break off the engagement. A memory from Logan's past life appears, and he thinks about how he then believed that Rina was genuinely sad about the unavoidable breakup. However, that was before a certain event. Rina and Logan are alone in a dormitory, and Rena thanks Logan for coming, saying that they might have to break up that day, but still she wants to create a last memory with him. Logan, thinking that his life as a master is finished anyway, asks for Rena to accompany him and run away that night. That's when Rena throws a knife at his face, and Logan is forced to pick up his sword and defend himself. Rena then undresses, and trying to shame him, starts asking if he really thinks that someone like him truly belongs with someone like her, then tells him to learn his place and get lost. She asks him why he is even carrying a sword since lost it to a kid, and tells him that he just made things so much easier for her. Logan doesn't understand what's happening, and Rena starts screaming when night bursts in. Rena accuses Logan of becoming aggressive and trying to take advantage of her, and since his sword was already drawn, it was a lie easy to believe. Logan recollects that he was already at fault for so many mistakes that not even his family believed him, and as a result, the McLains were forced to apologize to the wolves and pay a heft compensation. He says to himself that because of her, he was never able to trust women, and calls Rena a hoe, and says that she belongs to the streets, but she's not getting away with it this time. After those events, Logan is thinking about his plan, and how he was going to change his reputation within the family, figuring that by slowly showing how he's changed and convincing them, then they would also change. But it seems that his fight with Dominan made him come to a realization. The soldiers have turned a blind eye even when someone disrespected him, and the rumors of him losing to his brother have spread while he was away. Therefore, he can't transform the family by gaining acknowledgement from people like them, and there are only 9 months left until the regional war starts, and his reputation isn't important anymore. The only important thing is saving the family. Logan steps on his honor and tells Rena that he'll accept the compensation of the wolves' family, regardless of his family's wishes, to which Rena remains stunned. The patriarch is furious, and asks Logan how he dares to oppose to deny his will, to which Logan replies that he cannot be satisfied with lip service apologies, leaving his father astounded. He continues by saying that if their honor can be compensated for with words that will disappear in thin air, its worth will be just as light as those words. Hearing all this, Rena tries to make the best of the situation and says that the wolves family wishes to obey the will of the Baron, the patriarch of House McLain, and asks Patrick what he is choosing. Logan sees through this and thinks that everything she's saying is for the sake of saving her father's face, and she's probably shitting herself at the thought of paying 3 million gold. The patriarch, looking down on Rena, says that as a representative of the McLain family, he is satisfied with just a sincere apology. However, he'll leave it to Logan to decide if the apology is sincere or not. Hearing this, Marion is furious. Patrick once again turns towards Logan and tells him to think carefully. As if he accepts money for his dishonor, he is opening the door for his honor to be traded in the future as well. Logan, without giving it a second thought, deliberates that he can't cave into his father on this matter, and says that as the person concerned with the breaking of this engagement, he accepts the compensation offered by the House of Wolves, which surprises Marion and visibly upsets Rena. After Logan makes his choice, his father, disappointed, says that he thought Logan had become a little better, but actually, he changed for the worse, and says that is his fault for not teaching him the true value of honor. Logan, even though he's not telling his father directly, ponders that everything he does is for the sake of the family. In his room, after he receives the hefty compensation from Rena, Logan is disturbed by a knock on the door, thinking that is Rick and inviting him in, but instead Dwayne enters the room, the financial advisor of the family. Seeing him there, Logan thinks about what he's up to. An inner monologue of Dwayne is presented, reminiscing how he, as the financial advisor, had to run the McLain estate on an ever-shrinking budget, dealing both with the soldiers who demanded new weaponry and also with the servants who were running low on winter supplies. How he had to make up for the lack of money by begging the patriarchs-in-law, not knowing if he was the financial advisor or a king of beggars, thinking that if this hadn't been his hometown, he would have resigned a long time ago. However, right now, he has the chance to be comfortable for at least a few years, thinking that the only person standing in his way is this clueless, foolish kid, saying to himself that Logan will have to share the 3 million with him. Dwayne tells Logan that he only stopped by to greet him, as he left a great impression on him yesterday through the way he stood up for himself, and how he didn't cave in the slightest bit to unwarranted outside pressure, being quite literally an amazing apprentice, truly fitting to be the heir of the McLain family. As he says all that, he thinks that his flattery must have touched Logan deeply, as he never received it since he only did stupid things before, imagining that it would be so simple to take his money. However, Logan is not at all impressed by whatever he says, so goes on to say that in these times of hardship, 3 million gold is like rain in a drought, and that his wits have allowed his family a huge sigh of relief. And once again Logan stands unimpressed by Dwayne's words, saying that he doesn't understand why the family would breathe a sigh of relief as these are his money. Hearing this, Dwayne loses hope, thinking that Logan is really going to use all the money for himself but still tries to stay patient, since in the 20 years as a financial advisor for the McLains, groveling has already become a normal habit of his, and that this situation is no different. And so he starts crying, leaving Logan a little shocked, and making him ask if the family's situation is really that bad. Dwayne goes on to tell Logan that he doesn't know if he's aware or not, but the family does the Coopers Bank $3 million gold, and wants to continue by saying that the interest alone is 150,000 gold, but he doesn't get to finish his sentence, as Logan intervenes and completes it for him. Dwayne, stunned, asks if he knew that already, and Logan replies that the interest shouldn't be a problem, as right now it's harvest time, and he should be able to pay that with the money made from the crops. Dwayne tries to persuade him that even just running the barony generally costs a lot of money, and that they are always on a tight budget, and tries to say that if he could help them a bit, things could change, but is again interrupted by Logan, who doesn't want to hear anything about it. Dwayne asks why wouldn't he help him, as he thought that he opposed the Baron for the sake of the family. Logan says that he agrees with him, and he'll use the money for the sake of the family, but not for the immediate costs of running the barony. Instead, he needs to prepare for the future. Dwayne, furious, thinks that Logan has no idea what he's talking about, and thinks that Logan should hand the money over to him. Logan then goes on to ask Dwayne if he's right when saying that even if he would pay off the family debts, that wouldn't change the family's situation much. Dwayne argues that having a bigger budget would make the estate easier to run for at least a couple of years, and Logan asks what happens after that, saying that even though that is the case, they will fall back into debt as they don't even have any specialty products to sell, concluding that it's a vicious cycle, and he's trying to break it by using a plan devised by him for which he also needs the money. Dwayne is stunned to hear all this, and thinks if this is really the same hooligan he used to know, saying that he thought Logan was just a kid who didn't care the slightest for the family affairs. Logan then goes on to say that he has a favor to ask of Dwayne, and that if he helps him, he might share part of the money with him, helping him to pay for some of the family's expenses. Dwayne asks what he needs, and Logan tells him that he needs to gather some mercenaries. Later, Logan speaks to Rick. It appears that he is preparing to leave again, and Rick asks where on earth he is going and says that it hasn't even been that long since he came back from solitary training. Logan replies that he is leaving to make money, to which Rick says that he already has a lot of money, but Logan says he needs more. Rick goes on to say that for sure the Patriarch won't allow him to leave right now, as the atmosphere in the castle is tense, to say the least, to which Logan replies that he's not going to ask his father, and that he's just going to snake out. Rick is mortified by what he hears, but Logan doesn't care, thinking that if he can't overturn his reputation right now, it's impossible to change anything, so he has to gather forces from the exterior. Luckily, he is familiar with what is happening on the outside right now, as if it's just around the time he was kicked out of the family in his previous life, and concludes that his first move is to seek out a certain man. Rick tries to talk some sense into him, saying that he's not thinking straight and that becoming a runaway at his age wouldn't bring anything good for him. Logan is annoyed by Rick's persistence, and Rick asks what is he supposed to do if he just runs away, and tells Logan that if he's really going to leave, he might as well step on him on his way out, which he is about to do since he doesn't really care. Logan tells Rick that everything is going to be okay for him, as he is going to write a letter to his father, so no one will blame him. Rick asks what he is going to write, but Logan only smiles at him, and Rick sighs in relief. After Logan left, Rick took the letter to the Patriarch, and he looks like he's about to make the beaches of Normandy look like a fucking joke. The letter opens with a greeting to the Patriarch, and goes on to say that heartbroken by the engagement, decided to leave for some air, and that he will be back soon, signed by Logan McLain. After this, poor Rick just cries, and wishes for Logan to come back. A history of the McLain family is presented, and so it seems that even just 200 years ago, the McLain family wasn't in the position it's in now. The vast and extensive country stretched from the neighboring Turson Viscounty to the Sylvan and Perna Viscontis, as well as the Bifrost Plains were revered as the ruler and lord of the southwestern area of the Grandia Kingdom. But until the current Lord Patrick McLain, the useless work of the last 3 generations of ancestors caused their title to be demoted with the size of their territory greatly decreased. The vast storage of grain that was once called the McLain Plains was given to the most powerful vassal, and the useful land was divided among different vassals. The place that they ended up in as if chased out was the rough and dry land near the southern mountains, so the McLains were bound to financial hardship. There were no suitable regional products, and the copper mines that were common in mountain territories didn't exist. Logan thinks that in this state, even if they win the regional war, they would need to ask for help from Kairos continuously, and so to end this vicious cycle, they need a lot of money, much more than the 3 million he already has, and says that there is someone here that can help him. As he enters the Grandia Kingdom's greatest trading city, Kale, a lot of voices start calling for customers for different items like rings, shields, or even just fresh vegetables and fruits. And Logan thinks that coming here helps him remember just how remote the McLain barony is. He goes on to say that based on his memory, the person he is looking for spent their youth in Kale, and that the residents said he lives around the area he's in. The man he is looking for is Goldbug Philip Claude. A description of the empire is being depicted. The strongest nation within the continent, the Ares Empire, is a strong centralist nation based on the merit system. Therefore, as long as you are talented, regardless of gender or age, you have the chance to succeed, being a nation where you can enjoy power and riches, even as a foreigner, a person who is not a citizen of the empire. A perfect example of that is Grandia Kingdom's Philip Claude. He is one of the wealthiest merchants who moved to the empire and is the continent's greatest war merchant, called the Trader of Grandia Kingdom. However, in reality, even while being called Goldbug, he would support those from his home country and use his money to create the miracle of Grandia sovereign dominion. As he's strolling the streets, Logan sees a person on the streets and wonders, could that be him? The kid in the middle of the streets has just been scammed and thinks about how he's going to live from now on, since he doesn't have any money left. Logan watches him thinking how he heard that his business failed because he got scammed, but seeing it himself is more horrible than he ever imagined. While the kid thinks about ending it, Logan approaches him trying to make his acquaintance, asking if he is Philip Claude. Philip replies that he indeed is, and asks who Logan is, thinking that by his future, red eyes, and strong gaze, he might be dangerous. Logan says that he would like to talk to Philip for a minute, but Philip is still skeptical of Logan, wondering how he knows him. At that moment, Philip feels a strong emotion in Logan's eyes, one that the businessman Philip had seen countless times, that being greed. Philip goes on to theorize that by his timing and how he's wearing old armor, he's a mercenary gangster. Logan tries to make his motifs known, but Philip loses it and starts screaming that his payment date is not due yet, and that his commercial property sale will proceed to arrive in 3 days, so he should come back then. Logan assures him that he's not there to receive any of his debts, but Philip barks like a mad dog and tells him once again that his sales haven't processed yet, and tells Logan to go away. Once again, Logan tries to calm Philip down and tells him that he's not there to collect any money, but instead to invest money, leaving Philip shocked, asking if by that, he means to invest in Philip, and Logan replied affirmatively. Then Philip goes on to think that if he's not there to receive money from him, then he must be a crazy bastard, crazy to want to invest in someone like him who completely failed, yet he's also wondering that maybe Logan is telling the truth, and asks him how much he wants to invest, and Logan asks him in return how much does he need, saying that he'll support him enough to repay his debts and make a comeback. Philip, still not convinced, analyzes the look on Logan's face and the dirt on his armor, saying that he must have come from far away, and so he realizes something. Logan once again tries to ask Philip how much he needs, but Philip replies by calling him a nasty bastard and says that if he wants to scam him, he should have prepared properly, just like the other bastards that just scammed him. He goes on to say that Logan is not an investor, and by the looks of that crest on his armor, he must belong to the Southwest McLain barony, calling them a beggar family that needs to live off the coattails of their in-laws. How could they want to invest when that family can't even repay their own debts? Also, he tells Logan that if he got caught impersonating a noble, he'd be executed, and says that anyway, he chose the wrong person, as he is really broke. Logan analyzes things from another perspective, thinking that even though he's at the bottom, Philip makes quite astute judgments, as expected from a future magnate, and wonders how could he appease him, while Philip is whining in the middle of the street that he doesn't even have enough money to eat or die, and at that moment Logan gets an idea. He asks Philip to pay attention to him for a second, and shows him his aura, leaving him perplexed. Philip thinks that someone who's a genius like him, who has awakened force at such an early age, would be so stupid to throw it all away for the sake of a scam. Philip apologizes, saying that a lot has happened to him, and that he is a little sensitive, and asks what was his business with him. Logan says that he wants to hire him forever, paying his debt as a freebie. Philip is once again skeptical, asking if the McLain family even has the money for something like that. Logan asks how much his debt is, arguing it must be around $250,000, saying that he'll pay his debt and give him an additional $300,000, and reveals the money he had been carrying with him all this time. Philip looks at Logan and thinks he is an angel, so he goes on to sign the contract. The terms are that if the subordinate, Philip, ever tries to purposely harm the boss, they will feel excruciating pain as if their soul is being torn apart. Just a formality, really. The witch that sealed the contract tells Philip that if he doesn't like that, he should awaken force himself and become at least a high-ranked knight, or pay a 4-circle mage or hire several hundred times the amount of money as the contract that has just been struck, and ask them to lift the curse, leaving Philip astounded once again. She sends them away on a positive note, telling him to swipe by again, and Philip wonders if he just got fucked over, thinking that he was out of his mind when he thought of Logan as an angel, especially now when he realized that he just paid an expensive magic contract just to make him his salve, when just one page of the contract is worth 30 slaves alone. Logan goes on to say that they can't really trust each other now, since they've just met, so if he invests a fortune, he needs a reasonable guarantee, and assures Philip that once they get to build some trust in each other, he will get rid of the contract, and throws his hand in a sign of good companionship. Philip thinks that this contract is a mess, with no detailed period of time or conditions, but he has no other choice than to trust Logan for the time being. So he shakes his hand. Philip asks what Logan needs him to do, to which he replies that first, they need to buy some monster meat. Upon hearing this, Philip calls Logan a psycho. Logan thinks that Philip's reaction is normal, as monster blood and meat contain poison, so burning them would be common sense. However, in a few years, the situation will change drastically, as it becomes known that you can make a monster blood neutralizer with common ingredients, and some areas lacking in food begin consuming monsters. That winter, cases of disabilities were being treated upon consumption of the monster Kalok. Even those that had their private parts injured became physically sterile and saw the effect, and just a year after those events, the Royal Mage Tower validates them. Kalok becomes impossible to find throughout the continent, as once species disappear simply from the research results that they are good for virility, and so Logan thinks that knowing this, he can easily make 3 million, or even more than that. Seeing what he got into, walking around with a madman, Phillips looks at Logan disappointed and wonders if he wouldn't be better off just running away. In a tavern, Philip and Logan start discussing their next course of action. Logan tells Philip that he wants to buy 1 million gold worth of monster meat, and Philip thinks he's crazy. Logan tells him to calm down, telling him that he would make money even if he would spend even more on it. Philip says he's against it and asks Logan if he's sure about what he's doing. He replies affirmatively. Philip asks him what the price range per unit to buy Kalok meat is, and he says that Kalok meat isn't worth anything right now, and that people are mostly burning it because of the lack of buyers. So if he zero orders someone to bring him the corpses, it would be around 200 gold, as per the kingdom's transportation charges, and also the transportation fee is charged per unit. So if he were to bring a lot of Kaloks at once, it will be way cheaper to transport. Philip finds Logan's thinking impressive, as he even thinks of the transportation charges and says that he is right about the costs, asking if, with that unit price and the budget of 1 million in mind, he's going to hire a mercenary guild for a kingdom-wide hunt and then buy everything for them. Logan tells him that he's correct and asks if he finds anything wrong with that. Philip explains that his plan is completely wrong, and that since all the monster meat is being thrown away right now, he should just hire a merchant guild for the price of beef, and everything is solved. He goes on to say that there are merchants out there that would bring and sell anything for $1, and even if that's trash to be thrown away, they'll ask each other to acquire it for them, and he is so confident to even say that they will probably bring him all the Kalok meat in the kingdom as soon as he asks for it, all cut and ready. Logan is amazed by Philip's idea, thinking that his investment is already paying off, and being a little sussy, he calls Philip an adorable punk for some reason. Philip tells him to not overthink money matters from now on and leave it all to him. After all, his faith depends on Logan's future. Logan then proceeds to give Philip a list of things, cartridges made of ironwood, springs and glue, and tells him to stay in Kale and buy all those items in bulk. But Philip once again gets a little skeptical and asks Logan if he's trying to open a toy factory, to which he replies that he has something even better in mind. Actually, Logan made Philip buy the raw materials for weapons of war, and goes on to remember how weapons made of these materials were used in the Grandia Kingdom's invasion in his past life, and depending on the battle conditions, a mere soldier could even keep a knight in check with those weapons. He also thinks that he entrusted Dwayne to hire mercenaries before coming there, so just getting these weapons into their hands could be enough to get an upper hand in the regional war. But first he has to find a craftsman capable of making these weapons, and an instructor to train the mercenaries as well. 2 days later, in Harun, the city of mercenaries, Logan talks to Kaisalan, an A-rank mercenary, trying to hire him as an instructor, but Kaisalan says he's never productively trained anyone before. Logan tells him that the job shouldn't be too hard, as he'll just be training the C-rank mercenaries he'll hire. Still reticent, Kaisalan tells Logan that he doesn't know what he's heard about him, but all he managed to do is guide a few youngsters, and that he should entrust this mission to professional educators. Logan thinks that Kaisalan can't fool him as he knows all of this stuff since he worked with him in his past life, and acknowledges that Kaisalan can wield every weapon there is, and even has excellent horse riding skills. Moreover, Kaisalan's value shines when he becomes an instructor. After all, the mercenary squad he raised after he had been gravely wounded and thus retired boasted skills better than any other of their kind, but he doesn't seem to be in the mood right now, so Logan offers him 4,000 gold for it. Kaisalon is being difficult and wouldn't take Logan's offer, so Logan raises the pay to 6,000. But Kaisalon still refuses, so Logan raises again to 7,000. Once again, Kaisalon is difficult, trying to tell Logan that money can't bring him everything he wants. But Logan raises the pay again to 8,000, and that is when Kaisalon caves and accepts Logan's offer, even thanking him in advance. They talk, and Logan tells him that he is the first son of the McLain Baron family, and Logan asks him if he's not curious about why he's hiring mercenaries from the countryside, and Kaisalon says he's not interested as long as he's getting paid. While walking the streets, they witness a man whipping a group of men, shouting that if he's going to be late, he's going to kill all of them. Kaisalon goes on to say that, as Logan might already know, the name of the nickname of the city of Harun is the city of mercenaries and slaves, and that they will see a lot more of these things as they go forward, because from there on, the city becomes a slave market, to which Logan replies that he is familiar with the situation, thinking that he's also going to buy a slave at this market. One merchant notices Logan, thinking that he must be a clueless country bumpkin, and calls him to show his goods, saying that he offers slaves at the cheapest price. But once he sees Kaisalon, he gets scared shitless, and seeing this, Logan relaxes, thinking that it was definitely worth it to hire him. At some point, he reaches a shop with more guards than the others, and thinks that he has reached the right place, and the old man greets Logan, and tells him that he assumes he knows what he gets himself into, and Logan says that he's there to buy a dwarf. The old merchant tells Logan that he has come to the right place, and says that other world races are rare, so they take special care of them, inviting Logan to step forward. He shows him a pair of elves, and tells him that they were very hard to acquire, and asks him if he has seen elves anywhere before. The old merchant tries to tell Logan about the two elves, but he does not care, and tells the merchant to give him the dwarf chained in the back of the room. The merchant says that he can clearly see he is a dwarf by the way he looks, and that he will find plenty of use for him, as even among dwarves who are well known to be great craftsmen, he's one of the few expert-rank craftsmen. Logan remains a little amazed when he hears that, and thinks that dwarfs are innately skilled with their hands, a race that creates and fixes objects and finds meaning in them from their youth until old age. And an expert-rank dwarf is even beyond what he was looking and doesn't even need to worry about the job he's going to give him. So Logan inquires about the price, and the merchant tells him that since he is an expert rank, the price starts from at least 200,000 gold. Logan looks down on the man and asks him if he looks like a pushover to him, and the old man almost shits his pants and lowers the price by 50,000 gold. Kaisalon thinks of how fast he made the old man drop the price. The dwarf looks at Logan and says that what he did was unrelenting, but Logan finds it basic. The dwarf goes on to ask where he's going now, to which Logan replies that he'll take him to the McLain estate in the southwest, and that he'll be making the things he requests of him, to which the dwarf replies, that is as he thought. Dwarves are known to be skilled with their hands, but that is not the case for slave dwarves, because despite being the race of craftsmen, without passion they can't create a true work of art. And Logan thinks that he wants to instill passion in this dwarf, and tells him that if he does his best for him for the next 20 years, he'll send him back to the mountains, saying that 20 years is nothing to his kind anyway. The dwarf is happy to hear that, and wants to thank Logan, when suddenly another slave cuts himself loose and starts running away from his master, and Logan sees all this. However, he doesn't get far, as a soldier manages to catch him. It turns out that Logan finds that slave familiar, a blue-haired and blue-odd-eyed slave, and suddenly he remembers and accidentally speaks his thoughts aloud, making Kaisalon wonder what he's saying. Logan is wondering how this could be possible, meeting the noble slayer here, reminiscing how in his past life there was an immensely famous aura user in the kingdom. Once a slave, he ran away after killing his masters, going on a murder spree, killing nobles and knights alike, and finally hiding for the next 10 years. When he reappeared, he used aura, proof that he had ascended past his humanity, making his life mission to kill every noble he could find in his path, and earning the title Noble Slayer. Logan goes on to say that the slave escape incident happened about a year after he became a mercenary, and so according to the timeline, he indeed would still be a slave right now. If he rescues that boy right now, he'll have a future aura user on his side. But the problem is that this guy is an unstoppable homicidal maniac. Logan thinks that if he becomes a lethal weapon that will slash his own allies, he can just lock him up. As the master tries to hit the boy once again, Logan draws his sword and stops his leg, and gets the master by surprise, and when he notices the family crest, he tells him that he must be a customer and becomes a little bitch. The slave master goes on to say how embarrassed he is, and says that the goods weren't listening, so he had to train them, and asks Logan how he can be of service to him. Logan says that he would like to buy some slaves, meaning the two children, but the master tells him that because they are both rare red and blue odd-eyed children, the price is hefty, and asks him if he's sure about it. Logan asks for the price, and the master tells him that is at least 10,000s for each. Logan thinks that a sturdy young slave costs around 300 gold, and yet he dares to set the price 100 times higher for 2 kids that are barely skin and bone. Logan goes on to say that considering the worth of the noble Salyer, 10,000 gold is cheap, but there is no way this guy knows about that. And besides that, he doesn't want to let this scumbag make money behind his back. And so Logan says that 30 times the asking price for a sturdy slave for 2 kids that are about to collapse soon with one looking like he is on the verge of death is kinda expensive. The master goes on to argue that they are the only ones here, and Logan says that he'll pay 500 gold for each, a price higher than that of a healthy slave, which should be more than enough. The master haggles, saying that at that price, he's not even going to get back the money he has invested. Logan gets annoyed and asks the master if he thinks him that stupid not to know what a slave costs, and the master shits his pants. The master goes on to think that Victor is always causing him trouble, so he's sure he'll also do it in the future, and goes on to accept Logan's offer. Kaisalon carries the injured kid on his back, saying that it's impressive how he got up already since his injury wasn't one to allow such a quick recovery, and Logan goes on to say that he truly got back on his feet in no time. What actually happened is that Logan has been releasing force along the way to heal the kid, which is even better than the magic of most low-level priests. However, he is stunned to see that the other kid might have detected his aura, while even Kaisalon failed to catch it, but he dismisses it as a coincidence. Victor jumps from Kaisalon's back and tries to attack Logan, but he doesn't even manage to get a punch in, as Logan catches him by the neck and tells him that if he doesn't know if he's full of spirit or just plain stupid, he goes on to ask if he understands the situation he is in, and asks Victor if he looks as weak as that petty slave merchant to him. He tells Victor that it's great that he's full of fighting spirit, but he should learn to pick his opponents wisely, and tells him that he hopes this will be the last warning he needs. He goes on to say that if he obeys, he guarantees that he and his little sister will be safe, but if something like this happens ever again, he will get rid of them both. He drops Victor, thinking that should be enough, and tells him that he plans on fostering him as a knight. Victor asks if he refers to him, and Logan says that he does, and tells him that he should also know that knights are honorary nobles, and that naturally he should be able to escape his status of slave, and not just him, but also his sister. Hearing this, Victor looks at his sister and says he'll do whatever it takes. Logan looks at them and realizes that his assumption is correct, that his sister is the way to control the noble slayer's violent nature. He goes on to say that he'll start their training as soon as they get back to the house, and then proceeds to ask Hamar, the dwarf, to come closer for a second. He tells him that he'll start to write down the contract, a magic contract that will state the following. If Hamar works for him for the next 20 years, he'll send him back to the mountains. Hamar is stunned by this, not believing that Logan is actually going to send him back to his people. Logan goes on to say that it's hard to trust a promise that consists only of words in the air, and asks Hammer if there's anything wrong, or if he doesn't want to proceed with this, to which Hamar gratefully replies that he wants it with all his heart, and that he'll make anything he wants him to. He goes on to thank Logan again, saying that he didn't believe he'd do that. Seeing this, Logan thinks that if a contract was all that is needed to get him motivated, then he is the one in profit here, and goes on to acknowledge that he got everything he could possibly want from this outing, and even more, as he even manages to put his hands on the noble slayer, and says that the preparation for the war between the fiefs is going smoothly. However, at this point, Logan didn't know that rumors of his strange behavior had already spread in the entirety of the McLain grounds while he was away, that his reputation has hit rock bottom and was going underground, and that Rick was drowning in the mess trying to make amends, as he thinks what the hell is Logan up to. Next, it appears that Logan has returned home, and there's no one as happy in the world to see him as Rick. Logan looks at Rick and asks him how he's been, to which Rick replies by asking Logan if he's serious while asking such a question, and almost having a stroke. Rick continues by asking Logan what he has been up to while gone, and if he's heard the rumors that have been circulating about him, that he is a perverted monster file that spends 150,000 gold on monster meat. As it turns out, just a few days earlier, Philip has gathered all the merchants he could find and told them he wants to buy monster meat in the name of the young master Logan McLain. Turns out that even by then, people have already heard about Logan, and how his engagement was broken, and how he ripped off his fiancée. Philip himself started some strange rumors about monster meat, trying to increase the number of sellers, but he didn't know that his master Logan had such a past, going on by saying that he thought he was just a crazy scumbag. However, Philip saw an opportunity in those rumors, and set the price of monster meat as low as he could while still making the merchants run for it, like they would for hot bread, 1 gold per kilo, saying that no merchant would refuse to sell trash to a scumbag who is willing to pay money for it. Then he went on to say that if they want money, they should bring him all the monster meat they can get. It appears that Philip's aggressive salesmanship thus resulted in merchants gathering monster meat, and rumors about Logan spread all throughout the fiefs near Kale as well. Hearing all this, Logan comments that Philip has done his job perfectly, and Rick is stunned and doesn't understand how Logan can laugh in such a moment, and then goes on to say that he should take a look at the faces of those that came with him and think of how many of the rumors they must have heard for them to look in such a way. To all this, Logan simply replies that he shouldn't worry, as all will be over soon. But Rick tells him that he shouldn't be so calm as next. He has to face the patriarch, and he is furious. In his father's study, Patrick asks Logan if he enjoyed running away from home, to which Logan replies that it was indeed a rewarding trip. Patrick goes on to tell Logan that he has heard rumors going around that he has been doing all sorts of crazy things, but he is glad that it has at least been rewarding. Logan defends by saying that rumors are just what they appear to be, senseless lies, and that he has no shame whatsoever for his actions. His stepmother goes on to speak and tells Patrick that it is just as she has said before. Logan has no awareness about his position and how his actions can dishonor his family name. However, Logan doesn't let her finish, and cuts in by replying that what she says is a bit excessive, as he merely spent the money from his engagement breaking as he saw fit. Marion intervenes again, asking Patrick if he heard what he's saying and if he still sides with him after all that, but Patrick shouts that this is enough, and kindly asks her to leave, as he wants to speak to Logan alone for a moment. Patrick tells Logan that this will be the last warning he's given. Logan looks afraid as he stands before his furious father. Patrick asks Logan what he's thinking, and tells him that they need to have a frank chat about what is going on with him. Logan introspects, and says that his father won't let his actions slide this time, and goes on to tell Patrick that he wouldn't understand even if he'd told him. Patrick replies by asking Logan if by any chance it isn't him who doesn't want to be understood, and if Logan realizes what people around him are saying, that he is violent, cruel, money-obsessed, and even insane. He goes on to ask Logan how much longer he has to cover for him, and if there is such a time in the future, that he begs him to give Patrick a notice. That way he can at least make the excuse that he tried his best for the sake of Logan's dead mother. Logan thinks that he cannot believe Patrick brought up his mother in the conversation, since he never mentioned her in his previous life, not even when he was kicked out, and how maybe Patrick hasn't fully let go of his hopes for him yet. Logan asks his father to give him 1 year, and tells him that in a year, he will prove to Patrick the reasons for his actions, and once again asks him to grant him this last favor. Next, we see Patrick alone in his chamber, thinking about what just happened, acknowledging how strange the world favor sounds between a parent and child, and thinking that if Logan hasn't proven his words after a year, then he'll have to make a decision, as he is the patriarch of McLain before he is a father. A picture of Logan's mother appears, Raina, to which Patrick apologizes, saying that he does not understand what is going on with their son. Patrick monologues that he promised to protect him at all costs, and to raise him well, but in the end, he was too neglectful. As he walks the castle's halls, Logan meets his younger brother, and what he sees leaves him stunned. Ranyan has awakened the Force. Ranyan tells Logan that just as he thought, Logan caught up with him right away. Logan is happy to see that Ranyan has awakened the Force at such a young age, just 14 years old, and thinks that in his previous life, Ranyan's Force hasn't awakened until the war between the fiefs, but it awakened so quickly this time. Ranyan tells Logan that it's all thanks to him, and Logan doesn't understand what he means by that. Then Ranyan goes on to say that the knights were stopping him from meeting Logan when he returned, and that is when he awakened. It appears that he defeated the knights in the process of trying to meet with Logan. Logan starts laughing and tells Ranyan that he did a great job, and thinks that if he teaches Ranyan the divine sword secrets as soon as the Force stabilizes, then he can become much stronger than he was in his past life. At a cottage in the south of the McLain estate, Logan goes to meet Dwayne, and he tells Logan that the 35 C-rank mercenaries he was asked to recruit are all there. It appears that the mercenaries are mad at Logan, asking themselves if this whole thing isn't some kind of scam, since they were called there 10 days ago, and until then they've never met Logan. One of them ever remarks that a lowly baron family wouldn't dare to begrudge a mercenary guild unless they're crazy, and another one comments that they may never know, as the rumors about Logan have even reached them as well, and they are bad enough. Then they go on to comment on Logan's appearance, how he is carrying a sword and armor, trying to act like a soldier. Hearing everything, Logan thinks that he gotta pull on the reins with these rascals that fight for a living, or he will never get through to them. Logan then addresses one of the mercenaries and asks him if he thinks that wearing armor and carrying a sword is funny, to which the guy replies that he doesn't understand what he means by that, and thinks about how could Logan hear his comment from over there. Logan goes on to mock the guy by saying that you can for sure think that, but only if you have the skills to back it up. Then he tells the guy that he is only a lowly C-rank mercenary, and asks him what non-existent skills of his give him the right to look down on others. He then rhetorically asks if he offended him, acknowledging that even a lowly man like him has pride, and tells him to step forward. Logan then makes a bargain with the guy, telling him that if he manages to hit even a single blow on him, he will let him leave right then, and also pay him an entire year's worth of money, making it a promise with the honor of a noble at stake, and says that everyone there is a witness. The mercenary steps forward and tells him that everything being said is great for him, since now he can't go back on his word, and looks down on Logan, trying to scare him. How could you scare anything with that ape face, though? The crowd starts to comment on the mercenary's size and ask themselves if he might perhaps be a B ranker, to which another guy replies that he isn't yet, but he might get there after this job. Hearing this, Logan huffs and realizes that this must be the reason for which the mercenary is so confident. The mercenary tells Logan to take the first blow, and Logan replies by telling him that he will regret this decision. However, the mercenary disregards the danger, telling Logan that he has been using a sword so much longer than him, so he shouldn't worry about that, and asks Logan if he needs an upper hand by any chance. That is when Logan charges his force and punches the guy in the face. Everyone is stunned to see the sheer force of this blow, and it seems that Logan ended this duel in one blow, leaving the guy dead on the ground with his teeth flying into the sky. The other mercenary looks in disbelief, while Logan simply stretches his shoulder, huffs, and asks if there's anyone else who wants to run their mouth for no good reason. The mercenaries can't believe that Logan is a force user at that age, and think that this is ridiculous. Kaisalan looks at Logan and thinks that he thought him to be out of the ordinary, but he never realized he was this good. And then Logan goes on to say that no one will comment ever again from that point on. After that, he goes on to formally introduce himself as Logan McLain, the one who called upon them, and then says that many of them are probably wondering why is he throwing money around and hiring mercenaries, and tells them that he wants to train them to be crossbow cavalrymen. Dwayne and Kaisalam look surprised, and the mercenaries are not sure what to think of this idea, one of them even saying that they would just spend all their time reloading them. Kaisalan then quietly whispers to Logan that crossbows aren't efficient weapons for cavalrymen to use, but Logan says he already knew that, and Kaisalan asks why he'd want them to use crossbows if he knows. Logan goes on to explain that crossbows are far more destructive than bows, but for the inexperienced shooter it takes more than a minute just to load. But if you are on a horse, you're going to run out of firepower in just a minute, even if you're carrying 3 or 4 loaded crossbows, and it's no wonder they're baffled. Logan tells Kaisalan that even though he thinks that he is blowing money cosplaying as a soldier, he must train them thoroughly first, as he will find out the reason for this later, and as a last comment says, crossbow cavalrymen will be a great force for McLain, even for beyond the forthcoming war between the fiefs. Kaisalan is not sure what to think, but accepts his master's request. A few days later, Logan looks at a piece of paper in his room, and thinks that out of the 350 mercenaries they've hired, only 312 have passed the simple qualification test, and says that it's good enough. Then someone disturbed him. It appears to be Hamar, who wants to ask Logan what is on the piece of paper he has been given. Logan tells him that it's a schematic of the crossbow he's going to make for him, and continues by saying that it's probably crude to the eye of a professional. Logan thinks that it's a weapon he used for decades in his previous life, so he has roughly drawn all the structures he can remember, and since Hamar is an expert-ranked dwarf, he should be able to build it. Hamar acknowledges that he has to put a cartridge that holds bolts in the back of a crossbow and make it auto-load, and that it needs to be able to fire 3 shots in a row. Than asks who the hell came up with such a stupid idea, to which Logan replies that he did, and Hamar looks annoyed. After that, Hamar goes on to say that it is a marvelous idea, but with the twisted string in a structure like this, the strings won't hold up and they'll break. Also, if you put a wooden box like this behind it, it's going to be uncomfortable for the shooter as well, and asks Logan what he is going to do about that, to which Logan replies that this is not his problem, and that Hamar needs to solve it, and upon hearing this, the dwarf looks furious. Logan tells him that it was a joke, and goes on to say that he must reduce the size of the bolt to reduce the cartridge itself, and tells Hamar that he's right in saying it's a one and done, and instead, they can make the cartridges prefabricated and have them reload every time you shoot, and that they will call them magazines for convenience. Hearing this, Hamar is stunned, and says that even for a skilled shooter, a crossbow can't fire 2 shots in a minute, and that it would be like a weapon that's beyond our time, and Logan thinks that this is because that is a weapon created in the future. Hamar then tells Logan that to think all it takes to make something like this is a cartridge, spring, some wood, glue, and a bowstring. This is a motivating challenge for him, and he says he will give it a shot. Upon hearing this, Logan asks Hamar when will it be done, to which Hamar asks if Logan is asking him to build something he's never heard of or seen with a deadline. Logan then goes on to say that it's still a weapon humans have made, to which Hamar remains stunned, asking where and who has made it. Logan disregards the matter by telling Hamar that he doesn't need to know that, and challenges him by saying that if doesn't think he can do it, he should give up. Hamar says that all he'll need is 1 month, and that he will build something far superior in that time. Seeing this, Logan is happy to find out what happens when you mess with a dwarf's ego. Later on the training grounds of the castle, Victor is seen running, and Logan tells him that he is once again slowing down and that he can do better, and so Victor tries to pick up speed again. Logan then goes on to think how he's only been feeding and making him sleep for days since Victor arrived, but he can't believe what a difference that little food made. Then he commands Victor to rest, and so his little sister runs up to him. Logan once again thinks about the good investment he's made by purchasing Victor, how a 14-year-old who is much smaller than his peers ran 20 kilometers without rest, saying that he is really talented after all. But what he loves most is his grit and perseverance to the point where he feels no worries about nothing. It's now clear to him that he wasn't the noble slayer by nature. Rather, that huge change in his life was probably because of his sister. Logan swiftly ends his thought and tells Victor that the rest is over and that it's time for the next training session. He throws a sword in Victor's hands and tells him that from now on, they'll be learning the Grandia Kingdom's sword technique, which every knight trainee in this country learns. Then he proceeds to ask for Victor's attention to demonstrate. Logan grips his sword tight and slashes the air with power. However, Victor seems to be unimpressed by this and thinks that all he wants to do now is pass out and sleep. Still, he bites his lip and thinks that if the price for this good food and a good night's sleep is exhaustion, then he'll do everything he has to. He then picks up his sword, just like Logan did, and cuts through the air flawlessly. Looking at this scene, Logan thinks that what he did was perfect, just the same as his strike. Not just the movement, but every single breath, and he's only shown it to him once. So he is stunned to see how easily he was able to follow it, and says that not even Ranyan was that good, and they are the same age. Seeing this, Logan tells Victor that if he can build up his stamina and perform the sword technique perfectly for more than 1,000 times in a row, by then he could probably call himself a knight as well. Upon hearing this, Victor's eyes light up, thinking of himself in that posture. Logan then asks Victor if he can do it, to which Victor happily replies affirmatively. Logan goes on to tell Victor that if there's anything else he wants for his training, he can ask Rick, and that he can probably take care of most things for him. But Victor says he doesn't need anything. Logan asks Victor if he's sure, and Victor tells him that his only request is for Logan to look after his sister, and that will be enough for him, which Logan finds to be perfect. While training Victor, Logan introspects that Victor might not be able to go to war right away, but he will be a great help to McLain in the future. He also says that both the mercenary corps and the weapon Hamar will craft will be a formidable force, and yet he shouldn't be so hopeful, since Hamar may not be able to make a good crossbow, and even if he does, the mercenaries may not be able to use it properly. Since he's put everything in someone else's hands, he needs to come up with a different plan. Next, Logan goes into his father's study and tells him that he wants to join the Knights training, and it appears that he accepts this request. On the Knights training grounds, Captain Heinkel makes Logan's presences known to the other Knights, telling them that he will be joining the training from now on. It appears that the Knights don't take this news lightly, chattering to each other, thinking that Logan might take the Knights' order as a joke since he won against Dominion. A memory of the captain appears, setting him in the Patriarch's chamber, where they talk about Logan joining the order, and the captain doesn't seem to be happy about it. He indeed tells Patrick that if Logan joins the order, the Knights won't be happy. However, Patrick tells Heinkel that he's not asking for preferential treatment, and actually tells him to grill Logan through and through as he would foe to any rookie knight. In the present, Heinkel thinks that even though Patrick asked him that, he is still the Lord's son, and that it would have been easier if Patrick had asked him to treat Logan nicely. Logan sees the captain worried and tells him not to worry, as if he falls behind on any single training drill of the Knight's order during the next week, then he'll just pretend this never happened and get out of Heinkel's way. Heinkel is shocked by this and agrees with Logan. Upon hearing this, he decides that for the next week, the Knight's order training will be at triple the difficulty level. Next, a knight is seen carrying one of his peers on the back while running and wondering what the hell kind of training is this. Heinkel shouts at his pupils not to die on him and tells them that they are cavalry knights and they cannot be oblivious to what it feels like to be a horse. He tells them to feel what it feels like to be the horse that carries them through the battlefield while he's fully armored. The knights realize that this is the reason for which they have been training in full armor, and also say that all this is happening because of that damn troublemaker. They speculate for how long Logan might last with this training. A day, 2, or maybe 3. However, they all might be wrong as Bro is running at full speed storming through the crowd, leaving everyone astounded, even the captain, and to top it all off, he's also smiling while doing that. Heinkel is furious, thinking that at this rate, it will be the knights that fall behind instead of Logan. That being said, he tells everyone to stop and take a 10-minute break. He then goes on to ask Logan how's doing and asks if he is tired after that run. However, what he is actually thinking is that it's obviously tiring, and that all Logan's gotta do is give him an honest answer and he can ditch this crazy-ass training. but he doesn't get to finish his thought as Logan cuts in and tells him that it's doable, leaving Heinkel stunned. He asks Logan what he means, and Logan replies that it's great training, and if knights go through this every day, there's no way they're not strong. He then tells Heinkel that he looks forward to the next training, while two grounds on the ground look like they're about to give up. Heinkel thinks that this isn't what he was going for, and Logan once again looks unbothered. Late in the night, Logan looks around to find himself alone on the training grounds, and says that all of the knights must have returned home. He then goes on to reflect on his thoughts, thinking that training with the knights is his insurance policy, in case all of his plans fail, saying that if that happens, he'll join the knights and fight on the front line, so he might as well start hanging with them now and try to form a bond. Another reason for which he is doing this is his strength, as he can develop his force through meditation. But what is also important is to train his body. That's where the knight's order comes in handy, and just as he thought, as his force core is growing, he doesn't feel fatigued. He picks up his sword, and in one quick slash, he releases a slash of force, thus demonstrating his power. He thinks of how he has all this force, and it's just from a 1-star core, and thinks that once he reaches 2 stars, he'll have the power to rival a high-ranking knight like his father. In the morning, he tests crossbows, deeming all of them failures, and asks Hamar if this is all he can do. He then inquires about the thread he ordered, and says that this thing can only shoot 1 round, and he's not seeing the magazine either, and tells Hamar that it needs to be integrated. Hamar is furious, and Logan goes on to apologize, saying that he went a bit too far, to which Hamar replies that he is right, and even if Logan is his master, he should never insult a craftsman's pride. However, what Logan actually means is that if this is really Hamar's best, then there is nothing they can do about it, making him pop a vein. Logan goes on to say that maybe he expected too much of him since it's been weeks of work and there's nothing he managed to do right, thus Logan is at fault here. He taunts Hamar even more by telling him that he judged him incorrectly, saying that he was wrong and that he spent all that money on him for nothing. This motivates Hamar and tells Logan that he needs 1 more month and that he will come back in 1 month with something worth Logan's while, and furiously crushes the crossbow in his hand. Logan looks at Hamar as he leaves and thinks of how angry he got and about how that made him start all again from scratch, and then puts on a gruesome smile, wondering if Hamar will come up with something amazing if he grills him more. 1 month later, on one of the training grounds, Hamar demonstrates the power of his new and improved crossbow, which shoots 2 arrows at once. Hamar's invention leaves Logan stunned, and Hamar goes on to say that even though it has 1 less shot than Logan originally asked for, this one is easier to hold in one hand and you can change magazines. Logan, however, is amazed at how it only took him 2 seconds to load and fire, and thinks that it has less effective range than the weapon in his previous life, and it's smaller. But for a mounted soldier, this one's much better, or actually it's outperforming, and he can't believe that they've already got so far, and they are still months away from the war between the fiefs. Hamar asks Logan if he is listening to him, and Logan picks Hamar up and tells him what a wonderful job he has done, continuing to boast about the dwarves, and wishing long life to Hamar and the dwarves. Hamar, however, is not as happy as Logan, since he thinks that someone might see them, and tells Logan that he is not a kid wishing to be put down. Logan peacefully looks into Hamar's eyes, prepared to ask him a question, and when Hamar asks what is it, Logan slips back into his psychotic self and tells Hamar that he needs 400 of these in 2 months. Next, Logan has given Kaisalan and the other mercenaries the crossbows, and they're all amazed by how far the dart goes, and by the fact that they shoot consecutive shots as well. Kaisalan looks down at the invention and asks himself, how could this be possible? How could a crossbow even do such a thing? A muzzle-loading crossbow of this range, power, and speed. With this, an army of 300 or more mounted troops could do such things that Kaisalan shudders just at the thought of it. Kaisalan then proceeds to tell Logan that he is truly amazing, and realizes that this was Logan's plan all along, and Logan tells him that he is correct. Logan goes on to think that Hamar went through quite a hard time. Even though Logan had extra craftsmen assist him, he never expected him to complete the order 2 months ahead of schedule and even make 100 extra crossbows, as expected of an expert-ranked dwarf. He is obviously superior. Logan says that he'd also like to share this with the knights and soldiers, but there is the issue of funds and the possible leak of technology, so he should hold off on that for now. Logan tells Kaisalan to equip the mercenaries with crossbows and clear out the monsters from outside the territory, but Kaisalan thinks that is impossible. However, Logan is sure they can do it. Kaisalan tells Logan that it might be possible, but Logan isn't satisfied with this, and tells Kaisalan to make it possible because if he can't do that, everything else is meaningless. Kaisalan thinks that Logan wouldn't have made a weapon like this to subjugate monsters, and realizes that Logan is preparing for war. At the knight's training session, one knight comments on what tremendous stamina Logan has, and someone else asks if that ridiculous physical ability is genetic, to which some other knight says that if Logan is anything like the patriarch, he must be good with a sword. Then they comment about Logan's fight with Dominon, and one of the knights tells the other he shouldn't even dare to compare this kid to the old man, as Logan even lost to his little brother before awakening. However, despite that, it's kinda amazing how he has been consistently enduring the training for over a month. The training that was initially designed to drive Logan away now solidified as the new symbol of the Knight's Order. It is tiring, but it's way more rewarding than just running, and this feels like the right level of training fitting for a Knight's Order. It became an unexpected stimulus for the low-ranked knights who had been taking it easy in the training. And also, the knights began to truly understand and empathize with their horses, and the bonds among the knights were strengthened as well. Heinkel thinks that he merely persisted with the training since the first young master wouldn't quit, but he can't believe all these results. His lucky charm walked in on his own 2 feet. At night, in his room, Logan thinks that after pushing his body hard with training, he will stimulate his internal consciousness with meditation. Therefore, the iterations are synergizing with each other, and he's making solid progress. And lately, he's been seeing signs of a shift in the Force. If he can improve his martial powers as per his expectations, he can surpass all the monsters he saw in his previous life. That's when something unexpected happens. Logan's core grows. Logan starts saying some gibberish, and Logan's core becomes a 2-star core. Logan says that now he has the basics to learn the next secret technique of the sword secrets, Iron Slash, Killer Iron Slash. Just considering the power that the first technique gave him, he is sure the second technique will be far more powerful than expected. And if he can just master that technique before the war, even a high-ranking knight wouldn't scare him. Next, Kaisalon and the other mercenaries are hunting a pack of goblins. His troops shoot the goblins, killing them instantaneously, and remarking upon how there's hardly any recoil on those crossbows, and one guy says that his dart went through one guy's head and plunged into the head of another guy behind him. Logan thinks that the swarm of over 100 monsters was wiped out in under 10 seconds, and thinks that the mercenaries' old habits of using basic crossbows have been broken quite a bit, and that they're much faster at changing the magazines, and tells himself that it was worth the effort to come for the hunt so far into the territory. Kaisalon asks Logan if he is satisfied, and Logan tells him that he is somewhat satisfied, and remarks how they were a complete mess during the first monster hunt, but they've gotten so much better. After that, Kaisalon asks Logan why he is doing all of these preparations, saying that he's never heard of a mercenary army with this much firepower, and asks Logan if he is planning on slaying monsters all over the continent. However, Logan does not get to answer Kaisalon as a mounted rider rushes to get a message from Rick through to Logan. It appears that yesterday Viscount Tesseron declared war against the House of McLain. In the McLain war room, Patrick and the other higher-ups of the family are looking through a crystal ball as Viscount Tesseron states that, for the grudge of his ancestor over his wrongful death, he blames the House of McLain, leaving Patrick stunned. Some nobles char, asking themselves if what he's saying makes cause for war. Heinkel and Marion ask Patrick what he's going to do, and Heinkel continues by stating that just the Knight's Order of Viscount Tesserons has numerous more soldiers than they do, and even with Patrick on the battlefield, the chances of winning are slim. That's when one of the other nobles comes up with the idea that they should choose to guard the city and call reinforcements. However, this is a bad idea, as if that happens, the knights who can use force will be pushed, and the inside of the city will be a complete chaos, while some other guy proposes sending an envoy to propose peace. Patrick outbursts into a fit of rage, tells everyone to shut up, and goes on to explain that even if the royal family's authority isn't as strong as it used to be, these people just instantly declared war without even asking for permission, so it's crystal clear that they've planned this out. Therefore, peace is completely out of the question. He tells everyone to prepare for war, and tells his generals to come up with a plan for victory, as he will not tolerate any dissent. After all this, in the tense atmosphere, some noble asks Patrick if the young master Logan will also go to war, to which Patrick replies affirmatively. Marion goes on to say that Ranyan's force has awakened, and Logan is of age as well, so he should do his part as well. Hearing this, Rick realizes Logan is not at the castle, so he rushes to send an envoy to inform him. After being put up to speed, Logan thinks that based on the memories from his past life, the war wasn't supposed to start for another 2 months, and wonders what could possibly had hasted the War of the Fiefs. The envoy rushes Logan to hurry, as apparently the Viscount is breaking very custom and has got on the move right after declaring war, so Logan must hurry to at least make it in the middle of the war. Kaisalon and the others shout that the Logan mercenary troops are ready any time, and seeing this, Logan tells Kaisalon how he doesn't appear to be too surprised about this situation, to which Kaisalon replies that for a mercenary, if there is no war, they want to start one. He continues by saying that they've got their hands on a great weapon, so it's natural that they'd want to use it. Logan looks at his army and says that these guys are much too confident, but doesn't think much about it and says that what they are feeling is valid, as they've trained hard the past months, and overwhelmingly massacred the monster flocks, and goes on to say that it doesn't matter when the war starts, because all they've got to do is win. He thinks that they've got enough combat power right now, so he commands his troops to march for the McLain Plains, certain that this war will conclude in a victory. Back at the barony, the war began sooner than the McLains thought. The day after the declaration of war, Tesran's troops showed up at the McLain estate, and their numbers exceeded the vassals' expectations. Captain Heinkel informs Patrick that the Viscount's army is formed of 100 knights alone, over 1,000 normal troops, and almost 10,000 conscripts, telling the Patriarch that it's an all-out war. Hearing this, Patrick thinks that Tesran has gone mad. He's not just clashing with a main force of knights, who are basically superhuman for the average person in this battle, but he's also using conscripts in a war not even between nations, but in a simple domestic fiefdom war, thus making Patrick ask himself, why is Haman, the Viscount, going so far? And it looks like the bad news just keeps on coming. As next, the captain informs Patrick that the House of Kiros has informed them that they will not be sending any troops, leaving both Patrick and Marion speechless. Marion tries to argue that this situation is not possible and that it must be a mistake. She goes on to think that both Mr. Duane and herself checked with them and everything was set out to be fine, and that this wouldn't happen. Left with no choice, Patrick tells Heinkel to gather all men who can carry a weapon, saying that they will respond to this attack with full force. Patrick thinks how their trusted Kairos has turned their backs on them, and so backed into a corner. McLain gathered as many men as he could to fight against Tesran, and thus gathered 53 knights, 552 regular troops, and 4,418 conscripts, for a total of 5,023 troops. But this force wasn't even half the numbers of the Tesran's army. On the battlefield, two soldiers chat, and one of them asks about where is the first young master, Logan, to which the other replies that he went out a long while ago and hasn't come back yet. Some other soldiers comment that he probably won't come back and that he must have run away after hearing the news. Hearing this, Runyon turns around and asks them, what are they talking about? Telling them that there is no way Logan would do that. He thinks that Logan already expected this war to happen, and that's why he taught him this secret move, and that there is no way he'd run away. Some other soldiers hear what Runyon said, and begin to think that the rumors are true, that the son of the fief's lord ran away. After this, Patrick is seen standing next to Runyon, and he tells his younger son that he must play the role of his brother on his behalf, and tells him not to waver at any cost. He goes on to think that he does not want to believe these rumors, but that doesn't matter right now, as the only thing that matters is the winning of the war. So he commands all of his troops to charge forward and crush those scums attacking their home. Next, Tesran is seen with a smirk on his face, thinking that Patrick has drawn his sword at last, saying that his knights are his sword, and shouts at Patrick to face them. Patrick charges his attack with aura and tries to break through the vanguard, but he doesn't manage to, as a knight with a shield blocks his attack, leaving Patrick astounded. Rick is discovered to be on the battlefield as well, and he doesn't appear to be enjoying himself very much since he witnesses people being slain and torn apart in front of his very eyes. Rick reflects on how they are losing this fight, how they were forced to send out servants like him because of their extreme disadvantage, and how, no matter what, they will lose if they get caged where they are. As he is thinking so, he is struck in the head by a Tesran army member who is about to kill him, but he manages to avoid the blow, and an ally soldier saves him by killing the enemy and instructing him to get back up and prepare his spear. Rick reaches out and grabs his hand, attempting to express his gratitude for saving him, but before he can do so, an enemy knight murders his comrade and splatters blood all over Rick's face. Rick understands that his only chance of surviving is to flee as far behind the enemy as he can. Suddenly, mounted soldiers charge toward him as he passes between the bodies of both his allies and adversaries. Rick knows that they have also been surrounded from behind, and fears that this may be the place where they will all perish. While fighting the knights who halted his onslaught, Patrick's adversary assures him that he lives up to his name, and that they have made several preparations, but he still finds it hard to trust his condition. While observing him, Patrick considers how this man resisted his deadly blows that also contained force, and how he was surprised Tesran also had a high-ranking knight. He continues, reasoning that the other knights must be at least intermediate rank knights, and wonders if this explains why they do not fear him. Patrick asks them if they are the ones prepared to deal with him, to which the other knight replies by asking Patrick how he likes the preparations. Seeing that he is surrounded by 4 knights, he thinks that if he gets blocked there, so will the knight's order, and so he picks up his sword and charges toward his enemy, vowing that this will never happen. He clenches swords with the high-ranking knight, but he is attacked by some other guy from behind with a spear, yet luckily for him, he manages to dodge it. Seeing that everyone is just attacking him from all directions, Patrick asks them if they have any honor as knights, and calls them bastards for fighting dirty. However, they don't seem to know the word, let alone care about it, and one of them even says that this is his last struggle before dying, so they should just let him be. Once again, Patrick charges full force ahead, clenching swords with one of his opponents, yet this time he's not so lucky, as he gets stabbed through the back of his stomach with a spear, leaving him gravely wounded. He goes on to think that while the high-ranking knight blocks his attacks, the others jump and attack him, an obvious trap, yet there is no way to escape it. And as the enemy even managed to take the rear, he thinks that Logan did well to run away, and staring his defeat in the face, he states his hopes that at least maybe Logan will be able to continue his family's legacy. As Tesrin looks from the distance at the battle between Patrick and the knights, he thinks that it was a smart good choice not to let the word spread that he has a high-ranking knight at his disposal, as now, all he has to do is have Patrick crushed and to take over the McLain castle. He is about to continue his thought, but he hears a strange noise from behind. It is the sound of cavalry troops, and a servant comes to inform him that they've spotted a unit of cavalry troops in the rear, approaching the battlefield, around 300 of them or more. Tesrin thinks about this, and asks the soldier who came to inform him if the McLains had any other troops they didn't know of, to which the soldier replies that what's peculiar is the fact that cavalrymen are not even carrying spears, but instead, the only weapons they have are small crossbows. Hearing this, Lord Tesron bursts into laughter, asking if by crossbows he means the weapons that the hunters use, and tells the soldier to get the rear soldiers and archers to get rid of them, as they are no elite troops, just some trash soldiers. As he says that though, an arrow flies through the head of his soldier, making Tesrin shit his armor. It appears that Logan has joined the battle, and he is really pissed to see what is happening on the battlefield, so he gives his mercenaries the order to fire, raining arrows on the Tesron's army. The arrows of the mercenaries pierce the Tesron knights, decimating hundreds within seconds, slashing through shields and flesh alike. One soldier thinks of how all those who didn't ready their shields are dead, and how he would have been one of them if he were to be 1 second late. The archers of the Tesron are prepared to fire their arrows toward Logan's troops. However, they don't reach, as their bows are too weak, and so the mercenaries fire once again, killing more and more of the Viscount's soldiers. Seeing this, Tesrin wonders how this could happen, acknowledging that the rear has turned into chaos in seconds, and Logan's mercenaries didn't even use magic, just those damn crossbows, so he asks himself what the hell kind of weapon Patrick has made. He shouts for the cavalrymen, ordering all of them to get to the rear and catch those bastards. The cavalry is rushing towards Logan's troops, and Logan couldn't be more thrilled to see this, as he says they're coming to him on their own. Next, a fight between Ranyan and some other knight seems to be afoot. Ranyan dodges an attack, and his enemy tells him that he did a good job, trying to mock him. Two enemy soldiers start fighting, one of them telling the other to stop toying with this kid, as the battle is taking a strange turn, but the other replies that he's doing his best, and that Ranyan, even though a kid, is not to be underestimated. Hearing all of this, Ranyan thinks that he gets it now. After he's been exposed to an actual battle and not just sparring, he realizes that he's not actually a genius, but a simple kid who had his awakening. Regardless of that fact, he cannot lose, as there is too much at stake. Ranyan thinks of his father, and how he counted on him to do Logan's part as well in this war, and then says that he cannot crumble down there, no matter what. As he thinks about this, an opportunity arises that Ranyan notices instantly. He sees one of the soldiers with their backs turned, and asks himself why the hell would they do that, and thinks that whatever the reason, this is an opportunity that he cannot lose. So he swings the sword in one long stroke and slashes through the body of the soldier. He does so easily that even he remains stunned. Then he notices the arrows on the soldier's chest, and when he raises his head, he's happy to see his brother, shouting his name aloud. However, this happiness only lasts for a second, as the other cavalrymen storm from behind Ranyan toward Logan, trying to attack them at the Viscount's command. Seeing this, Logan remarks upon the kite shield formation the cavalry have adopted, saying that it's a remarkable defense formation, but that wouldn't stop him, as his evil plan is just now revealed. Logan instructs his soldiers to aim their crossbows diagonally toward the ground, leaving them to question Logan's judgment once again. That is, until Logan once again shows his psychotic smile and tells the mercenaries to aim for the horses. Bro is really playing every dirty trick in the book to win this war. Upon hearing this, the mercenaries are thrilled, sharing the same killer smile as Logan, and so a rain of arrows falls down on the cavalrymen's horses, leaving all the soldiers on the ground. Logan goes on to think that it appears he was there in time to be able to help Ranyan, but there's still the matter of his father. He thinks about how he vowed to save his family in this life, and how there is no point in winning the battle if he loses his family. Thus, he gives Kaisalan the command and rushes for his father. Seeing this, Kaisalan tells Logan that this was not the plan, and worries about what might happen. He thinks that victory is right in front of them, and wonders why would Logan try to get himself killed like that. He goes on to think that even if he's stronger than him, if he runs into an intermediate rank knight, things might not work in his favor anymore. Kaisalon finally takes command and tells everyone to cover Logan as he rushes through the enemy troops. Patrick is still dueling the high-ranking knight, and it looks like he might be losing. The high-ranking knight tells Patrick that he can't believe he ran at him even though he knew he would get stabbed. Patrick manages to dodge his attack in the last second and then jumps back to create some distance. He realizes that something is strange in the way his enemies have started to fight. They are all pushing themselves and basically throwing themselves at him, and Patrick wonders why are they so desperate when they have the upper hand. Once again, he manages to pair the two spears that are coming toward him, and in the next second, Logan jumps in front of his father, defeating two of the intermediate rank soldiers in a split second, leaving Patrick to wonder what has happened. Patrick goes on to think that he saw Logan coming with the mercenary corps from behind the enemy, but he's sure that place is pretty far off from where they are now, and as he's turning his head to look to the back, he wonders how Logan got all the way there through so many enemies. What he sees leaves him in shock, as behind him there's a sea of corpses, and wonders if Logan was the one to take all of them down. Patrick wants to ask his son how he got so strong, but says that this is not important right now, and that he doesn't understand what's going on. Instead, he asks if the fact that Logan is here means that they have the upper hand, to which Logan replies affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Patrick rests his hand on Logan's shoulder and tells him that he did a good job. The high-ranking knight is looking at Logan and wonders if he saw what happened right, how a mere 20-year-old country bumpkin pushed off to intermediate rank knights at the same time. He thinks that he was toiling to death at that age to become a knight, but none of that matters now, as he is going to kill Logan right then and there, and then he commands his fallen comrades to get back into position. Seeing what just happened, Patrick thinks that the attack Logan used was just enough to tell him that Logan might not be a high-ranking knight, but he is strong enough to handle most intermediate rank knights, and thinks that if Logan takes on the intermediate rank knights, and he tails on the high-ranking knight, they might have a chance to win. However, this is not going to happen, as Logan throws his hand in front of his father, and tells him that he will face the high-ranking knight alone. Patrick tells Logan that it's too much for him, and even though he acknowledges his progress, he's still a high-ranking knight. Patrick doesn't get to finish his sentence, as Logan punches him in the guts and makes him fall to the ground. Logan tells Patrick that in this state even he could win against him, and asks his father to have trust and leave this up to him, to which Patrick reluctantly agrees. He tells Logan to be careful, to which he replies that they should be quick and end this. The high-ranking knight is stunned to see Logan come at him instead of Patrick, and gets annoyed thinking how a whelp like him would even dare something like that. Logan storms through the battlefield, charging his force, and clenches swords with his opponent, pushing him a couple of meters behind with just one attack, leaving him stunned. The knight goes on to wonder how could this be possible, since even with his wounds, he doesn't sense any remarkable power from him or a high level. Yet the fact that he's being overpowered could only mean one thing, that Logan is pushing himself way too hard, and as he prepares to rush towards Logan thinks that otherwise, none of it makes sense. He attacks Logan with murderous intent, and they jump a couple of times from one place to another, dodging each other's hits. As their swords are clenched once again, the knight thinks that only if he wasn't injured, he would get the upper hand and kill Logan. But as he's thinking that, Logan sees an opportunity and manages to slash through his opponent, hurting him, and in a second, he jumps back to avoid a counterattack. Looking at this scene, the knight thinks that there isn't even a single opening and that he needs to grab a chance to attack him. He seems to notice something that Logan also acknowledges. The force from Logan's sword is absorbed into his and thinks that this is also an opening, and says that Logan fell for it. He prepares to attack Logan, and it appears that his attack will land this time since Logan has lost his center of gravity. However, this is not the case, as next Logan gets back on his feet, leaving the knight to wonder if he's too slow. Next, Logan is charging his aura again, prepared to use his sacred technique, and seeing this, the knight says that he needs to get away quickly. Logan reveals a slashing wave of force, killing his enemy instantaneously and leaving everyone around him astounded by what just happened. Then he goes on to shout that he, Logan McLain, has killed the enemy general of the Tesseron army. Hearing this, the Tesseron soldiers get scared shitless, wondering how could the high-ranking knight fall, as they don't even see the Viscount's flag anymore. They start dropping their swords on the ground and ask to be taken as surrendering prisoners. Rick starts chanting Logan's name, wishing good health to his master, and everyone follows his example. The Viscount, however, seems to be fleeing the battlefield, asking himself where did it all go wrong, and saying that he prepared a whole 3 years for this battle, how he even asked for help from other nobles and gathered 100 knights, and that damn Ginger with his cavalrymen and their weapons have ruined everything for him. He thinks that he should get back to his territory first. That way at least he'll make it out alive. As he gets to his castle, he orders the guards to open the gates, and they're stunned to see him there. As this is happening, another guard sees something in the distance and states that they are cavalrymen, with Logan at their command. Seeing this, Tessorn shits himself. Logan gets down from his horse and tells the Viscount that he was pretty quick to run away, and then as he stands before the gates of the Viscount territory, he shouts for everyone to hear that Tesrin lost the war, and then commands the garrison to open the gates and receive the true winner of this war. Looking down on the scene, the soldiers on the walls ask themselves if this is really true, and think that this might be why the Viscount came back in such a rush. However, a general shouts at them, asking if they are cowering after hearing the enemy's words, and they get back to their senses. He goes on to say that there are only a little over 300 enemies, and as Logan is charging his aura once more, he goes on to say that they cannot be defeated by siege by such a small force. The soldiers guarding the gates ask what the hell is Logan doing, and Logan leaps above the tens of meters tall wall and tells the general to open the gates unless they all have a death wish, in which case he'll kill them all and open the gates himself. Inside the palace, Tesron is gathering his most valuable belongings and money, and thinks that he should at least take some gold coins with him. Logan shouts at Teston from behind that he's finally got him. Falling on his back, Tessorn asks Logan how he got in there, to which Logan replies that his servants gave it away even before he had a chance to put his blade to work, and that this is saying something about his reputation as a lord of this fief. Seeing this, Tessorn is furious, asking himself how could his own servants sell him out. Then he goes back to being a little bitch, and tells Logan he wants to surrender, and that he'll compensate him with whatever reparation and share as per the convention of fiefdom wars, and begs Logan to spare his life and his family. Hearing this, Logan mockingly asks him about the conventions, and then looks down on him, saying that he does not have the right to bring up any of the conventions, as he announced a war out of nowhere and just barged in within a day. Logan is pissed, and with a vein on his forehead popping, he asks Tesron if he even has a conscience. Tesron still tries to appeal to Logan, saying that he must maintain the honor of the nobles, and that all prisoners, captured in fiefdom wars, are guaranteed their lives by the conventions. Logan agrees to those terms and says that he will respect the honor and customs of his own house, the House of McLain, so he'll grant Tesron his life, and give him time and permission to take a certain amount of wealth and leave. Hearing this, Tesrin wants to thank him. However, Logan interrupts him and says that if he were his father, would indeed do all that. He then says that Patrick is a man of honor, so much so, that he'd accept a surrender without any conditions whatsoever. Then Logan notices a diamond-encrusted knife in a chest behind Tesron, and as he picks it up, he remarks upon its beauty. Tesron urges Logan to take the knife, saying that it has been made by the best craftsman in the kingdom. Hearing this, Logan denies Tesron's gift, and tells him that he should take the knife with him, and sticks it right through his chest. In his dying breath, Tesron tells Logan that he's a liar, as he promised him that he would spare his life, to which Logan replies that he never said that. Instead, he just remarked on what his father would have done. However, unfortunately for him, Logan is not at all like his father. Tesron wants to murmur something about the honor of the nobles, and Logan shuts him up by asking if he knows how many people died because of his greed, and tells Tesron to end his filthy life right there. Tesron falls lifeless on the ground, and Logan looks at him and thinks of how Tesron should thank God that he died such a simple death. As he makes a fist with Tesron's blood, he huffs, and says that finally they are past the crisis, and he says that he has to wrap things up. To do that, he shouts that Viscount Haemon Tesron has ended his own life, and thinks that this should be enough. Just as he's finished, Kaisalon enters the room, and tells Logan that he should take a look at the castle's underground prison. A few days later, on the outside walls of the Viscount Tesron's castle, Logan and Patrick are talking. Patrick tells Logan that he came straight to the Tesron castle as soon as he recovered. He asks Logan about the suicide of Haemon. Logan acknowledges this fact and says that Lord Tesron must have been in great despair to do such a thing. However, Patrick doesn't buy this, and asks Logan if he killed Tesron. He then gets really close to his face. For some reason, they both look like they are mewing. Logan comes clean, and says that he indeed deliberately killed Tesron, arguing that they must bring the Tesron fief back into their hands, and tells his father that he doesn't want to leave their bloodline alive to create future trouble. Hearing this, Patrick looks at his son and greets him, saying that he's an adult, and that he must have had his reason. He then goes on to tell Logan that no matter what anyone says, he played the greatest part in this battle and thanks him. Hearing this makes Logan happy, and he looks toward his father with a great old smile. "Good job, big boy." Patrick blushes and tries to clear his throat and give Logan even more good news. Patrick goes on to tell his son that he'll be named the official heir to the House of McLain. Logan is happy to hear this, so he nods, with a smile on his face, and tells his father that he's sorry and that he'll have to refuse. After hearing this, Patrick remains stunned and asks Logan why he'd do such a thing. Is it because he's worried about his reputation? If that is the case, then Patrick reassures Logan that his feats in this battle are enough to turn it around. However, Logan says that this is not the reason, leaving his father to wonder. Logan goes on to say that since the McLains are a family of knights, Ranyan would be far more fit for the position. He then tells his father that Ranyan became a force user at the mere age of 14, which is 4 years faster than him. There's no telling what kind of feats he can achieve when he comes of age. Hearing all of this, Patrick is left speechless. However, he argues that even if what he says is true, your martial ability doesn't make you the lord of a family. Logan goes on to think that this may be the case according to the common knowledge of today. But if Ranyan receives the title of the youngest force user of the continent, like in his previous life, there won't be any problem whatsoever. And more importantly than that, there is no benefit to Logan becoming the successor. Neither does he want to waste his time to be the next Baron. Logan tells Patrick that as the older brother, he would like to give his younger brother a chance. So he hopes that his father will wait until Ranyan comes of age to choose his successor. Patrick replies that he didn't think Logan would be so mindful of his brother, and tells him that he will accept his wish and push the selection of the heir to 5 years from now, when Ranyan becomes an adult. And hearing this, Logan thanks his father. However, that being said, Patrick will still grant Logan another reward. They will go back to the McLain and calculate the exploits from this war, which will probably come out to a few 100,000 gold. Yet it seems that Logan already has something in mind for his reward. Next, a guard shouts for the gates to be opened as the knights of the McLain have returned. The people of the city remark on how they've returned within only a week of the war, and how they've heard that the war has ended in just 1 day. 2 guys begin to speak, and one of them wonders how that is even possible, and asks if their knights were always that strong toe, which the other guy replies by asking him if he heard the rumors, that it's all thanks to the first young master, Logan McLain. He goes on to say that according to the soldiers who came back first, young Master Logan's mercenaries turned the battle around. They jumped out from behind the enemies as if they knew it would happen. Another guy comments that they've annihilated the enemies with some mysterious weapon, and that Logan has even taken down a high-ranking knight all alone. Then a girl asks if the young master was always such a great person, to which some other guy says that he always thought that Logan was just fooling around here and there. The citizens begin to wonder that maybe he has bought all that monster meat in the past for a good reason, and that he must have had a bigger picture in mind. The crowd begins to theorize that maybe Logan was just acting all this time, and they get goosebumps over it. They even begin to praise Logan, saying that prodigies are simply on another level. Thanks to the fact that he is now a mana user, Logan hears everything, and says that it is so embarrassing to hear people talking like that about him. Even Ranyan goes on to ask him how it feels for everyone to praise him, and Logan replies that all that is doing is making him red in the face, and tells his brother not to overdo it. But Ranyan tells his brother this is impossible, as everything he says is true, and that Logan should smile at the people, since they are so glad to see him. Logan thinks about it, and seeing all those excited faces, he decides to go for it, and gives them a killer smile. Literally, he looks like he's trying to keep the poop in until he manages to get to the castle. He's quite frankly fancy pants Rich McGee, or maybe Medusa, as they all turn to stone after seeing Logan's smile, making all of them believe that Logan wants to chop their heads off with his thumb. Yet Logan doesn't understand what he's done wrong, and Ranyan just pities him. Patrick turns his head to look at Logan, and he appears to be really proud, as next, he shouts that the next praises should be for the champion of this war, and to begin the grand welcome. Long live McLain! Long live young Master Logan! Next, the grounds of the castle are shown, and Logan strolls through the court, thinking that a welcome ceremony lasting till the morning is impressive, especially for people who just got back from war. However, his happiness is short-lived, as his mother shouts at him from behind and asks him what is he scheming. Ranyan pulls on her mother's arm, trying to stop her, but Marion goes on to say that she has heard everything and asks Logan if he's really rejected becoming the successor, and what in the hell is he plotting, as he might have fooled the others, but she doesn't fall in that category. Ranyan tries to de-escalate the conflict and tells Logan that the matter with the Kairoses really affected Marion, but Logan tells him everything is okay. He turns back to Marion and thinks that despite her long-lasting resentment, right now she's lost all real power because Kiros betrayed her, and she can no longer be a threat to him. He goes on to think that as long as he's doing this right now, she might accept his apology sincerely. He acknowledges to Marion that his actions in the past few months were not at all trustworthy, and that he too is even regretful of his actions that were driven by jealousy and inferiority. Hearing this, Marion shouts at Ranyan that she was right, as Logan even admitted it himself that it was all his plan. However, Ranyan interrupts her and once again begs her to stop. He apologizes to Logan once more and tells him that she's not normal right now. However, Logan doesn't seem to care much about Marion, as next he appeals to Ranyan and tells him to listen carefully, because he's actually the one who deserves an apology. Ranyan is stunned to hear that, and asks Logan what he means by that. Logan goes on to say that he's been apologizing to him ever since he came back, but he could never say exactly what for. It seems that the regrets and cowardly nature he's built up over the years weren't so easy to overcome. Runyon asks his brother what on earth he means, yet Logan implies that Runyon already knows what he's talking about, that for the past years Logan actually detested Runyon. Logan goes on to say that he tried to avoid his own incompetence by hating Runyon, and that right now he genuinely regrets those pathetic years of his existence, and asks Runyon to allow for a formal and genuine apology. Logan bows down his head and tells his brother he is sorry. After all this, Runyon looks at his brother without saying anything, and Logan, still staring down, thinks that ultimately, your wrongdoings can't just be covered up by your good deeds, and says that he is just as naive as ever. Runyon finally breaks the silence and tells Logan that everything is okay, and Logan is stunned to hear that. Runyon goes on to say that he believed that as long as he was nice to Logan, even when Logan was cold towards him, someday the brother he knew would return, and smiled at Logan. I'm not gonna lie to you all, this is enough to make a grown man cry. Logan is happy, and wonders if maybe he hesitated to do something this easy for this long. He then goes on to speak to his mother. Logan tells Marion that he genuinely cares for Runyon, and that he honestly hopes for Runyon to become the successor. He goes on to say that he knows well that asking Marion to trust him immediately is a hard favor to ask, so he instead asks her to keep watching him, as everything he does going forward is for the greater good of the family. And as Marion leaves, Logan thinks that this apology should suffice for now. Next, in some forest, Logan and Hamar walk together, and Hamar asks Logan where on earth are they going right after returning from war, but Logan tells Hamar he had enough rest, and it's about time to get back to work, to which Hamar replies that he's only anxious about the task, and murmurs that he's actually anxious about how Logan is going to squeeze everything he's got in him this time. But Logan assures Hamar he will definitely enjoy this task, but Hamar is reluctant, thinking Logan has no idea what he's talking about. They stop in a clearing, both looking in the distance, and Hamar seems to be stunned. It appears that Logan wants to develop a mine. Next, the conversation from Tesron Barony is completed, and Patrick goes on to tell us what Logan wants as his reward. It appears that what he wanted is the chance to develop the hill near Tesron's border. Patrick says that they may call that place a hill, but it's actually a wasteland, as there's nothing there, and he asks Logan why it has to be that place. But Logan just smirks, and says that there might be gold buried underneath that wasteland. It seems that the real reason for which Tesron forcefully started a war came to light a year after the war ended. Tesron had begun exporting gold from a hill in the McLain territory they had taken over. The gold from that mine alone made Tesron far more influential than the average Count family. That was until Logan McLain massacred their family in revenge. In the underground prison of the Tesron Barony, Kaisalan says there are a few peculiar people there, so he thinks Logan should have a look. One of the prisoners states that they didn't do anything bad to get imprisoned, just what the Count asked, to bring gold from the mine as they were hired to, yet the Viscount locked them up anyway. Logan places his hand on his face in disbelief, thinks how stupid Tesron was, and doesn't believe he locked up 5 of those precious mine specialists. Seeing this, one of the prisoners asks Logan if he's getting mad on their behalf. But what's actually happening is that the businessman inside him came to light, and Logan thinks that he has found a way to some unexpected profit. The old man looks at Logan and wonders what even is the deal with this guy. We all wonder, Pops. Logan goes on to think that they've won in the fief war against Tesron, but that is the equivalent to barely making it past a small wave. If invasion by the Empire led to the collapse of the nation in the final hurdle, the event that will happen after 1 year will be the downfall of the nation. That is the death of the present king, Samuel von Grandia. The king's sudden death led to a clash over the crowd among 3 princes, leading to a 3-year-long civil war that drastically reduced the kingdom's forces. Before the kingdom could recover, the Empire invasion began. Actually, it was the first cause that led to the downfall of the kingdom. Since McLain isn't part of a specific faction, maintaining neutral stance like this could leave them as a mere spectator. But Logan thinks this is an opportunity as well, and he can't just let it blow. He says that he's going to use that unrest to regain the country's past territories and become the Lord of the Southwest once again, and if possible end the Civil War, and something else. But just when Logan is about to say it, somebody interrupts him. Hamar is asking Logan what is he daydreaming about after calling him there, since he didn't even answer when he called out to him. Logan thinks that he didn't even realize it, and that he has to get his act together, as he barely got through a crisis just now. With the future in mind, he's got to build up forces as quickly as possible, but right now that's just going to sound like he's crazy. So no matter what, he's got to do it with his own money. That hill will become the cash cow to fund his endeavors. Logan tells his servants that there's gold in the middle of this hill, and he wants to dig it up to develop a mine, and asks them what is the estimated cost. His servants look mesmerized, and Hamar thinks that this is another ridiculous request. The old man thinks that Tesron was paying them a lot, so he agreed instantly, but a gold mine might be too much, and asks Logan if he's sure there's gold in there, to which Logan says that he is sure, and tells them he saw the gold, and the old man asks how that is possible. Logan tells them that this is a secret operation, so only the 6 people that are there will do the drilling. And hearing this, the old man thinks that Logan might want to kill them. The old man asks Logan how can just the 6 of them do the drilling, and tells him that he is being excessive. He wants to say that even with a dwarf this is just too much, but he doesn't finish the sentence and prays for Hamar to do it instead. But Hamar looks him in the eyes and says that he might as well be prepared to die, to sleep a little less and give up on living like a normal human. And seeing that look, the old man thinks he is screwed. Logan thinks that as expected of Hamar, he's got the mindset of a slave, or better said, of a worker. Logan says that now Hamar and the old man are ready to work, and once again asks to hear for the estimate. The old man tells Logan that they need to drill to get an estimate of the gold deposits inside the hill, but only the initial investment will have to be 5 million gold. Hamar also says that the safe development of the mine will take a long time, and just the preparation will take 6 months, and the full force mining will take another 6 months. Just as he thought, Logan says that it's going to take a lot of money and time, but this mine made Viscount Tesseron richer than other Count families, and he needs to develop this mine at all costs. He argues that only if he were able to sell the monster meat right now, he would have enough money, but the effects of it will only become well known around 6 months from now. However, Logan realizes that maybe he doesn't need to wait, and that if he addresses its toxic nature, he can use it as medicine right away. He thinks that he has used neutralizing agents countless times when he was a mercenary, so he can make it as well. If he makes it himself and sells it, he will get a fortune. A week later, at the Southwest McLain Villa, Rick brings Logan the shady medicine made by grinding nightgrass, plot herbs, and leaky grass. Logan tells Rick not to call it shady, as it's only a neutralizing agent. Logan then asks where is the monster meat, and Rick tells him it's in the villa's warehouse just as he asked. Logan tells Rick that this is great, and that they're going to put the medicine in the monster meat. Hearing this, Rick goes crazy, and asks Logan if he has to go with him, and Logan tells him that of course he has, but it seems Rick is not so excited, and tells Logan that he's never been there, so he doesn't know what he's up against. Logan is annoyed and wonders why is this brat fussing so much all of a sudden, but then he suddenly understands. The smell is so bad it could even make a sewer look more favorable. Logan says that he knew it smelled bad, but this is making him want to throw up, and it seems that Rick is already at it. However, Logan finds a solution. He uses his aura to block the smell of the monster meat. After that, he's prepared to go in, and he tells Rick that they need to get started, but Rick is stunned to see Logan is okay, while he's still about to barf, and when he asks Logan about it, Logan tells him that he paralyzed his sense of smell using force. Rick calls Logan selfish, and Logan tells him that if it bothers him so much, he should awaken the force himself, and do whatever he pleases. Logan gives Rick a white powder that is the neutralizer, and tells him to sprinkle it on the meat. He tells him that he should sprinkle enough to make the outer layer look white, and the black part that's left is the poison, so he should be careful. After that, he needs to mince it finely, and make it into small balls. After he prepares a sample, he asks Rick if it looks like medicine, and he replies affirmatively. Logan goes on to say that they're going to sell this as medicine. Rick is going to be the one making it, so he needs to pay attention so he can remember it. Rick protests, and tells Logan he won't do that at any cost. Logan tells Rick that he's going to pay him 100 gold for each pill made, and that makes him change his mind. However, Logan is sad, because he thought he could get it done for free. Logan tells Rick that he needs to test how effective it is, and Rick asks what it's used for, and Logan tells him that it's a medicine that's good for men, but Rick doesn't understand what Logan means by that. Logan tells him that he's so frustrating, and that he'll explain it only once, so he should listen carefully. A picture of 2 rabbits appears, a male and a female. The male seems unhappy because he is weak and can't stir his little stick inside the pot, so the woman taps him on the shoulder and gives him a chill pill. The chill pill turns him into a super rabbit and makes his stick 4 times the size it was before, so he can better use it to stir the pot. After hearing this, Logan asks Rick if he understands, and he says that he's got it, and tells Logan that there's a perfect person for him to test that. Logan asks who that is, to which Rick replies that it's Mr. Dwayne. Next, Dwayne is seen knocking on the door of Logan's study, and he tells him to come in. Dwayne tells him that he's sorry to bother him, and that he heard Logan called for him. As he enters the study, Dwayne can't see where Logan went. That's until he appears like a Dracula behind Dwayne and scared the shit out of him, as he tells him he was waiting for him. Dwayne jumps back like a professional basketball player almost having a heart attack, and tells Logan that he can't just pop behind people out of nowhere. Logan gets close to Dwayne and tells him that he was just going to massage his shoulders, as he has been so tired these days from cleaning up matters after the war. But Dwayne says he is fine, and that Lord McLain is having a much harder time. Logan remarks on how he even collapsed because he is so low on energy, but Dwayne says this happened because Logan surprised him. Logan tells Dwayne that he knows he has been having a hard time. He then proceeds to shout at him that they are broke since they dug up every last penny they had for the war, and the servants and knights don't even know that, yet they keep pestering him asking for money. Thus, the administration is having the hardest time ever. Dwayne says that he must have misunderstood Logan all this time, and that he didn't expect him to be so deeply considerate to even think about the administrators. However, Dwayne doesn't finish his sentence, because Logan intervenes, and asks if this might be the reason for which he has trouble in bed, and upon hearing this, the poor man remains still as a statue. He charges for the door and wants to leave, but Logan asks him to at least listen to all he has to say, and then proceeds to give him the medicine made in the backyard of his villa. Logan tells Dwayne that it's a patented product from the Philip merchantry in Kale, and that it has guaranteed results even from just one pill. He then goes on to think that he never even tried the pill himself. Dwayne takes the pill reluctantly, and looks at it while Logan goes on to ask him what he thinks about this deal, as he is giving Dwayne the pill as a present, before giving it to anyone else. After some time, Dwayne is seen running the castle corridors towards Logan and Rick. They both turn when Rick hears Dwayne shouting after them, and Logan already thinks that his plan works, as Dwayne came back for more medicine. Rick starts to school Dwayne for running the corridors, but Dwayne doesn't care one bit about it, and jumps right to asking Logan how much he wants for the pills. Poor guy looks like he could murder for those pills. Seeing this, Logan puts on a killer smile, and says that the medicine is a hit. Rick looks annoyed at the scene because no one is giving him any attention, while Logan tells Rick to give him his hand. Dwayne huffs and sweats intensely, and kneels before Logan. Blood looks like he's about to propose, and Logan looks like he might accept, while Rick is just amazed by whatever is happening. Logan hands Dwayne a wooden box of pills, and Dwayne accepts them, as if he was just given the biggest honor there is. Turns out that after the first successful trial, men bowed their heads in front of Logan, and the experiments continued a few more times. Sometime later, in Logan's study, Logan talks to Heinkel, telling him that he had heard the rumors that he and his wife had been fighting every night. Yet Heinkel doesn't admit to these rumors, and asks Logan who dares spread lies like that. He doesn't get to say another word, as Logan tells him to stop the yapping, and shoves a pill in his mouth. He turns out to be Logan's second experiment subject. Heinkel swallows the pill, and instantly feels the effects. He turns his leg towards the door, and wants to tell Logan something, but he cuts him out, telling him to go to his wife, as he will straighten things out with his father for him. Upon hearing this, Heinkel thanks him with a smile on his face, and as the force of nature he is, leaves the room for what we can assume will be one good tumble. Later we see Patrick in his study. He was the third person he experimented on, and Patrick also seems to be satisfied with the results of the medicine. As Logan turns around to look at his father's room, he introspects that he feels bad for Ranyan, as they might get another baby brother soon, and he won't be the smallest anymore. Upon seeing everything that has happened, Rick is pissed, and asks Logan why he never asked him to try the pill. After all, he went through the most hard work. Logan stares him blankly in the eyes, and then reverts his gaze to his crouch, after which he just turns around and leaves, while Rick shouts after him, "What was the meaning of that look he just gave him?" Logan stops in his tracks, with his back turned to Rick, and tells him that he wouldn't get any opportunity to use the pill anyway, so it would just be a waste of product on him. He then tells him not to follow him, as he stinks. At this point, I truly believe Logan enjoys torturing this poor bastard. Logan is then seen talking to Philip through a magic globe, and Philip acknowledges the fact that if the medicine is as effective as Logan says, it will definitely be in demand. He asks Logan how much he thinks about pricing it, and Logan says that it will be 100 gold for one pill, and 10,000 for a set of 10 pills. Phillips looks reluctant to Logan's price point, and asks if he's not taking the nobles in the capital to be pushovers, and says that he will get in trouble at this rate. Logan tells Philip that he's not, saying that he's only confident in what he is selling. That is because in his past life too, the medicine sold so much the price got ridiculously expensive. He says that if Philip supplies only a small amount through limited production, it'll sell at even higher prices. Upon hearing this, Philip says that it makes sense, as he pays for 10 more minutes for the communication channel. Logan goes on to say that he is positive that great results will be afoot if someone famous tries it and gives a testimony about it. Someone famous who needs this medicine, that is. Phillips doesn't know what to say, arguing that no noble would advertise that his impotence got better after taking the pill. Logan then says that they don't exactly need to advertise it, as there are so many ears listening in on the nobles, that even if a secret rumor spreads, they'd still come flocking like bees to flowers. And after hearing this, Philip comes up with an idea, telling Logan to go to the party in the capital. But Logan is pissed hearing this, asking Philip if he's serious about this. He thinks that the only party he has ever been to is the mercenaries' party when they've won the war, and that the family didn't even have any money to hold a party. Philip goes on to say that parties are best for making connections, though for it to be of help in business, that would take some time. And it's not like Logan could sell the medicine at the party himself, but actually this gives Logan an idea. Philip proceeds to ask Logan if he's actually thinking about doing something like that, saying that his family will be ostracized by the high society if he does that. Logan tells him that this will of course not happen if he doesn't sell it. He then tells Philip about a grand informant in the capital and tells him to go to him and find out everything Logan needs to know. Hearing this, Philip is reluctant, asking Logan what informant is he talking about and what is he putting him up to this time. Yet Logan only replies by saying he will come to Grand soon and he'll tell him all the details when he gets there. Hearing this, Philip is having a bad feeling about it. A week later, Logan has arrived in the capital city of Grandia Kingdom Grand, and Philip looks at him in disbelief that he actually came. Philip asks Logan how he got permission from his family, a son of a noble coming to the capital to sell aphrodisiacs, not a sight you would want to see. Logan assures Philip that he didn't tell his family the truth, although bringing around 3,000 boxes without a servant was a bit of an issue. Logan goes on to think that his father also sent him way easier than expected, and thinks that it's because of his feats during the war. Philip says that if he thinks about it, Logan didn't have any servants the first time they've met either, and asks him if he's sure it's okay for a noble's son to go around like this. Logan replies that having a servant with him actually makes it hard to get anywhere, not to mention that that guy has got his own work to do. Logan thinks about Rick, and the fact that he gave him quite a huge task to take care of. Logan goes on to say that even if he treats him harshly from time to time, in his past life, and in this one as well, Rick has done everything for him, and he goes on to say that he is thankful for him, but not before a picture with Rick and his monologue being shown. How Rick stole a bunch of pills from Logan, and Logan telling Rick that if he shakes him and any pills come out, he will hit Rick for each one. This is what I call tough love. Logan goes on to say that he has made up his mind, as he saw something just now, a flashback Philip thinks. Logan says that to celebrate all the work Rick put into this, he will name the medicine Impo Rick. The best way to honor a man's legacy is to name an impotence pill after him. Bearing witness to what Logan just said, there's not a doubt in Philip's mind or mine. Logan must be a lunatic inside a dormitory. Philip tells Logan that he must be tired from the long journey, and that it would be great for him to recover from all that fatigue in a bar. Logan replies by saying he should really talk about people who can't get that up in a place where there are so many ears listening, and Philip tells him that the room is definitely a better place for a chat on that topic. Philip goes on to tell Logan that he has met with that informant Logan wanted him to see, and asks Logan if he is sure about giving him 900 gold for each document. Logan says that he is pricey indeed, but he's just as skilled too. He tells Philip that as long as he ordered correctly, they'll get the perfect information, and then Philip says that he has placed the order word by word as Logan told him. One document with the names of grand nobles who've been married in the last 10 years, yet don't have a child. Second, names of nobles who haven't taken in any second wives or lovers. And 3, names of nobles who often look for food that's good for stamina. Upon hearing this, Logan says that everything Philip said is right on the spot, and that they will be fine. He praises him for the great job, not just for this task, but for every single one he has told Philip to complete in the capital. Philip says that it wasn't that hard, and that the real crisis was the day he heard the news about the war later on. He tells Logan that he can't even imagine how worried he was, until hearing the news that the war was over by the evening. Logan looks down on a sheet of paper, happy that Philip worries for the situation of his clients. His happiness is short-lived though, as next Philip proceeds to say that when he thought about the mountain of monster meat he'd have to take care of, he couldn't even swallow food down his throat. After Earth, who the hell would buy that garbage? Pissed, Logan throws a piece of paper infused with force towards Philip, telling him to stop yapping his mouth and read it, and upon making contact with the piece of paper, he wonders why it hurts so much. Scared shitless, Philip starts reading the piece of paper while Logan asks him who on that list he thinks fits to be their first customer. With a tear falling down from his right eye, Philip seems to notice something. Logan sees this and stares at Philip, waiting for him to say something. Philip points his finger at a name on the sheet of paper and asks Logan what he thinks about a certain person. Logan takes a look at the name Philip is pointing, and suddenly his face expression changes to wonder. He recognizes that name. Later, inside a ballroom with an amazing chandelier, people are drinking Dom Perignon, and the figure of a rather large man, with a red blazer and black suit pants, is shown talking to some beautiful women. This man is Count Davis, and his name has just been reverberated by Logan to acquire his attention. The Count looks back in disbelief, with a rather disgusted or frightened look on his face. Logan goes on to make his acquaintance, stating his name, Logan McLain, and his title, the eldest son of the southwestern region of House McLain. Count Davis tries to keep his manners, and suppresses his laughter, acknowledging his new guest, and welcoming Logan to the party. Looking at Logan's outfit, he thinks that it's really tacky, and wonders what farm he came from, saying that it looks like those are the trendy clothes of the Southwest. Bro looks like a buffoon ready to do the most degrading things in existence just to be left alive. Logan goes on to think that he wore the clothes Philip recommended, and just as he thought, no one likes them, and says that these clothes were a good choice. That is because he doesn't have the time to be forming useless connections in a pointless party like that one, and that his only target is Count Davis. Fallon Davis, despite being an important figure in the treasury of the Grandia Kingdom, and having married at the age of 20, he's a pit bull man who still doesn't have a child. Logan says that he was shocked when Philip pointed him out in the name list, since in his past life he became quite famous. Not for a good reason though, but for being the Count, who offed himself because of his wife. A fight from the past between Count Davis and his wife is shown. His wife is shouting, asking him if he's done talking, calling him an impotent bastard in the middle of a party. Due to this incident, the bomb his wife threw in that party took him to death's door by his own hand. Logan says that his reputation and perception in others' eyes was just that important to him, and that anyhow, he fits all three conditions that he gave the informant. He is perfect to be the first customer of Impo Rick. Logan addresses the Count by telling him that he came to the capital on a business trip and heard of his prestige, so he came to give his greeting to him. The Count asks Logan what business could he possibly be conducting in the capital, as the city already has everything. He goes on to tell Logan that since he is from the outskirts, there must be fascinating goods there that are not available in the capital. This whole conversation is happening while two girls are chattering behind the Count's back. Logan is saying that he's sure that the good he is selling are not available in the capital, which is why he came here to sell it. He goes on to say that it is a specialized medicine for men. He gets right in the Count's ear and tells him that it's a sexual enhancer, and upon hearing this, the Count looks stunned. He bites his lip for a second, and then he shouts for everyone to hear, "How can the son of a noble sell sexual enhancers?" Two girls look at the scene, thinking how embarrassing it is. The Count thinks how a country bumpkin like Logan dare to act up in the capital, thinking that he has put him back in his place, by the looks on Logan's face that is. Yet Logan huffs deeply, and then goes to say something else to the Count. Logan goes on to tell Davis that, as a sign of courtesy, he brought a present for the influential people of the capital, and kindly asks him to accept it. He gives him a small box, and says that this is the product called Impo Rick, and it will be sold for 100 gold each. He goes on to say that he especially brought these three for the Count as a gift, and tells him it is a great medicine without any side effects, a fact to which he can attest to with his honor as a noble on the line. Davis hears all of this, and sheds a sweat. A few days later, Logan's doorbell rings. It appears to be a servant of Count Davis, sent to purchase more of the Impo Rick medicine. Logan and Philip greet him, acknowledging he is the Count's servant, after which he can be seen leaving with a leather briefcase, and Philip behind him, thanking him for the purchase and encouraging him to come visit them again. Philip goes back into the room and tells Logan the money, how much money they've made. 10,000 gold for 10 boxes, saying it's not bad for their first sale. Logan, however, is not as happy, saying that they have to make more than this, as even the rent for this teeny little shop costs 10,000 gold. Philip, however, says that this is to be expected since it's the center of the capital city, and Logan can't even imagine the trouble he went to, barely managing to rent it. He then goes on to say that strategically they need a shop, as seeing people gather with one's own eye has far more impact. Logan tells Philip he is right, and tells him that he'll be going for a party now. Philip doesn't seem to be happy that Logan leaves again, saying that he has been going to parties almost every day ever since he came to Grand, and that sometimes he even goes to 2 parties a day. Logan tells Philip that having Count Davis as their first customer isn't enough, and says that he should go and promote it to as many people on that list as possible. 1 week later, Count Davis' servant is walking down the street. He doesn't believe the fact that the Count asked him to purchase that medicine again, and that in the past, no healthy food had any effect on him. As he gets to the shop, he seems to be shocked. That is because there's a long ass line in front of Logan's shop of men wanting to buy the medicine. Looking at the people in line, the servant wonders why the queue is so long, and then the realization hits him. He recognizes every single one of them. One of the men in the line is the Chamberlain at the Viscount Talon, and the man in front of Jim is Count Hamill's butler. He adjusts his hat to cover as much of his face as possible, saying that this is going to create useless rumors and that he should quickly buy the medicine and leave. Just as he does that, Philip comes out of the shop to inform people waiting in line. He says he is very sorry, but unfortunately they are all out of stock prepared for today. Upon hearing this, the servants waiting to buy the medicine for their masters are shocked to the core. One guy comes to talk to Philip about the matter, and asks him what is this nonsense about being all out, as there was no mention of this before. Philip replies by saying he's sorry again, and starts explaining that Impo Rick is highly popular, but the supply isn't enough, so the sale is restricted to 50 boxes a day. 2 guys are stressed after hearing this, begging Philip to sell them some medicine, as if they return empty-handed, their lords might not be so merciful. While this is happening, Another lord with his servant is walking down the street. Seeing all the fuss, the lord sends his own servant to check what is happening, and Logan is watching happily from behind a building's corner. He thinks that by limiting the supply, the customers are stimulated to buy, and seeing people gathered makes the other nobles curious. It's all going according to his plan. Regardless of the request, Philip shouts for everyone to hear that their stock for the day is all gone, and urges them to come back again tomorrow. The next day, Philip is sold out again, and the situation also continues for the third day, leaving the nobles to ask how many days in a row can he be sold out. Philip goes on to say that this is amazing, as the daily sales have been all full for over a month, and that they've even sold out today as soon as they've opened up. He goes on to say that at this rate 4.5 million gold in 1 month might not be that far-fetched. Hearing this, Logan ironically asks who knew that the capital city Grand had so many impotent nobles. He says that they've increased the price by 3 times since the middle, yet there are people who would even pay extra to buy it, and that makes him worry about the future of his kingdom. After saying this, he looks up at Philip with a serious look on his face. He then smirks like a serial killer that has just found his next victim and starts laughing so loud, his voice is heard from the outside of the shop, making people turn their heads on the street. Turns out he is just really happy. He takes Philip by the neck and starts playing with his hair, telling him he's an admirable brat and that he did a really good job. As Philip starts to turn blue from the loss of air, he bows and tells Logan is all thanks to his efforts as well. Logan looks down on Philip and tells him that it's great he acknowledged Logan's efforts, as from next week, he will be getting 1% of the total sales for himself. Next, for some reason, Philip starts shouting that he'll give it all he has, and tries to kiss Logan. All this is happening while a mysterious figure is watching from the street. A man's witch face is covered by a hood, and his blonde beard. Next, at a witch's shop, Logan uses the communication line and shouts from the back of a room with a closed door. At least 10 tons of gold every year? Making heads turn towards his location. He quickly shuts himself up, looking at the door. He's asking the person he's talking to if he's serious, and that person turns out to be Hamar, telling Logan that this is the case, according to the miners, who are saying that there's a high chance the gold nuggets are in a deeper strata. Logan looks down on the communication globe like a madman, clenching his teeth and fists, thinking that even with a rough estimate 10 tons of gold corresponds to 100 million gold coins, going on to say that this is his jackpot, an even bigger lottery than he ever thought it was. Hamar goes on to say that the mining costs are no joke, and asks Logan if he has the means to pay for it, as it will cost a whopping 5 million gold to get started, and Logan assures Hamar that he has everything he needs. He tells Hamar to wait, saying that he will get all the money and workers needed in no time. However, Hamar doesn't really seem to care about us, and tells Logan that he'd just rather him be easy on them. Later that night, in the middle of the city, Logan is walking the streets, thinking that the initial investment costs for the mine are around 5 million gold, and if Impo Rick keeps selling as it is now, he can make around 4.5 million gold a month. He goes on to think that even if he only sells for 2 months, he'll still have plenty of money left, saying that he's got around 700 boxes of medicine left. He wants to continue his thought by saying something about going home to bring back more goods and starting the mine development, but something catches his eye, disturbing his thought. He looks towards the shop and senses someone is in there, and in an instant rushes towards his shop, thinking there might be thieves. He pushes the door violently against the wall and starts looking around, but it seems like the room is empty. Logan takes his sword in hand and thinks if the perpetrators might have disappeared, but he reminds himself there is only one door, therefore he must still be inside. Just as he thinks that, a cloak is passing behind him, which Logan notices a second too late, and swings his sword in the direction of the cloaked figure, but misses, while he shouts, asking for their identity. When turning around, there is no one in sight, and Logan remains still with his sword pointed towards nothing. He goes on to think this is impossible, as he definitely senses someone there. Once again he gets that feeling. He turns his head up, and asks himself if the thief is on the roof. He takes a leap, jumping towards the roof, aiming for the cloaked figure. He readies his sword, and is prepared to pierce the thief, but he moves at the last second. Logan is staring at the thief on the roof, with his sword in one hand, prepared to strike once again. Bro looks like a dementor. I wouldn't fight that guy for any pill. Logan once again asks for the man's identity, but he doesn't get a reply. Instead, the man just disappears instantly, without leaving even a trace behind. Logan is stunned to see what just happened. He goes on to think that there is no sign of any presence at all, yet he was right in front of him just now. He looks down at his hand, realizing he got a piece of the man's cloak, and asks himself what the hell just happened. Next morning, it appears that Logan has told Philip what happened, and it appears that they have come to the conclusion that it was an aura user thief that snuck into their shop. Logan says that he is just speculating, but he was at least an advanced force user. a term meant to describe those even more powerful than high-ranking knights. Logan goes on to say that it wasn't simply a feeling that he was a high-ranking knight, but he was on a completely different level. Philip is stunned to hear someone that can use aura is doing petty theft, saying that aura is enough to turn even a slave into a noble, and asks why would a person like that go around doing petty thievery. Philip asks what the men stole, and Logan says it's precisely what Philip thinks the men stole. Just 2 pills of the Impo-Rick medicine, that is all. After hearing this, Philip concludes that if he only stole 2 of the pills, it must have been that he wasn't after any money. Instead, he stole the pills just so he could use it for himself. Philip then asks if there are impotent people among aura users as well, and that is when realization strikes Logan. He tells Philip that he's right, and asks him if there was any name of an aura user on the list from the informer, but Philip tells him there wasn't any name, as the informant asked for extra charges for the information, as it was top secret, so Philip declined the offer. But thinking about it, there might be one person that comes to his mind, an aura user in the capital who doesn't have a descendant. A noble, muscular, well-dressed man with blonde hair and beard is walking the streets with his wife, looking at some kids playing. His face is kind, and his pale blue eyes appear to be filled with desire for a child. Yet he is startled when his wife asks him what he's looking at. He turns around and tells his wife he was just appreciating the scenery outside for a bit. He is sweating all over as his wife doesn't seem to buy this lame response. She asks him if he was looking at the kids again. He tries to tell her that he was just enjoying the scenery and that he doesn't think about useless stuff like that. He then proceeds to hug his wife and tell her that they should head back home. However, his wife doesn't really mind what he's saying and tells him that she is really happy to have met him and asks him if he is aware of that. The man looks down at his wife, with happiness in his eyes and a slight smile in the corner of his mustache. He then hugs her tighter and tells her that he feels the same. This man is the kingdom's best swordsman, Felix Esperanza. It turns out that the deep-rooted sadness and regret in his heart has all started with an unjust injury he suffered as a young man. While fighting for his country, he suffered an injury between his legs of all places. It was just an honorable wound for a knight who was wounded in the line of duty, and as a young man, he didn't think much of it. However, Felix goes on to think, what is the point of having the title of a duke and being known as the strongest in the whole nation without having a child to take over after him? For him, it appears to all be in vain. A scene from the past is shown. Felix is explaining the situation to his wife that is much more appreciative and sympathetic to the situation than Felix probably anticipated, as he looks shocked. His wife acknowledges the fact that he must have been in agony, and AKS Felix, that if he is okay with this, she would want to serve by his side, all of this while crying crocodile tears. Seeing this, Felix thinks if there is any way for him to repay the overwhelming love that he's received. Next, Felix and one of the servants are walking down a path on what we can assume are the castle's grounds. The servant is telling him that the time of the family meeting is just around the corner and asks him if he is sure it's okay not to rush, to which Felix replies that there is no point in being early, as all that is going to happen is him being pressured to have an heir. His servant reluctantly looks towards Felix, not sure about what he is going to say. He then goes on to tell Felix that he is being very careful while saying this. But recently, a very effective medicine has been circulating in the capital. Hearing this, Felix ironically asks about that being the case, and his servant continues to say that apparently it even heals physical wounds as well. Once again, Felix doesn't pay much attention to it, and the servant goes on to say that he knows he doesn't believe in this, but there's a lot of word of its users having had great effects. Hearing this, Felix puts his head down, ashamed to admit to himself that he has already tried the medicine, and by stealing it at that. Even if his wife's tears bothered him, he can't believe he went around committing thievery, an embarrassment to all the discipline he has maintained. Not to mention that after taking that medicine, nothing happened anyway. Felix tells Luis, his servant, that he should take rumors with a grain of salt. He then goes on to think that what he said is completely right, that medicine working is a simple fake rumor, and there is no way that medicine can fix something that even aura couldn't, and thinks that he should give up by now. At the gates of the estate, Logan is talking to a guard, which tells him that he cannot let him meet with Felix without an appointment. Logan only asks for the guard to tell Felix his name, as he is sure he will definitely meet with him after hearing who is looking for him. Before this event though, it seems that Logan and Philip talked it out, and Philip was amazed, asking if Logan was really going to personally visit the Duke. Logan replies affirmatively, and Philip is mocking Logan, asking if he will be going to the strongest man in the kingdom, and ask him if he stole from him, or if he is impotent. Philip shits his pants and asks if this is Logan's plan, yet Logan calmly asks Philip if he's mimicking him. Philip tells Logan that he should just act like nothing happened, otherwise he is just asking for trouble, saying that if things go wrong, they are screwed. In a hallway, seated on a chair, Logan is thinking that Philip is not wrong, but if the person yesterday really was the Sword Duke, he can't let this opportunity go to waste. A butler comes out of a room, opening the beautiful massive wooden door. He then tells Logan to proceed inside the room, where Felix is waiting near the window, behind his desk. As he is approaching the Sword Duke, Logan thinks this is the opportunity to form a positive connection with one of the strongest people of the kingdom. Logan gracefully greets the Duke, stating his name, and saying that he is the oldest son of the House of McLain. Logan looks up at the Duke and realizes something. Even though his age is around 70, he looks so much younger, and thinks that he must be repressing his aging using his strong aura. The Duke acknowledges that the House of McLain is in the southwest region, and asks why Logan has come so far from home. Logan thinks there's no need to bring up the reason right away, and instead he says that he has recently started a business in the capital, and so he brought the goods here as a present. Logan slides a small box across the table to the Duke, and says that it's an excellent medicine for men, and it has proven effective for countless nobles. The Duke is looking down to the box, asking if this is really the case, without giving any hint that he knows about it, or that he is impressed. Logan keeps his head down and thinks that this is confusing him, not knowing for sure if he was actually the thief from yesterday, and so he decides to proceed to the next level. He goes on to say that a superhuman like Felix wouldn't need stuff like this, and that is why he has brought something more special, making Felix draw a small gesture on his face. Logan is happy to see this, as the reason he was disinterested at first is because he didn't see any effect after using Impo-Rick. As in the current Impo-Rick, the poison in the monster meat is neutralized, for consumption as an aphrodisiac and treatment for dysfunction. But that trivial poison has no effect on the body of a superhuman like Felix, so he concentrated that poison over and over, creating a potent concentrate. He tells Felix that it's a limited edition Impo-Rick, and that seems to stir the interest in Felix. Logan goes on to think that he is calling it a limited edition, but in reality, it's just 50 Impo-Rick pills concentrated into one. After experiencing the power himself, Logan says that he can guarantee its effect, since that gut-wrenching pain alone could kill a regular human without a force core. But if an aura user takes it, the situation is really different. Logan tells Felix that if the pill is up to his satisfaction after using it, he will please to hear from him, and he'll ready another supply of however many pills Felix wants, and that he will of course be meticulous with the confidentiality measures. The next day, Felix is extremely happy, sign that the pill has properly worked, and he tells Logan that he will grant him any favor in his power. Seeing this, Logan is exploding with happiness inside, yet he manages to keep respectable, and say that he doesn't understand what the Duke means by that. Logan Than goes on to explain that an aura user is the master of martial arts that moves the body, and the faster of force, the life energy. So Felix could know it with certainty. The medicine worked perfectly, not just as a one-time thing, but after 30 uses, the medicine's effect will accumulate and he can completely recover. His longest yearning and the pain in his chest may now be eased. Felix looks at Logan and says that he can't believe he was so considerate that he brought him a gift and didn't even mention his mistake, and also says that his sword skills that day were unbelievable for someone of his age, and therefore he is definitely someone you'd expect to be the owner of this miracle drug. He genuinely thinks this psycho-killer mastermind is impressive. Poor Felix has gone so long without getting any that he has lost his mind. Felix tells Logan that he might have been in a rush when talking, and says that he sees the possibility of being cured of a chronic illness thanks to Logan's gift, so he'd like to repay him for that, and then asks Logan once again what he wishes for. Logan stares with a cold gaze towards the ground, and states that in that case, he would want a useless book on swordsmanship. Felix looks through his library, and picks up a book for Logan, saying that training in only the areas stated by the book will hurt his body, but it's worth a read since it has a few eccentric points. After this, Logan thanks Felix, and asks one more service of him, to write a letter as proof that he has got the book from him, to which Felix says that this will not be a problem. Logan thinks that he now has what he needs, and says that it's a shame he's only taking a book on swordsmanship from the Duke when he's ready to give him anything, but his actual goal is something else anyway. Just as Logan is finishing his thought, Felix talks, and says that he has thought about it, and this situation doesn't feel right. Logan asks what he means by that, and Felix says that he will personally teach Logan a sword technique, leaving him astounded. The greatest swordsman of the kingdom will teach him. Felix goes on to say that he understands Logan's desire to be humble and not desire much, but giving him just a low-grade swordsmanship book won't put him at ease. Logan thinks that even if he has the divine sword's secrets, he doesn't need to refuse when the kingdom's strongest man is offering such, and so he ecstatically thanks Felix for the opportunity, thinking that he has hit the jackpot once again. On the Duke's training grounds, Felix and Logan are staying face to face, and Felix says that judging the talent of remarkable young talents is one of the pleasures of an old man. He then tells Logan to focus, as he won't be nice while teaching this, and upon hearing this, Logan readies his stance. Felix tells Logan to draw his sword, but he is overwhelmed by Felix's aura. A huge force is pressing down on his body, to the point where he can't even grab his sword. This is what a true aura user looks like. Logan asks himself if all aura users can do this, the skill to restrain the whole body using force like magic. If that was true, all battles would end with aura users fighting each other. Logan says that is not simply force, but rather, this has to be a special skill, he thinks, as he finally manages to draw his sword a little. Logan says he has to use the force to boost the senses and not the body, and then analyze this force that's restraining him. Every time he tries moving the Duke's force stimulating its starting point, therefore he is scattering the strength he puts into the move. Logan thinks that he doesn't understand how such a thing is possible, but he knows how to deal with it, thinking that when Felix is about to scatter his strength, he has to move half a beat faster, thinks Logan, just as he gets into a proper fighting stance with his sword fully drawn. Felix is looking at Logan and says that just as he taught, he is talented. Logan is sweating like a pig, barely standing up, and Felix is telling him to look carefully at what he is doing. He appears to be concentrating his aura at the tip of his blade, preparing an aura blade attack. As Logan tries to withstand overwhelming presence, Logan is scared shitless. As looking up, he realizes what he is up against, Felix Esperanza's force blade. Logan is looking forward, acknowledging the force blade is coming towards him. However, he seems to have one very serious problem. Felix's aura is too strong for him to withstand. He thinks that the Duke's force is forcing itself onto his body, therefore disturbing his senses, and that red blade's force is becoming even stronger. He looks forward in despair, wondering if there's anything he can even do about it. Suddenly, he realizes something. Logan's force is neutralizing the Duke's force on its own. He introspects how his intuition is telling him that he cannot dodge this attack, but there might be another way. Logan conjures the force inside his body, shaping it into the form of a protection circle around him. Seeing this, Felix remains stunned, wondering if Logan is really going to use force in the face of Felix's attack. He goes on to take an aggressive stance, with the sword behind his back, charged with force, prepared to strike Logan down. He takes one step forward, and leaps towards Logan with a killer sight in his eyes. Logan, holding his defensive stance with his blade forward and surrounded by his protective aura, feels a surge of fear as he faces the imminent assault. Just as expected, Felix's attack connects, and sends Logan back flying. Logan hits the wall behind him, and even his sword appears to have taken some damage. Felix, however, doesn't seem to even break a sweat. He is calm and composed, looking towards Logan with a cold gaze. Using his sword as a cane, Logan tries to push himself up, but he is still trembling due to Felix's powerful attack. His sword is shattered, and he can only think about what happened, about Felix's aura blade. Felix turns to Logan and asks if he really thought he'd teach him something he couldn't figure out on his own. He then reveals that he saw everything, and points out that without even realizing it, Logan got serious toward the end. With a proud look, Felix praises Logan, marveling at how he faced the attack head-on, thinking that some are just destined to excel. As Logan faints, Felix remarks that it's going to be fun watching him grow even stronger. Sometime later, Felix's butler asks Logan if he's already leaving. He goes on to say that the Duke said he is welcome to stay until he is fully recovered, so there is no rush in him leaving. To which Logan replies that he is okay, and that thanks to the potion the Duke gave him, he is completely fine. Hearing this, the butler tells Logan that he will be escorting him to the door. Outside, the butler wishes Logan a safe journey, and Logan thanks him for showing him out. After that, he quickly leaves, rushing away from the butler's sight. Seeing this, the butler wonders where Logan disappeared so quickly. It turns out that Logan turned a corner and is still hurting after Felix's attack, saying that the pain is killing him. He says that however much it hurts, he couldn't just use an expensive potion for a facile wound like that, and that he can't believe he would hand over a superior grade potion that is basically unfindable, like it's nothing. Logan goes on to say that his force evolved all this time so he can heal the internal wounds himself, but the wounds that the Duke inflicted on him are going to be hard to deal with after all. He then looks at the potion and says that whatever the case may be, he still gained more than he lost. Logan then proceeds to take out a note from Felix, stating the coordinates of the communication channel of his mansion, and that if Logan ever faces any trouble while learning the skill of the Force Blade, he can get in touch with him. Logan is happy, wondering who would have thought that Felix would think so positively of him. Logan thinks that Felix is practically treating him like a disciple, so this relationship is going to prove greatly beneficial later on. Just as he says that, Philip appears from behind, taking Logan completely by surprise. Logan turns his head around, asking Philip what he's doing there, to which Philip replies that he was at a distance, waiting for Logan to come out. Then he goes on to ask Logan why he looks so pale. Philip, concerned, yells at Logan, asking if he didn't by any chance do something rude in order to infuriate the Duke, to which Logan replies that it's quite the opposite, as he just got a little swordsmanship lesson from the Duke. Logan then cuffs, and blood comes out of his mouth, which scares Philip shitless. Seeing this, Philip says that he will make preparations for them to run away, and that he will get the fastest horses. Logan tries to tell Philip that he misunderstands the situation, but Philip just keeps on mumbling. A week later, at Logan and Philip's store, a sign on the door reads that Impo Rick is currently out of stock, asking customers to check back later. Inside, Logan appears with a majestic gaze, announcing that the total profits from selling Impo Rick have reached a staggering 4.1 million gold. Philip, impressed, responds that if sales continue at this rate, surpassing 4.5 million gold in a month won't be hard either. They exchange confident glances, fully aware of their success, and share a joyful cheer that echoes outside the shop. However, the celebration is short-lived, as Logan, ever serious, asks Philip if he's so pleased that he won't need a bonus this month. Philip, quickly snapping back to reality, pleads with Logan not to ruin his daydreams. Philip then mentions that he ensured the monster meat he purchased in Kale would be handled smoothly, and Logan commends him for a job well done. Philip then suggests that Logan consider buying a house in the capital to offset the costs of lodging, noting the savings it could bring. Logan, however, dismisses the idea, explaining that they'll only be staying in the capital for another year and a half, so there's no point in making such a commitment. He advises Philip to focus on Impo Rick for now, adding that they'll have to move elsewhere eventually, even if they don't want to. When Philip asks what Logan means by that, Logan simply replies that it's something Philip doesn't need to worry about. Lastly, Philip asks Logan to take care of his health for the smooth running of the business, as he was shocked to see him cough up blood, to which Logan replies by saying that's why he stayed shut inside his room for a whole week. Hearing this, Philip asks Logan if he was really focusing on his recovery during that time, as every time he came in the room, he saw Logan at the desk doing something. But once again, Logan tells him that this is another thing he doesn't need to worry about. Philip tells Logan that he has too many secrets, yet Logan is happy that despite the fact that Philip is grumbling about it, he is not further inquiring in the matter. As if it were to be Rick the one hearing about this, he would have definitely gotten to the bottom of his secrets. Philip goes on to ask Logan if he's returning home now, to which Logan replies affirmatively, telling Philip to make sure he calms the customers down until he sends him more Impo Rick from home. And besides that, Logan has to tell Philip one more thing. He instructs him to send food rations worth 100,000 gold each month to Tesseron and McLain estates. And hearing this, Philip is stunned. He asks Logan if he plans on feeding the whole region with this much food, to which Logan replies by saying that's enough mumbling, and that they need to do that for a whole year, so Philip should start looking for a vendor. Philip realizes Logan is serious about this, and says that he didn't realize Logan cherishes his people so much. However, this doesn't seem to be the case. As Logan is about to leave the room, he thinks that he doesn't cherish his people, but this is just what he needs to do. This is because it's going to take at least a year for McLain's chronic food shortage to be solved. Even with the Tesseron plains in his hands, with McLain's infertile land, it's going to be a minus as always. He says that people's labor is a huge part of his plan, so he can't have them starving. Logan prepares to leave the room and casually tells Philip that he has work to attend to, so he'll be heading out. Philip, however, doesn't bother asking for details, knowing all too well that it's just another one of Logan's secrets. Elsewhere, a group of impoverished people huddle on the cold concrete floor of what appears to be a storage room, using whatever scraps they can find to keep warm. One man, bleeding from his cheek, stares down at the floor with a sorrowful expression. Meanwhile, Logan stands inside a magic shop, handing a piece of paper to a sorcerer. The sorcerer, glancing at the paper, asks if Logan truly intends to find the people listed. He hesitates, explaining that with only names, a few distinct features, and no idea where they live, the task would require searching the entire continent. Logan, unfazed, asks the sorcerer whether he can do it or not, adding that he will generously compensate him for the effort. The sorcerer, sweating and unsure, looks down at the paper again. After a tense pause, he reluctantly agrees to take on the job. As Logan leaves, he reflects that, as expected, it's likely going to be difficult to track them down. After all, even the names he has might be fake. Yet Logan knows he has no other choice. He must gather all the independent superhumans at any cost, those who reached the superhuman stage in his past life but never joined any organizations. Each one of them will be a crucial ally in the coming war against the Empire, especially one particular mercenary who once fought for the Empire. As he walks, Logan suddenly stops, exhales deeply, and realizes he's been rushing things. With everything progressing well in the capital, he's been moving too quickly. He glances peacefully at the sky and reminds himself that he has enough time. He can afford to go slowly. However, Logan's belief that he has enough time might not hold true. In a dark, dungeon-like room, a man tries to calm down a furious elder chief. The elder is livid, ranting about someone mistreating his disciples and demanding to know if the man has any other workers, specifically mentioning some tower master. The man explains that he's only there to relay information, but the elder doesn't care. His rage remains unchecked. The elder then asks why his disciple was summoned this time. The man replies that the disciple has been sent to the countryside, to the far southwest, to the McLain region, for a 6-month business trip. Upon hearing this, the elder places a heavy hand on the man's shoulder and declares that he won't let this magic tower master get away with it. This time he insists, the matter must be dealt with once and for all. Next, we are introduced to the grand sight of the Earth Magic Tower in the Kingdom of Grandia. Inside, a man approaches a desk where another man is fast asleep. The approaching man greets him, and the sleepy clerk squints, raising his eyes to see who it is. As soon as he recognizes the visitor, he stands up cheerfully and offers a warm welcome. Curious about the man before him, the clerk can't help but wonder what his deal is. At first, he had assumed the man was a noble, but seeing him now in a cheap suit, the clerk begins to doubt his initial impression. The man in question is indeed Logan, who has come to the tower to research magic scrolls. Watching him, the clerk behind the desk assumes there's no way Logan is here to meet their high-ranking mage. Instead, he expects Logan to purchase a few basic scrolls, likely similar to one another. With a smile, the clerk listens as Logan requests 150 destruction magic scrolls, which momentarily surprises him. However, Logan's expression remains stone cold. Logan then presents his account certificate from Cooper's bank and tells the clerk to take a look. As the clerk begins counting the funds, his disbelief grows. The total adds up to an astonishing 4 million gold, leaving him completely stunned. He looks down, visibly shaken, unsure of how to respond, but finally stammers out an offer to personally escort Logan upstairs. Logan listens calmly, acknowledging the offer. Destruction magic, a 4th circle earth-type range spell, has the potential to bring down rock walls depending on the caster's skill. However, due to its drawbacks, slow activation time, obvious signs of use, and limited effectiveness on only rock and dirt, it was rarely used in combat. Despite these limitations, Logan sees its potential in construction. He believes it could greatly accelerate mind development and address other issues he's facing. Logan is now speaking to an older man who asks him if he really wants to buy 150 scrolls, and Logan replies affirmatively. The man, Radio's great, is the master of the Earth Magic Tower, and he admits he's a bit nervous since they haven't had such a generous customer in a long time. Logan recalls how, just a few minutes earlier, the master had rushed over when he heard Logan wanted to buy 155 scrolls, an unusual reaction for someone of his rank. It turns out Radio's is a 5th-generation Magic Tower master, but only possesses 1.5 million golds, indicating the tower's bad financial situation. Logan reflects that the master's vulnerability works to his advantage. He then tells Radios that his own house McLain is just a small fief in the southwest, understanding if the master hadn't heard of them. Upon hearing this, the master apologizes to Logan, acknowledging that it seems his young trainee made a mistake. He assures Logan that he will give the trainee a strict scolding. However, Logan waves it off, saying it's unnecessary and not a big deal, to which the master replies by telling Logan that he is very generous. All of this while the guy at the counter thinks he is done for. The master, though, seems to be really annoyed by the whole situation, as he almost missed out on a pushover like Logan because of that trainee. Despite Logan's reassurance, the master silently reflects on the situation. In these peaceful times, earth magic is primarily useful for farming or soil construction, so he wonders what kind of noble would spend so much on expensive scrolls for something so mundane. Frustrated, he thinks to himself about the ignorant fools who gossip, claiming the magic tower has grown weaker since he became its master. He also seems to have diminished the tower's budget quicker than he had to. The master, assessing the situation, thinks to himself that it's fortunate Logan seems like an easy target. He decides he needs to handle Logan carefully and try to extract a large sum of money from him. With that in mind, the master tells Logan that, to be honest, there might be an issue with fulfilling his request. Curious, Logan asks what the problem is. The master explains that, as Logan may know, crafting a 4th-circle scroll requires the leadership of at least a 5th-circle mage. Unfortunately, the tower is currently lacking in high-ranking manpower, making it difficult to produce the scrolls at the scale Logan is requesting. However, Logan remains unfazed by the master's explanation, showing little interest in the details. He simply looks at the master and bluntly asks him what he's going to do about it. The master glances back at Logan, surprised by his lack of reaction. This wasn't the response he had anticipated, but he decides to press on and test the waters anyway, hoping to gauge how far he can push Logan. The master continues, explaining that, as Logan might be aware, the per-unit cost of crafting a scroll is quite high, making it impossible to produce them in advance. Upon hearing this, Logan calmly stands up from his chair and tells the master that it's too bad there's nothing that can be done about it. As Logan heads toward the door, he informs the master that he had intended to purchase 150 scrolls every month. However, if the tower cannot even produce that many in an indefinite time frame, he will take his business to the royal family's magic tower. Hearing this, the master panics and leaps in front of Logan to block his path. Desperate to retain Logan's business, the master asks if Logan really plans to buy 150 scrolls every month. Logan confirms this and adds that over the next 6 months, he will need a total of 900 scrolls. Upon hearing this, the master looks as though he has been transported to the 9th circle of heaven. He gazes at Logan with awe, as if he has seen an angel. Logan then remarks that if producing 150 scrolls at once is too much for them, handling an order for 6 months' worth would be an even greater challenge. Just as Logan is about to leave through the door, the master makes a dramatic move, throwing himself onto the floor and grabbing onto Logan's boot. He desperately shouts that they will take care of the order. As this happens, Logan asks the master if he thinks his order is possible, to which he replies that it's 100% doable, all while dusting off Logan's shoes with his robe. The master continues, informing Logan that each 4th circle scroll costs 10,000 gold. Therefore, 150 scrolls would total 1.5 million gold. As he processes this, the master's eyes light up with greed, his pupils turning into gold G's, and his face transforms into a picture of avarice. He quickly realizes that with Logan's planned purchases, he stands to make over 9 million gold in the next 6 months. After finishing his dramatic display of enthusiasm, the master stands up and proposes an alternative to Logan. He acknowledges that the 9 million gold is a tempting sum, but suggests that hiring a mage might be a better option than continuously buying scrolls. Confused, Logan asks which mage the master is referring to. Logan reflects that aloof mages usually prefer to avoid dirty work, opting to sell scrolls instead, and wonders why the master would suggest lending him a mage, who would be even more expensive. He considers that with a 4th circle mage, he could achieve the effect of 300 scrolls each month. He then asks the master if they have a 4th circle mage willing to work at a construction site in a rural area. The master responds, clarifying that there may have been a misunderstanding. He explains that not even he has the authority to command a 4th circle mage as he pleases, which Logan had anticipated. Instead, the master offers to deploy 9 2N circle mages and 1 3 RD circle mage. He explains that these mages are disciples who have extensive experience working in teams at various construction sites. In return, the master requests that Logan reduce the number of scrolls. Logan considers this offer and thinks it might be a good deal. Given the long-term nature of the construction work, deploying a team of mages could be more beneficial than hiring a single 4th circle mage. However, Logan is reluctant in hiring mages specialized in construction, wondering what kind of people they are. Suddenly, a group of worn-out and battered men appears before Logan, led by the 3 RD circle mage named Grick. These guys look like they've just came back from war. Stunned by the condition of the men, Logan struggles to find his words. Just then, the master interrupts, telling the group that now that the formalities are over, they can return to their quarters. The men quickly flee, visibly frightened, leaving Logan bewildered and wondering what just transpired. Infuriated, Logan turns towards the master and tells him that they look like they are about to pass out. The master responds, acknowledging their disheveled appearance but assuring Logan that they are young personnel with the most construction experience in the magic tower. They are specialists in their field. Logan reflects on the master's words and thinks that, despite their appearance, the mages seemed quite capable when he roughly assessed them with his senses. With a 3 RD circle master and several 2 End circle experts among them, and all in their 20s, they represent promising talent regardless of their condition. Despite the success, Logan remains suspicious. He doesn't fully trust that the master will actually send his disciples to the countryside as promised, and wonders if he should somehow test the master. Logan confronts the master, saying that even if he follows through on his promises, the scrolls are of a higher grade, which reduces the overall count. He adds that swapping out 2nd circle mages in exchange doesn't seem like a fair deal, and the master responds, assuring Logan that the team of 10 mages should be sufficient, especially with a 3rd circle mage leading them. He insists that their combined abilities will more than make up for any reduction in the scroll count. Upon hearing the master's response, Logan once again flashes his signature killer smile. Every time he puts on that expression, it sends a chill through my spine, and I remember the guy is still a psycho. Logan, still smiling, begins to negotiate with the master. He proposes that for 120 destruction magic scrolls and the deployment of 10 mages, the price should be set at 1.2 million gold per month. The master tries to keep his calm upon hearing Logan's decision, but he is visibly struck by what he just said. Logan then goes on to think that this is a dirt price considering the talent of those mages, and that he wouldn't send any normal mages at that price. Not that Logan would mind if it works. However, he is still stunned to hear the master agreeing to the price Logan set. The master then pulls out a contract and urges Logan to sign it right away, so as not to lose the opportunity. Logan looks down at the piece of paper and wonders how could someone actually agree to those terms, and in such a rush nonetheless, as not even the ink had time to dry on the page. Just as Logan thinks that something is off, the elder chief comes bursting through the door behind Logan, while two of the disciples hold on to him. The elder chief tells the master that he has heard everything he has been doing with his disciples, and that they will have a chat right there and then. While the disciples try to stop the elder chief, begging him not to do whatever he is about to, Clayton just rushes forward, like an unstoppable force of nature. Logan turns his head around to see what the whole fuss is about, and he is amazed by his sight. The elder chief, a 5 the circle mage, is visibly furious and confronts the master, demanding to know if he's sending his disciple off again. The master responds, asserting that everything he does is for the benefit of the tower, and that his disciples are the most talented available. The elder chief then questions why only his disciples seem to be assigned to the tough tasks. The elder chief, still fuming, points out that the master is not just sending any disciples, but rather young ones who have just returned from previous assignments. The master responds by reiterating that the young are capable of enduring hardships and emphasizes that all his decisions are made with the well-being of the tower in mind. The elder accuses the master of mistreating his disciples ever since Clayton became an elder and a 5 the circle mage last year. The master, however, dismisses the complaint, claiming that Clayton has lost his sanity and that such behavior is unacceptable, especially with guests in the tower. As Logan observes the scene, he begins to understand the underlying dynamics. Clayton, having advanced to the 5th circle and becoming an elder at a young age, seems to be a source of threat for the tower master, and in order to undermine Clayton, the master is taking out his frustrations on the young disciples. Despite the tension, Logan remains indifferent to the internal conflict. He's simply pleased that the discord within the tower is working to his advantage. The tower master then turns to Clayton and coldly declares that if Clayton is unwilling to follow his orders, he doesn't care about their fate. He tells Clayton and his disciples that they can leave immediately if they wish, and the elder asks if he is serious with this comment. Upon hearing the tower master's ultimatum, Clayton begins to channel his magical powers, clearly ready for a confrontation. Despite the impending clash, the old man remains unfazed and calmly asks Clayton if he truly wants to go through with a fight, while at the same time also charging his own magic. The earth around them starts to shake, and objects are almost falling apart in the room. One of the disciples acknowledges the danger of the situation and says that they need to stop those two. Clayton then shouts at the tower master, telling him that he'd better be ready for what's coming, while the tower master just looks at Clayton, taking his fight stance. Out of nowhere, Logan a hand bangs the table with a stamp. Their attention is drawn towards Logan, who doesn't seem to care even the slightest about their confrontation. The two remain stunned at what Logan is doing, and the young disciples are also amazed by what just happened. Logan shows the other man the piece of paper he just stamped. It's the contract he was going to sign with the tower master, now completed. He then simply tells the 10 people waiting in the room to follow him, and also addresses Clayton and the tower master. He tells them to sort it out themselves, and that the contract is still valid even if the magic tower master changes, so there will be no issue with the business. The tower master acknowledges how they have shown a pathetic side of themselves in front of their guest, and tells Logan that he will send the scrolls his way as soon as they are done. Yet Clayton tells him that he isn't done talking to him yet. The master asks Clayton if he's saying that he will force the official contract of the Earth Magic Tower right now, and scolds him, telling him to know his place. Clayton then proceeds to tell the master that if he's going to ask this way, then his decision is final. Clayton will follow his disciples as well. Both Logan and the tower master look amazed at Clayton. The master then says Clayton must be mad. An elder following his disciples to a construction site is unheard of to this day, and Logan shouts that he has never hired a 5th circle mage. To this, Clayton replies by saying he doesn't want Logan to pay him separately. He only plans to cooperate with him to help his disciples and get the work done sooner. And upon hearing this, Logan bows before the elder and says that he shall serve him devotedly. All Clayton asks is that Logan will postpone his disciples' dispatch by a day, for they need to recover before they leave again, and Logan gracefully agrees to the request and tells Clayton to meet him tomorrow at noon at the west gate. The next day, a carriage is seen leaving through the tower's gate. Logan stands outside, leaning against a wall with a backpack slung over his shoulder, waiting for Clayton and the others. As he waits, he reflects on how yesterday's contract turned into an unexpected jackpot. Hiring a 5 the circle mage through a standard contract would have cost him 1 million gold alone, yet he secured much more for far less. Logan thinks about how he wants to return to his home territory as soon as possible. He needs to send more Impo Rick to the capital and take care of some other matters. However, his thoughts are interrupted when someone calls out his name. The person calling Logan's name turns out to be Rena, who acknowledges that quite some time has passed since they last saw each other. As Logan greets her casually by name, Rena points out that they weren't close enough for such familiarity, calling the situation a bit embarrassing. Logan, understanding what she means, quickly corrects himself and addresses her more formally as Princess Wolves, adding that indeed, it's been far too long since they've met, also saying that she's simply being rude as always. Rena looks down at Logan from her luxurious carriage, while holding a fan to cover half of her ugly ass face. She says that there have been rumors circulating in the capital, and that she's heard Logan was getting into some quite an embarrassing business these days, and asks if the House of McLain is facing troubles by any chance. What she actually means, though, is to ask if his family finally went under, and if Logan isn't embarrassed to walk around looking like a poor person. Logan, keeping his cool, replies graciously that, as Rena might be aware, he is quite ambitious when it comes to making money, and that his family's situation is nothing for her to worry about. Of course, what he really means by this nicely arranged words is that his family situation is none of her fucking business, and she should just stop bothering him and go her way. Once again, Rena steps on Logan's nerves and says that she knows the amount of money she gave him when they broke off the engagement wasn't that small, yet this is probably normal for a barren fief like Logan's. I swear I would slap her just for fun. Logan, eager to get rid of Rena as quickly as possible, agrees with her comment and attempts to walk in the other direction, making a dismissive remark about her being so filthy that he'd rather avoid her. However, just as he's about to leave, Rena stops him by mentioning that she's heard about his impressive feat in the feudal war, where he used a special weapon. She then asks how he would feel about selling it to her. Trying to remain polite but wanting to escape the conversation, Logan downplays the weapon's significance, saying it's not that great, and though he's embarrassed to refuse her offer, he will have to decline. Logan then basically runs away from Rena's carriage, which seems like the best he could do in this situation, and Rena looks at him disgusted from the window of her carriage. As he walks away from the gate, Logan thinks how even after he got famous in the capital for selling the Impo-Rick medicine, not a single noble showed any interest in the feudal war in the countryside. But Rena, no, rather the wolves, are too invested in, and says that this is quick, even for a relation with history. He thinks that the structure of the crossbow that he's made is quite simple, so can only hope to use it a couple more times before the blueprints get out in the open, and it's going to be built by everyone. This is when a voice interrupts Logan's thoughts. This is Clayton and his disciples, which tells Logan that he thought they would meet at the western gate, and asks Logan what is he doing coming their way. Logan starts pushing Clayton and the others the way he wants to go, and tells Clayton that he ran into someone annoying earlier, that being the reason for which he was walking towards them. 3 carriages are then seen making their way through the woods. Of course, Logan is riding with Clayton and one of his disciples, and Clayton seems to be mad about something. Clayton turns his head around to look at Logan, and says that this carriage is big enough to carry at least 5 or 6 people, and that the coachmen seem pretty experienced as well. Therefore, Logan must have spent quite a lot for their comfort. Clayton then gets grumpy, telling Logan that he didn't have to bother with all his doing, and that he spent all this money for nothing, while his disciple tries to keep him in check. Hearing this, Logan looks at Clayton, and thinks that this wouldn't be the first time a mage has a high sense of pride. He then tells Clayton that he is honored to attend to such great mages, so everything he does is just basic, while thinking that he's hired a 5th circle mage for free, so buttering him up is no big deal. However, Clayton doesn't reply to this. Instead, he just looks out the window and keeps acting grumpy. After the night has fallen, Logan and the others seem to have set camp in a clearing in the woods, and Logan says that it's pretty late to travel now, so they will rest there for the night and continue towards their destination tomorrow. After this, Logan sets up a campfire and starts to meditate. Out of nowhere, a man holding a knife appears, and he seems prepared to strike. He throws his knife at Logan, but he senses it and lowers his head in order to dodge it. And then, without breaking his meditative state, he asks who is there. One of the men gets out of the shadows and praises Logan for the way he dodged that, saying that it's pretty impressive for a young master. Logan gets up, and the man goes on to say that he's heard all the rumors about him in the capital, and asks Logan if he isn't the one that gathered a ton of cash by selling some strange drug. Logan is surrounded by 5 men, and he is wondering if they might be thieves. He annoyedly huffs, and tells the man that all he wanted was to practice what he last learned by meditating freely. Yet this is the perfect opportunity since they interrupted him. He then grabs his sword and tells the bandits that they will have to act as his practice partners to pay for the intrusion. One of the bandits scoffs at Logan, laughing and mocking him, asking what nonsense he's rambling about. Logan, unfazed by the taunts, remains silent. Without hesitation, he swiftly slashes the bandit's throat, ending the man's laughter in an instant. 2 of the men look down at their companion and can't understand how Logan moved so fast, and call him a bastard. One of them then jumps to attack Logan. Seeing this, Logan takes an aggressive stance and prepares to strike. Just as the bandit gets close to Logan, prepared to drive his knife through him, Logan dodges and slashes his gut in one swift motion, and also sends him flying through the air. Seeing this, the other bandits lose their composure and are amazed by his strength. The guy landed with his back hitting a 3, and he appears to have lost his consciousness. 2 of the men are down, and 3 remain. One of the bandits realizes there is no way they can take down Logan, so he urges the others to flee as fast as possible. But that's when the staggering realization hits him. He cannot move his legs. Logan then appears to charge his aura, and the way he holds the sword and how he looks at his enemies seems familiar. He mimics Felix's movement from their training. Logan manages to charge his sword with enough mana in order to replicate the attack Felix taught him, the aura blade, and it seems like a whole ass execution is going to take place. Logan places his foot forward for a more sturdy grip, and then slashes through the air with tremendous force. He manages to hit 2 of his opponents, and downs them instantly. Then something odd happens. He loses the aura he managed to conjure, which confuses him a bit. He then thinks that this skill must be hard to maintain over a long period of time, while he is looking at the last bandit that fell down on his butt and is scared shitless. Logan is happy. He managed to use the move taught by Felix. While he is not paying attention, the last bandit crawls away to safety, trying to escape the imminent danger that Logan poses. Logan then goes on to think that focusing and compressing the force through the new authority gives birth to aura. That day, along with the pressure blade he's learned from the Duke, he also showed him the force blade, which is a weaker level attack, considering Logan aura core level. However, he thought it impossible to imitate at his current level. His cheeks then blush, and he says that he cannot believe he managed to use the force blade even for a short moment. He then realizes that the last bandit is trying to escape, so he turns his head around to him. Logan looks towards him, while he is crying and asking what the hell he got himself into, trying to attack and kill this guy. And Logan then prepares to attack once again, which seems to terrify the poor bastard. While walking towards him, Logan explains to himself that using the force exuding from the sword to forcefully disperse and overpower the opponent's enemy creates the skill known as the pressure blade. And just as he's about to stab and kill the last bandit, Logan puts on his killer smile again and says that this skill should be good enough for him to use in a fight. He then looks around at the bodies surrounding him and asks himself if he might have gone a bit overboard. A voice is then heard from behind, which really takes Logan by surprise, telling him that he has witnessed everything that has happened. The person that spoke these words is Clayton, and he seems extremely furious and prepared to take Logan down. Logan glances at Clayton, puzzled by the source of his anger. He wonders if perhaps Clayton believes he went too far, even though the attackers were thieves. Whatever the reason, if Clayton chooses not to work with him anymore, Logan will be in serious trouble. But that's not the case. Clayton looks down at Logan and, to his surprise, praises his skills, calling him amazing. Stunned, Logan is momentarily speechless. Still as gruff as ever, Clayton adds that, while he doesn't know much about Force users, what he just witnessed isn't typical for someone of Logan's age. Logan thanks Clayton for the compliment, admitting he's being too generous, and realizes that Clayton wasn't actually angry. It's just how his face always looks. Clayton and Logan walk together through the forest, and an uneasy silence fills the air. Logan glances to his side, reflecting on how he had intentionally distanced himself from the campsite to avoid exposing his abilities to anyone who wasn't an ally. He wonders if Clayton had come all this way just to find him. Breaking the silence, Clayton remarks that his disciples are struggling because they don't have the best teacher, so he's trying to teach them as much as he can while they're still together. Logan responds, reassuring him that he's already doing a good job, then asks why Clayton felt the need to share this with him. Hearing this, Clayton then stops in his tracks. He turns his head towards Logan, telling him that even after they get to Logan's territory, he wants his disciples to take breaks and shifts, and also have a chance to train with him. Clayton then tells Logan that he will work as much as it's needed for them to have this chance, and asks Logan if they can have an understanding, to which Logan immediately agrees. Then Logan looks down and realizes something strange. He looks behind Clayton and sees mana flowing out from the ground, and asks himself where it is going. It turns out that the mana goes towards the tent where the mages are sleeping. Once again, Clayton is looking at Logan, asking him if they have an agreement, all while Logan is left to ask himself, why would he go so far to share his mana with his disciples? Logan acknowledges that Clayton is cherishing his disciples greatly, and Clayton replies that, as their teacher, he at least has to do the minimum. Logan then asks Clayton if fighting with the Tower Master for their sake wasn't doing the bare minimum, but Clayton says that the Tower Master was the one asking for it. The next day, the flags of the McLain estate flow majestically in the wind, and the estate looks beautiful on this sunny day. In his father's study, Logan talks to Patrick, who seems to have heard the story of Logan's travels, and asks him if he gained a lot of experience during his time in the capital. Logan replies by informing his father that everything he learned was immensely helpful, to which Patrick says that it's all good in that case, and asks Logan if he wants to report anything else. Hearing this, Logan thinks there could have been a better way to approach the subject, rather than being so direct. He casually mentions to Patrick that his business in the capital is thriving, and that profits will soon start rolling in, which leaves Patrick astonished. Rising from his desk, Patrick asks Logan what business he's referring to. Logan explains that he's been commercializing the medicine he had previously given him. Patrick looks as if he's about to faint, and asks if Logan really went all the way to the capital to sell sexual enhancers. Placing a hand on his forehead, Patrick sighs, reminding Logan that, despite his promise not to interfere, this is still quite the surprise. Patrick then asks Logan to be more mindful of the family's reputation and dignity the next time he takes action like this. Logan quickly promises his father that he will, feeling relieved that Patrick is handling the situation better than he had expected. Patrick, however, raises an eyebrow and asks if Logan answered his question without giving it much thought. Once again, Logan gives the same swift affirmative response. Logan then informs his father that he's also made the acquaintance of the Sword Duke and has established a strong connection with him. Upon hearing this, Patrick, stunned about the information, immediately asks if he's referring to Felix Esperanza. Patrick, fuming, then asks Logan if he also sold the medicine to Felix. With a grin, Logan replies that he did exactly that. Furious, Patrick shouts at Logan, demanding to know how far he plans to drag the family's reputation down. Unfazed, Logan calmly pulls out a book Felix gave him and says that in return, he received a valuable intermediate sword technique. Patrick, now calmer, takes the book from Logan's hands and reads the title aloud, The Iron Blood Sword. He remarks that it's a genuine intermediate sword skill, guaranteed by the Sword Duke himself. However, Logan knows this isn't entirely true, as he had written that comment during his stay at the Sword Duke's mansion. Logan then reflects on how an imperial merchant had unearthed the Iron Blood Sword from ancient ruins. It was considered one of the top intermediate sword techniques of the time. Initially, the merchant had copied and sold the book to only a select few, but eventually, it was leaked, and copies of the entire technique began circulating throughout the market. Over time, it became so widespread that knights across the continent, and even common folk, could learn it. However, he also thinks that this event is only bound to happen 10 years from now, so having the knights of the family learn this skill right now will greatly help their forces advance. Logan goes on to think that if they also add in the mixture the sword chi, and even the divine sword secrets, his father and Ranyan could use those as their trump cards. Yet all that being said, the Iron Blood Sword technique moves force to an extreme, so it could inflict internal damage during training, and there is no way Patrick would allow for something like that to happen. But adding the Sword Duke's name to the book will definitely make Patrick accept it. Patrick reads the contents of the book and says that this is on a completely different level from the worn-out records the family has passed down, and that this book is of a far superior quality. As his hands tremble on the book, Patrick thinks that in reality, gaining proper intermediate sword skills for a noble is hard, and that he even considers this the reason for which he was stuck in level for the past 10 years. Patrick then goes on to tell Logan that properly mastering this technique will raise their Knight's Order's overall strength by at least 30%, and wonders how they could ever repay the Duke's kindness. Hearing this, Logan thinks that it's great he thinks that, as he has a proposal for his father. Logan should also properly master the technique in order to show it to Felix and repay him. However, Patrick suddenly rushes out of the room, cutting Logan off before he can say anything. He tosses a stamp at Logan and tells him that mastering the Iron Blood Sword technique is now his top priority, leaving Logan in charge of everything until he succeeds. It's at that moment Logan realizes the gravity of the situation. Patrick has just thrown him the family sigil, symbolizing his temporary authority over the family's affairs. Patrick bolts through the door, calling back to Logan to assist Dwayne with the family matters in his absence, promising to return once he has mastered the Iron Blood Sword technique to perfection. He hastily thanks Logan and departs, not giving him a chance to bring up the matters he wanted to discuss. Logan is left standing alone in his father's study, holding the family sigil, completely at a loss for what to do next. Logan stares at the family seal, realizing that having it in his possession means he can now act freely without needing anyone's permission. As this thought sinks in, Dwayne bursts into the room, exclaiming that he's heard all about Logan's accomplishments in the capital. Logan, now determined, silently vows to accomplish everything he desires before Patrick returns from his training. Dwayne quickly begins pleading with Logan for money to help with the family's financial situation. Logan, skeptical, asks if Dwayne didn't already receive funds from the battle with Tessrin. Dwayne shouts in frustration, explaining that those funds are nowhere near enough to maintain both fortresses. The battle caused a severe labor shortage, and because of this, production will drop significantly this year. To make matters worse, the Kairos have also cut off all aid, leaving the family in an even more precarious position. Dwayne, desperate, drops to his knees and begs Logan for money, pleading since he's heard about the fortune Logan made in the capital. But Logan simply smiles and says that he is sorry, but he's already spent all the money. Hearing this, Dwayne can't believe what Logan is saying, so he replies by telling him that he heard Logan has made at least a couple of million, and asks him where on earth could he be able to spend all of that money in so little time. However, Logan just looks down on Dwayne, smiling, without saying a word. Dwayne looks up at Logan and tells him to stop these shenanigans, as it's not funny. Yet Logan just keeps his composure, maintaining the same exact look, looking down on Dwayne. And seeing this, Dwayne starts sweating bullets. He then asks Logan if he is serious about all this, and Logan nods affirmatively. He then bows back down in despair, and asks Logan where on earth he managed to spend all of that money, to which Logan replies that he has spent 1.2 million gold on magic scrolls and images. Plus, he also bought construction materials and food to support the people of their regions, so there's nothing left. Dwayne looks at Logan, reiterating what he just said. He said that buying a little food and giving it to the people is not going to make a difference, but that's when Logan tells him that he spent 1 million gold on food alone. Dwayne isn't sure he heard that right, and asks Logan to tell him once again, and Logan obliges, by telling him that he will distribute food worth 1 million gold every month for a year among the people. Hearing this, Dwayne starts shouting, asking Logan if he ate something to make him crazy, and Logan thinks that this is a normal reaction, as him becoming a bit of a war hero isn't going to change Dwayne's view about him. Logan then tells Dwayne that he is completely in his right mind, and asks him if the food he has bought is enough to feed the people. Dwayne tells him that it is indeed, and asks him what he plans to do with the construction materials and the scrolls, and then proceeds to ask him if he is starting some construction, and Logan tells him that they will be constructing a dam. 2 weeks later, a note starts circulating the city, and it reads the following. The feudal lord calls upon everyone eligible for statutory labor, for those in the McLain fortress and the west gate in their city, to those in the storm fortress and those in the east gate in the outer city. Seeing this, a man from the Tesran fortress declares that they've finally reached this point. The nobles are exploiting them without restraint. One commoner from the McLain fortress adds that forcing them into statutory labor during the peak farming season is madness, as it will leave their children starving. Another voice chimes in, lamenting that they barely survived the battle, only to find the feudal lord now trying to crush them. They furiously question whether the message they received leaves them with a choice, to die fleeing, to toil in labor, or simply to starve. They realize that in the end, all paths lead to the same result. With determination, they grab their pitchforks and any tools they can find, seemingly ready to rise up against the feudal lord in rebellion. Everyone has gathered in front of the McLain estate, and Logan asks if everyone is present. A young man turns to an elder and asks if they are really going to go through with this. The elder replies firmly that the lords are treating them like dogs, while they barely scrape by, living off grass just to survive. Also, the nobles can thrive. The elder observes the large crowd gathered and declares that this time, it's truly worth picking a fight. A bead of sweat trickles from the younger man's forehead to his cheek, as he looks at the elder and agrees, saying he'd rather seize this opportunity to fight and drag those miserable nobles out of their stronghold. Just then, the castle doors swing open, and the people, fueled by determination, take their stances, ready to confront whatever lies ahead. As the gates swing open completely, the silhouettes of several knights become visible behind the rows of prepared fighters. One of the knights shouts to his comrades to get ready for distribution. The gathered crowd, initially tense for a fight, calms down and begins to wonder what the knight means by distribution. The elder steps forward, cautioning the people that it's a trick and reminding them of the true nature of the nobles. Just then, a man places a bag in front of him. The knight explains that, per young Master Logan's orders, those who participate in the compulsory labor duty will receive a month's worth of grain suitable for a family. He instructs everyone to form a line at the gate for the distribution to begin. Hearing this, the crowd drops their weapons and rushes to line up for their share. The old man clutches his bag tightly, looking down at the ground in silence. He trembles for a moment, then lifts his head and shouts for all to hear, "All hail Logan McLain!" Then as the other people turn towards him, he does it once again, and the people let out a smile, thinking that the old man is right, and so they all start hailing for Logan. On the walls of the estate, Dwayne and Logan are talking, and Dwayne asks him if he really needed to force a compulsory order to have them gathered here, as he could have just asked them to gather there. Logan replies by saying that if he had done that, not even 1/4 of them would have come, since after all, they don't trust the nobles. He explains that nobles consider their people as their property, and any nobles with sense consider it their duty to protect their people. But living as a mercenary and an ordinary person in his past life, has taught him that for the commoners, between good and bad nobles, there is only one difference, that being which one takes away more from them. Logan tells Dwayne that even his father thinks about knights more than the people, as after all, he thinks the knights are the strength of a nation. This is why, despite the lack of budget, he still maintains a knight order of 50 people. This is why Logan has forced them to gather here and let them see it, so they can actually believe it. Logan then turns his head towards Dwayne and asks him why he is staring. Dwayne replies by saying that he was just surprised, and that Logan is surprising him quite a bit these days. Logan tells Dwayne that he is being silly, and that anyway, since Dwayne listens and trusts Logan like this, he can go ahead and start the construction. Dwayne is annoyed to hear about that damn dam again, and asks Logan to think it over one more time, as there's no point in spending 2 million gold on that construction, and then proceeds to ask Logan if it is even possible to construct it, to which Logan replies by saying that Dwayne sounds just like Hamar and Clayton. Logan has revealed his plan to Hamar and Clayton, who are amazed by the idea of constructing a dam. While having dinner, they ask if his intention is to draw water from the dam and build a floodgate. Logan confirms, stating that it's not only correct, but also entirely feasible, and he insists that the project be carried out exactly as planned. He then adds that the McLain territory is surrounded by dense mountains and wastelands, making the land barren and in need of this transformation. Logan explains that even the relatively shallow mountains to the north are blocking the flow of the Luther River from turning south. To achieve the transformation of the land, he instructs Hamar and Clayton to create a large hole through these northern wild mountains, allowing the river's water to flow through. Hamar, irritated, retorts that it would be more believable if Logan had asked them to simply knock down the mountain. Logan clarifies that they will instead build a tunnel, connecting directly to the Luther River, with a diameter of 30 meters at ground level, which will act as a floodgate. He adds that this method is used in the western part of the continent, where it is known as a dam. In truth, Logan knows this isn't entirely accurate. It's actually a flood control method that will become popular in the Empire about 20 years into the future. He also doesn't fully understand the principles of its construction. However, with a master-level dwarf and a fifth circle mage at his disposal, Logan believes this ambitious project might be possible. If the two successfully complete the construction, Logan will be able to turn the barren wastelands of Western McLain into fertile, arable plains. Clayton is about to comment on Logan's plan, but Hamar interjects, stressing the importance of carefully selecting the location. He explains that the ground composition is critical, and they must also consider the water levels and channels. To prevent the tunnel from collapsing, they'll need to construct an arch structure and enlist the help of mages. After hearing all this, Clayton turns to Hamar and asks if Logan's idea is truly feasible. Hamar, surprised at himself for having said all that out loud, can hardly believe it either. Hearing all of this, Logan, holding his glass of wine with a glimmer in his eye, confidently acknowledges that the plan is indeed possible. This makes both Clayton and Hamar break into a nervous sweat. Hamar, trying to explain, begins to tell Logan that he's already busy with other tasks, including the newly started mining operation. But before he can finish, Logan cuts him off, saying that this is exactly why he has prepared magic scrolls and mages to assist in the project. Logan then tells Hamar that he will leave finding the right mountain up to him, and hearing this, Hamar reluctantly says that he knew there was something off when Logan decided to treat him to some delicious meal out of nowhere. And seeing all this, Clayton just asks himself if everything that's happening is really okay. At the construction site, Clayton stands ready, channeling his magic as he prepares to cast a spell. A safe distance behind him, two workers watch nervously, wondering if they might still be in danger. One of them dismisses the concern, assuring the other that since Logan is present, they should be fine. Hamar then shouts to Clayton, letting him know that if he's ready, he can go ahead and begin his work. Clayton presses his magic-infused hand against the mountain, and with a sudden surge of power, the mountain's surface shatters into millions of pieces. The people present immediately scramble to dodge the falling debris and rocks raining down from the sky in chaotic bursts. Seeing the chaos caused by the shattered mountain face, Hamar scolds Clayton, reminding him that he had instructed him to go easy and questioning why he felt the need to show off his strength unnecessarily. Logan, observing this, begins to explain that besides physical force, there is another supernatural power that humans can wield: mana. In his previous life, Logan could only faintly sense mana, but now he can see it clearly. He marvels as the Earth's power, originating from the mana circle within Clayton's heart, intricately weaves constant patterns to stimulate and break the rock wall. Astonished by what he's witnessing, Logan realizes that the development of his force core has enhanced his senses to a transcendent level. Clayton turns to Logan with a smirk and tells him to watch closely for his next spell, insisting that what Logan saw was just the beginning. Logan, unimpressed at first, observes as Clayton raises his hand and suddenly clenches his fist. In an instant, All the rocks from the earlier explosion pile up and begin to float in front of him. Logan quickly realizes what's happening. The debris from the shattered cliff is gathering into a massive shape. The sheer size of the newly formed structure makes Logan look up in awe, while Hamar, overwhelmed, hides behind Logan's leg like a frightened child. Clayton has transformed the scattered rocks into a towering rock golem. Logan, astonished that Clayton could create such a colossal figure without any tools, begins to contemplate the possibilities. He mutters to himself that if they could make a few more of these golems, not only would the construction be completed much faster than anticipated, but they could even be used in warfare. Overwhelmed by Clayton's power, Logan excitedly grabs Clayton's hands, his face filled with a mad intensity, and asks how many golems he can create. Excited by the potential, even asks Clayton if his students are also capable of creating golems. Clayton confirms, explaining that since they hail from the Golem School of the Earth Magic Tower, they can indeed create golems. Logan is thrilled by this revelation, but Clayton quickly tempers his enthusiasm by pointing out a significant limitation. He explains that the spell formula required to create a golem's core with mana can only be performed by 5th Circle mages. His students, while skilled, aren't strong enough to form golem cores on their own, and instead require mana stones. Even with those, the golems they create will be much smaller and considerably weaker than the one Clayton just summoned. Hearing this, Logan's facial expression changes drastically. He explains that mana stones are a mineral as rare as orichalcum or mithril, imbued with the natural energy of mana, making a rare ore. It cannot be artificially produced, and since it is used for magical assistance or artificial creation, it is also quite expensive, and that makes Logan think that mana stones aren't that cost-effective for this job. Yet Logan can't be looking at cost-effectiveness in a war, since if he can win by investing some money, that is good enough. He then proceeds to ask Clayton if his golem would also get stronger if he uses mana stones, to which Clayton replied affirmatively, saying that its strength and speed would increase, and it would last many times longer. However, since he is a 5th Circle mage, he'd need the highest grade mana stone for that. Even so, for a 2nd Circle mage, golem spell a low-grade mana stone is good enough. It can last for about 24 hours, and it can become many times stronger compared to an adult man. Hearing this, Logan goes on to think that a low-grade mana stone costs about the same as a piece of gold. Their cost-to-cost benefit ratio is too low for all that money, but for a short war like the last war between fiefs, it could easily bring a much greater result. Dwayne arrives at the construction site, and upon seeing the massive golem punching away at the mountain, he is utterly terrified. His eyes widen in shock as he assumes that the golem is trying to destroy the territory. Logan quickly tries to calm him down, explaining that the golem isn't destroying anything but is actually digging a tunnel as part of the plan. However, Dwayne is too overwhelmed by fear to listen. Without hearing Logan out, he panics and runs off, shouting that he must inform the patriarch about what's happening. Logan turns to Hamar and instructs him to take the workers to start on the water channel, noting that there's no need to leave anyone behind for the tunnel construction, since the golem is more than sufficient for the task. Hamar, nodding in agreement, turns his back to the group and begins ordering the workers to stop being scared, telling them to gather their tools and leave. Meanwhile, Logan reflects on the fact that he now has 3 construction projects underway, feeling a mix of excitement and determination about the progress they are making. First is the tunnel and the dam. Second is the water channel that'll distribute the river water to every place in the wasteland. And third is the mine, for which Logan already got the results from the drilling while he was in Grand. Therefore, he already deployed workers there before anywhere else. Logan then thinks that after coming back from the capital, he's been busy with the dam construction, so he couldn't keep watch over the mine, so he will pay a visit there tomorrow. The next day, people are seen coming in and out of the mine, with Hamar among them, looking particularly grumpy. Logan approaches Hamar and comments that they haven't seen each other in a while. Hamar retorts, asking what Logan is talking about. Clenching his fist, he accuses Logan of making him run back and forth between the mine and the water channel, expressing his frustration. In a fit of rage, he tells Logan that he can't keep up with the workload anymore, and suggests that it would be better to just kill him instead. He laments that he can't even take a break, and questions whether work will stop if he's not there. Hamar then demands to know why he has to shoulder all this hard work alone. Throughout Hamar's outburst, Logan stands speechless, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, one of the other workers notices Hamar's explosive frustration and warns the others that they need to intervene before things escalate further. As Hamar slumps back onto the ground, tears in his eyes, Logan gently places a hand on his shoulder in an attempt to comfort him. He acknowledges the hard work Hamar has been putting in, assuring him that he understands and appreciates everything he has accomplished. Logan tells Hamar that from now on, he will let him take care of and manage everything on his own. Hamar's expression shifts to one of disbelief, his face paling as he asks Logan if he is serious. He wonders if Logan truly intends to dump all the chores onto him. Logan feels a twinge of sadness that Hamar has caught onto his intention. With a playful yet earnest gesture, Logan extends his pinky finger, promising Hamar that once the construction is complete, he will allow him to take all the rest he needs. Hamar, feeling overwhelmed, tries to push Logan's hand away, insisting that he won't accept such an arrangement. But Logan firmly catches hold of Hamar's finger, almost causing the poor dwarf to yelp in pain as he threatens to break it. As Hamar is standing on the ground, annoyed by the whole situation, Logan just turns his back and brushes his hair with his hand, saying that he is just trying to act all cheeky. He then looks at the mine, saying that now the mine will be developed faster than in his previous life, and even though he is not sure about the dam, he hopes it will work out. In the end, that is the only way his plans will succeed. Logan activates a communication channel to speak with Philip, who informs him that the construction materials will be delivered without any issues. He also mentions that he has secured an agreement for the lumber they've been trading, which will bring in an additional 100,000 gold per month. This news brings a smile to Logan's face. Pleased with the progress, Philip, filled with excitement, tells Logan that once they finish building the mine and clear the land, the territory will be completely transformed. He then tells Logan that he would like to come and see it for himself one day. Logan glances at the globe for a moment, deep in thought, before responding that Philip should visit next year. Curious, Philip asks why next year, but then quickly adds that he probably won't get an answer, even if he asks. Logan then shifts the conversation, revealing to Philip that there have been rumors circulating in the capital that there is a problem with the royal family. Philip asks Logan what problem he is talking about, and Logan replies that he heard about it when he was at the Sword Duke's house, and he doesn't know the details, but it seems like a big issue. He tells Philip that he should try to find out about the rumors while he's doing business. Logan reflects on his memories from his past life, recalling that next winter, the king suddenly dies, leading to a civil war. However, he acknowledges that the information he has as a low-ranking mercenary may not be entirely accurate. If the king's death is indeed sudden, it will follow the same pattern as it did in his previous life. Otherwise, the timing could vary. Just like the war between the fiefs, the onset of the civil war could be influenced by unforeseen factors. Logan understands that he cannot begin to prepare until he has confirmed the situation. His primary focus is to ready the McLain family for the impending chaos that will upend the kingdom's order. Logan instructs Philip to allocate the remaining budget as an emergency fund and to purchase as many weapons and armor as possible, specifically enough to equip 1,500 men. Upon hearing this, Philip breaks into a sweat, expressing that this is no small undertaking. He questions why Logan needs so much equipment when the McLains only have around 100 knights. Logan clarifies that the equipment is not intended for the knights, but for the soldiers. This revelation sends Philip into a frenzy, incredulously asking Logan if he has truly lost his mind. He argues that no one fully arms their soldiers in war, deeming it a waste of money. However, Logan refuses to entertain the objections. Internally, Logan reflects that while his actions may seem unusual, they are driven by necessity. The last war resulted in significant casualties among his territory's people, drastically reducing the expected output. To counter this, he needs to minimize conscription while maximizing the strength of his knights and regular soldiers. Arming the most vulnerable regular soldiers is a crucial part of that strategy. Logan then asks Philip if his judgment was ever wrong, to which Philip reluctantly says no. Then he puts a smirk on his face and tells Philip that this being the case, they should proceed as discussed. Philip says that he understands and that he will discreetly find out more about the rumor. With this, Logan says that from securing funds through the mine, ensuring food supply with dam construction, and improving the soldiers' armament, the basic preparations for a leap forward are progressing smoothly. An enormous stack of papers sits on Logan's desk, overwhelming him as he fumbles through the documents. Dwayne stands beside him, directing his attention to specific papers and explaining what he needs to do. Read that, sign the other one, and so on, before adding that he will bring the next set of documents for Logan's review later. Reading one of the documents, Dwayne informed Logan that he had once again signed a document without properly checking it, questioning whether he intended to continue this carelessness. Meanwhile, Logan could only think about how long he had been buried in paperwork. Dwayne noted that this had been ongoing for nearly a month. He emphasizes that acting as Lord required more than just a day or two of work, and Logan reflected on how he had never seen his father work this much. Dwayne continued to explain that he had been handling most of the work for the Patriarch, leaving him astonished at the revelation. Logan questioned why Dwayne had dumped all the responsibilities on him, to which Dwayne asserted that as the future successor, Logan needed to thoroughly understand the affairs of the territory. Just then, the door opened, and Logan shouted at Dwayne, insisting he was not the successor, and Dwayne simply asked if anyone else agreed with that. At that moment, Kai Salon entered, looking troubled. He hesitated before speaking, finally managing to relay that Hamar had become trapped in a collapsed mine. The news sent a wave of fear through Logan, who was instantly alarmed by the urgency of the situation. Logan rises from his chair and asks Kaisalan how it happened. Kaisalan explains that one of the mine tunnels has collapsed. Concerned, Logan immediately inquires about the extent of the damage and whether they've found Hamar, while Dwayne interrupts to ask when their territory even had a mine. Ignoring Dwayne, Kaisalan reports that over 50 meters of the tunnels have collapsed, making it impossible to locate Hamar's exact position. Upon hearing this, Logan rushes toward the door, saying there's no time to waste and that they need to head to the mine immediately. Once again, furious, Dwayne asks where the hell did a mine come from. Logan arrives at the mine on horseback and quickly asks the workers which tunnel collapsed. One of the men points to the middle of the three paths, explaining that it's the deepest one. He tries to warn Logan about how dark it is inside, but Logan doesn't care. He storms past him and heads straight into the tunnel. Inside, Logan channels his aura into his eyes, giving himself night vision. What he sees unsettles him. Massive boulders are blocking the tunnel, and a few people are struggling to move them. The elderly foreman overseeing the mine notices Logan and Logan instructs the workers to step aside. Logan places his hand on one of the boulders and infuses it with mana, sensing the presence of 10 people trapped beneath. One of them matches Hamar's size and shape. Logan tells the foreman they've avoided the worst, but there are still many casualties. The foreman, puzzled, asks how Logan knows this. Logan brushes the question aside, insisting it doesn't matter right now, and instead asks how long it will take to clear the rocks. The foreman estimates at least 3 days, assuming everything goes smoothly. This worries Logan. He knows even the toughest dwarves can't survive long with severe injuries trapped under the rocks. The longer it takes, the slimmer their chances of survival. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Logan knows he has no choice but to act quickly if he wants to save them. Outside the mine, Logan and Clayton are talking, and Clayton asks Logan why they were called to this place. Logan tells Clayton that he will get straight to the point, and begs the mages to rescue Hamar and the workers that were trapped in the mine. He tells Clayton that they will be properly compensated, yet Clayton doesn't seem to care much about money. He realized that this was the reason for which Hamar was so busy, going back and forth between the mine and the dam. He tells Logan that since people are hurt, they will gladly help, and Logan thanks him, and tells Clayton that he will make sure to repay the favor. Clayton thinks that he was curious why Logan bought a destructive magic scroll and never used it, and realizes the mine was the reason. As Logan points them into the direction of the mine, he thinks that since he has been so secretive about it, it must be really valuable, and yet Logan told him about it, all in order to save a slave and some workers. Inside the mine, Clayton uses his magic to hold up the tunnel, and tells his disciples to use the golems to clear up the rocks, and they seem to be using mana stones for this to work. Clayton's disciples, holding their mana crystals tightly, began chanting their spells. With swift motions, they cast the mana stones into the rubble, and as the magic took effect, Logan watched in awe. The collapsed rocks stirred and transformed into towering stone golems, each lumbering into motion to clear the debris. The sight terrified the mine workers, who were not accustomed to witnessing such raw displays of magical power. Logan, observing the efficiency of the mages, marveled at how they had managed to clear several meters of rubble in mere moments by creating the golems. Clayton, however, remained focused, urging his disciples to hurry. The urgency in his voice reminded them all that there was no telling the condition of Hamar and the trapped workers deeper inside the collapsed mine. The golems, controlled by Clayton's disciples, methodically cleared the rubble, effortlessly carrying massive chunks of rock from the mine entrance. Logan, however, didn't just stand back to supervise. He joined in, hauling rocks alongside the mages and workers. Clayton, noticing Logan's involvement, was momentarily stunned. It was an unusual sight, a noble, engaging in manual labor to save commoners, and a dwarf. It was unheard of for someone of Logan's rank to do such work, especially when most nobles wouldn't think twice about the lives of those beneath them. Watching Logan's determined efforts, Clayton couldn't help but feel a flicker of hope. Perhaps the world, despite its flaws, hadn't completely gone to ruin. Next, the mine master breaks a sweat from his forehead and shouts for everyone to hear that he's found the injured. Hamar is seen being hurt, half under the pile of rocks. Seeing this, the mine master shouts his name, scared, and Logan tries to assess his situation. It appears that despite the magnitude of the accident, the injuries Hamar and the others have are minor, and that they've just fainted due to shock. Looking down on the scene, Logan is grateful, thanking the gods that everyone got out with just some minor scratches. Later, in the infirmary, Logan asks Hamar what happened. Hamar explains that he dozed off while using a destruction scroll, admitting he's been overworking himself lately. Logan, visibly upset, remains silent. Sensing this, Hamar tries to reassure him. saying that despite the accident, everything is fine and he'll be back to work soon. Just as Hamar is about to add that the workload isn't too hard and he can manage it in a day or two, Logan interrupts, telling him to take as much time as he needs to recover. However, when Hamar realizes what Logan just said, he stops speaking, unsure of what he's heard. He then asks Logan if he really wants Hamar to rest, and Logan replies by asking him if he will be fine without doing so. Hamar then shouts at Logan that he will rest. Even if the world burns on fire, he will rest. Even if the aliens come, he will rest. Whatever happens, his rest won't be interrupted. As Logan leaves Hamar's room, he marvels at the power of magic, impressed that the rescue operation was completed and everyone saved within just 2 hours. He begins to consider something he desires, but his thoughts are interrupted by Clayton, who appears beside him like a ghost from Christmas past. Clayton startles Logan by shouting, "You have a truly wonderful mind," leaving Logan speechless. Clayton nods knowingly, and Logan wonders if he has discovered that the mine is filled with gold. He realizes this could be troublesome, as he's unsure if Clayton would keep it a secret. Clayton then asks Logan why he went so far as to reveal the mine and ask for his help. Logan remains silent, but he reflects on the real reason. There's no one else skilled enough to replace Hamar at the moment. He thinks saving Hamar was worth the risk, as the mine's development would have been delayed without him, which would disrupt Logan's future plans. However, there's a deeper reason, which Logan voices to Clayton. If he can't protect his people, there would be no one left around him. This response piques Clayton's interest. Clayton then asks if Logan would like a magic tower in his territory. Logan is stunned. Clayton explains that it's time for Logan to part ways with that awful tower master, and that his territory seems capable of supporting a small magic tower. He asks Logan what he thinks of the idea, and Logan can see that Clayton is serious. Overjoyed, Logan tells him he would be honored to have a magic tower in his territory, his eyes lighting up and his cheeks flushing like a child seeing candy for the first time. Logan then asks if Clayton's disciples would join him there and what kind of support he would need. Clayton tells Logan that his disciples coming along is a given, and that when it comes to financial support, his demands are low. Clayton would only ask Logan for what's necessary, telling Logan that he trusts in his character and abilities. Seeing what just happened, Logan drools like a hungry dog while looking at Clayton. Also being a witness to what was just discussed, Hamar asks Clayton if he also perhaps hit his head, but Logan tells him to go back to rest. 1 week later, Hamar presents himself before Logan, telling him that he is fully recovered, so he will resume the construction. He goes on to tell Logan that he will try to make up for the delay, and Logan wishes him luck. Just as Hamar leaves and the door closes, there is another knock that disturbed Logan. It appears that Dwayne creeps in from behind the door with a scary look on his face, asking Logan if it isn't about time for Logan to tell him about that mine. Dwayne shouts at Logan, demanding to know how long he's been developing the mine without telling him. Logan simply apologizes, saying it slipped his mind. Frustrated, Dwayne questions how something so important could possibly slip his mind. He presses Logan, asking why he kept the mine a secret and what kind of mine it is. To answer Dwayne's question, Logan puts on a big old smile, revealing that it's a gold mine. Dwayne doesn't believe him and tells Logan to stop joking around. There's no way people like them would have a gold mine. Annoyed, Logan asks what's so unbelievable about it, calling Dwayne a rascal. Then, regaining his serious tone, Logan informs Dwayne that the mine is expected to generate around 100 million gold per year, and asks if Dwayne really thinks he'd joke about something like that. Hearing this, Dwayne is left speechless, asking Logan if he is serious about what he's saying. Next, Dwayne just stands there, and Logan looks at him dead in the eye, but something is wrong. Logan touches Dwayne, wondering if he is okay, and Dwayne almost falls on his back. It appears that the information he has received is making Dwayne faint, as he cannot comprehend the amount of money that mine is going to bring in, and Logan is sweating, trying to make Dwayne snap out of it. Despite the minor incident with Hamar's injury, the plan proceeded smoothly, much faster than Logan had anticipated. In the forest, a group of people walks along, puzzled as to why they've been called together again, especially now that the dam construction is complete, and in such an unusual place, the mountain peak. One man asks another if they're sure the dam is finished, as it was supposed to take 6 months, yet they completed it in just 3. Another confirms that the construction is indeed done. These men seem to be the administrators Dwayne has gathered for a final inspection, all brought to Logan's side. Logan greets them warmly, expressing his pleasure in having them there. Acknowledging their busy schedules, he asks them to stay and witness the opening of the dam. One of the administrators looks on skeptically, thinking it's a waste of time. In his mind, bringing water from the Luther River to sprinkle over the wasteland won't make any difference. He feels Logan should have invested the money more wisely, perhaps on repairing the southern wall. The other administrators also question why Logan went to such lengths. Unable to come up with an answer, one of them asks Dwayne. Meanwhile, Dwayne is once again amazed by what he sees. He stares at the dam, realizing it wasn't built merely to sprinkle water on the wasteland. It's actually connected directly to the underground channels of the Luther River. If they can continuously supply water through the canals, this vast wasteland could indeed become fertile land. Logan looks around and notices that everyone has gathered, construction workers, mages, and administrators alike. Concluding that it's time to begin, he turns to Clayton and gives the signal. Clayton obliges, preparing to start the process. Seeing this, Hamar becomes grumpy and asks if they really have to do it this way, complaining that they put in all the effort so the workers could open and close the floodgates themselves. However, this won't happen, as Logan thinks that the first time the dam is open, it should be grand and memorable, as he wants to show everyone in the McLain estate what they have created with their own hands. As he says the last part, an image of the dam is shown, and it appears that there are some golems that stay before the floodgates, prepared to lift them. Seeing this, the administrators are stunned. One of them even remarks the presence of the monsters towards the other two, but just a second later they seem unfazed by this event. Even the administrator in question realizes that he has seen quite some magic lately, and that he shouldn't be impressed by it. Next, Clayton shouts loudly, for everyone to hear, giving the command to the golems to open the floodgates. They reach towards the gates and start lifting them up. Seeing this, Logan looks happy, as his plans unfold just as he imagined they would. The event leaves everyone speechless. Both the administrators and the common workers are amazed by the sheer display of magic and force, but something strange seems to happen. The golems are struggling to lift the floodgates. With a murderous smile on his face, Clayton looks down on Hamar, murmuring, asking Hamar what the hell is he doing. Yet it seems like Hamar also doesn't know what's happening, as he definitely told the workers to open the gates when the golems start lifting them. Seeing this, Logan starts sweating, as he needs to come up with an idea fast. An event from the past is shown, a chat between Clayton and Logan, where Clayton informs Logan that the lifting the gates would be too much for the golems, and Logan tells him to just pretend. It looks like the golem's strength was purely meant for show, and that in reality, it takes about 100 workers turning the pulleys to open the floodgates. Logan thinks that this wasn't a part of his plan, and wonders what he could do. Clayton shouts at Hamar that if his golem's reputation for strength gets tarnished, he will be holding him responsible, and Hamar replies by saying that it's just a fact that the golems are not strong enough. While all of this is happening, it seems that Logan has got an idea. He suddenly tells Clayton to command the golems to break down the gates. This leaves both Hamar and Clayton speechless, making Clayton ask if Logan is really serious about this. Logan tells Clayton to do as he says, as they can just rebuild the gates later. And even though hesitant for a couple of seconds, Clayton does as Logan wishes, and the golems start punching through the gates. Seeing this, the workers are wondering if they are really going to break them down. After all, their hard work was just done. Next, the gates break, and water starts flowing down, taking the golems with it, and everyone remains perplexed when they see this. Even Logan lets out a big old blushy smile of happiness. For the first time, I can see that bro might actually be genuinely happy and have a heart. The townsfolk that have worked on the construction are letting out tears of happiness as the water flows down, acknowledging its presence and their success. Logan then thinks how this will solve the food problem during the Civil War, and that they don't need to rush the reclamation as they can start farming next spring. Even Dwayne is happy and jumps on Logan's back, scaring him, telling him how wrong he was about the dam and asking for forgiveness. Logan then tells him that everything is good and mocks him in a friendly manner, asking why such a big guy like him is crying so much. However, not everyone is so happy with this outcome, as Hamar is crying in the corner, asking how much time is going to take him to rebuild the gates again. But Clayton steps in, saying that he will help him rebuild them once again. Logan then tells them that they don't need the gate urgently, so they can just take a week off, and that they will finish the mine construction after that, telling Hamar that they will once again get a long vacation once that project has also been completed. This once again brings joy to Hamar's eyes, asking Logan if he really means what he's saying. Logan replies by reassuring Hamar, but what Hamar doesn't know is the reason behind Logan's thought, that being that they are going to be busy again soon. Many farmers will come to reclaim the now fertile land, but it will be hard for them to travel from the city to the plains every day, so they will build a totally new village for them to live in. Logan turns to Hamar, preparing to tell him how great he is at construction, but realizes that this isn't the proper way to do it. He utters Hamar's name, making him turn around in order to inquire. He then tells Hamar that construction must be difficult even for him, as after all, he's never even heard of dwarves being good at construction. This makes Hamar go crazy, asking Logan what in the hell is he even talking about. He tells Logan that after weapon making, construction is what dwarves are best at. Hearing this, Logan realizes that he has Hamar right where he wants him. Logan tells Hamar that this is really impressive, and that it's great to hear that. Hamar replies by telling Logan that even if he praises him, he's not getting anything from him, and proceeds to ask Logan why he's even interested in construction all of a sudden. However, Logan just dismisses the question, telling Hamar that he was just curious. But as Hamar turns away, Logan thinks that after he has his 1 week rest, the thrilling experience of house construction will start, and he won't be laughing then. He once again shows his true psychotic and sadistic nature. I would honestly be scared to see his face at night. After his discussion with Hamar is ended, Logan addresses the people that came to the inauguration, telling everyone to listen up. He restates the promise he made when they gathered to open the floodgates. First, that everyone will be able to cultivate the McLain plains. Second, they will receive tenant rights equivalent to their labor, and taxes will only be 30%. He then turns his head to look at the vassals. He thinks that if he announces it like this, even the vassals won't be able to oppose it. In fact, they seem overjoyed with the appearance of the river, realizing that their territory might be finally changing. 4 weeks later, Logan is in his study talking to Rick, revising a schematic sent by Hamar, in which he's already completed the village layout and a model house, saying that he knew he picked the right person for the job, and Rick replies by saying that Hamar is amazing. Logan then thinks how he never thought Hamar would actually take the job when he came by a few weeks ago, as he was hesitant at first, but just as always, once he starts he does a good job. In the background, the events from 4 weeks ago are shown, in which Hamar asks Logan if he is crazy, wanting to build a village, and Logan mocking him, saying how he taught dwarves were supposed to be good at construction. It seems that Hamar has laid out the roads in a cross pattern, and placed houses of the same size at regular intervals, created communal wells and toilets in each section, and built sewers to dispose of waste outside the village. Watching the piece of paper, Logan thinks that he's also put down the planned city he saw in his previous life as best as he could remember, and that with this, they can successfully establish the large settlement McLain Town. Logan thinks about what he wants to have half of the population doing, but suddenly a smell strikes him. He turns towards Rick, where the smell is coming from, and asks him why he smells so bad, to which Rick replies that it's all Logan's fault. He asks Logan why in the hell is that drug selling so well, saying that if it weren't for that, he wouldn't be suffering like this. All of this while Dwayne just burst into the room shouting for Logan. Logan asks Dwayne if he isn't even going to knock from now on, and if he thinks this is his room now. However, Dwayne doesn't seem to care about that one bit, and proceeds to start telling Logan something about Hamar. All of a sudden, Dwayne's expression turns into pure joy, and he tells Logan that Hamar has sent word that they can start mining the gold. He shows Logan a couple gold nuggets, telling him that it has been brought from the mine. He tells Logan that usually, you would have to extract small amounts from the minerals, but they've already found this, making them both drill over the site of their treasure. Next, Logan tells Hamar that he's done a great job, and Dwayne hugs him, asking how they've managed to get so lucky as to have Hamar with them. However, Hamar doesn't seem to care about any of this, and he just wants to go rest, as his eyes look like he's been awake for eons. Logan then asks Hamar how much they can start mining, and he tells Logan that it's just as they've estimated, 1 ton of gold a month, and that even with a low estimate, it should last for at least 10 years from there on, and once again asks Logan if he can go rest. Logan is reluctant to Hamar's request, saying that they still have much to do, as they've just started the town construction, and they need more crossbows, and the knights need new weapons, asking Hamar if it would be possible. This strikes Hamar like a hatchet, making him sweat and grab his head with his hand, as Hamar lays down on the ground to rest, and Dwayne bows to him, calling him the treasure of their territory. Logan proceeds to think about how he's sole proceed going forward, since there's still a lot of work left to do, but Hamar really needs a break, so he thinks that he should be recruiting another dwarf later. Just as promised, Logan tells Hamar that he will keep his promise, and that he can go have his break, and just as he wants to say that a month seems a little too much time, Hamar starts shouting of happiness. He then runs away like Flash when he turns back time, and shouts for Logan to hear that he shouldn't be looking for him, as he will be sleeping for the next month. Seeing how fast Hamar was running, Logan asks himself if he managed to awaken force, as he is too damn fast with those short legs. Behind Logan, Dwayne starts crying of happiness, and Logan asks him what happened. It appears that the reason behind his happiness cry is the amount of money that the mine is going to bring them, as 1 ton of gold per month adds up to a staggering 100 million gold per year. Dwayne tells Logan that the Kairosis can screw themselves, and that our territory is saved, as they don't have to worry about anything anymore. And seeing this, Logan mocks him, saying that he cries even more than when the dam was complete. Logan then calmly looks down on Dwayne and states one crucial fact, the only one he should be afraid of. Logan tells Dwayne that he should be aware of the fact that this mine is his as well. Hearing this, Dwayne's gaze turns into one of terror, as Logan continues to say that of course he will pay 30% taxes to the family, but that will be it. Understanding what's happening, Dwayne doesn't see anything and just raises from the ground. He then gracefully kneels before Logan and tells him that he trusts in his judgment to handle the money well, as after all, the dam project went well, and he hasn't made any mistakes so far. He then tells Logan that he trusts him, making him wonder if Dwayne really just accepted this so readily. Logan then tells Dwayne that they of course have to keep the mine a secret, as if news of the gold mine spreads, the Befros, Kalia, and the Margrave will all cause him trouble. To this, Dwayne simply replies that he will take care of it, which makes Logan feel uneasy, since he isn't used to this yet, but still thanks Dwayne for the deed. However, he disregards this concern, since his mind is bothered by another one. He thinks that his father will be a problem, since he has made a lot of changes before his returning from the training. A week later, Logan and his dad are walking on the edge of the river, admiring its beauty. Logan looks at his father from behind, remarking something different coming from him. Patrick has become an advanced knight. Logan thinks that he has been expecting it when he handed him the book of the Ryan blood technique, but to think his skills would progress in such a short time after stagnating for a decade is amazing. Patrick then acknowledges that while he was away, Logan has managed to accomplish a great deal of things. Logan wants to defend his actions and tell his father about his plans, but Patrick just reaches downwards for the water in the canal. He puts his hand in the water and grabs a handful. He then tells Logan that to have water flow through this wasteland is truly amazing. He says that him reaching a higher level, and even the transformation of the wasteland, are all Logan's feats, and that Logan is far better at running the estate than he ever was. Logan wants to stay humble and tells his father that these accomplishments are only based on recent actions, but Patrick cuts him off, saying that he has managed to do more in 3 months than he has done in the past 10 years. He then tells Logan that he feels blessed to have such a son, and thanks him. I think someone is cutting some onions around here, or there might be something in my eye. Logan wants to tell his father that he is thankful, but he is once again cut off, and Logan tells him that from now on, he will be handling all the Lord's duties, as he wants to focus on training the Knight's Order from now on. Hearing this, Logan is left in shock, not knowing how to react or even what to say. Logan once again wants to tell his father that he doesn't plan on becoming the Lord of the estate, but Patrick just cuts him off again, and asks Logan if he knows what he has realized during his training, the answer being that he has grown old. He tells Logan that even though he has managed to grasp the basics of the iron blood technique Logan has given him, he couldn't master the secret techniques at all. If he had learned the secret technique when he was younger, when his force had just awakened, it might have been possible. But with his current force, which has already formed its own flow after all these years, it is impossible for him to even create a core. He tells Logan that as he gave up on that, it might be the time for young kids like Logan and Ranyan to try. Thanks to Logan, he could finally break through the barrier that had blocked him for years. Now Patrick wants to step back and be a guide that opens the path for them. Logan takes a good look at his father, thinking about what he said. He then nods and thinks that if he puts it like that, there is no way that he can refuse, so he just agrees with his father. Patrick then turns around and says that she should know that as well. It appears that he was addressing Marianne, and he continues by telling her to help Logan in order to make sure he fulfills his role properly. Marianne nods and keeps her head down. Then Patrick pushes Logan forward, encouraging him to talk to his mother. Logan approaches Marianne, who is dressed in a beautiful long dress, holding a sun umbrella. Marianne starts by saying that the achievements Logan has shown are enough to prove he is capable of being the successor, addressing him as young master. She then continues by saying that she now only wishes for Ranyan's success, that being the only reason she has clashed with him before. Hearing this, Logan apologizes to Marianne, but she stops him, saying that if anything, she should be the one apologizing. She acknowledges that Logan has once before apologized to her, and that pathetically enough she couldn't accept it, stating that it was narrow-mindedness from her, and that she hopes Logan can be generous and understand. As Logan sheds a sweat from his cheek, Marianne continues by stating that she heard about Logan teaching Ranyan how to fight with the sword. Filled with passion, Logan tells Marianne that maybe it's because Ranyan might be a prodigy, but it only took him 1 week to form a force core, and that he has already mastered some technique. Looking down, Marianne comments that it's been years since she had seen Ranyan that happy. She then asks Logan to also continue caring for his younger brother Ranyan in the future. She then turns her back and says goodbye to Logan. However, Logan seems to be displeased with the direction in which things were going, so he feels the need to shout that parents shouldn't use honorifics when talking to their children. From now on, Logan wishes for Marianne to comfortably speak to him as she did when he was young. He then proceeds to call Marianne mother as well, which makes her stop in her tracks and even shed a tear. Logan's mother then continues her walk back towards Patrick, who is looking at Logan from a distance. Patrick nods at Logan as a sign that he did well, and Logan nods back as well, acknowledging his father's thought. Yes, Man can communicate telepathically. Logan then watches as his parents walk away from him and towards the castle's grounds. Next, at what seems to be the Tesseron estate, Logan and Patrick are talking. Logan tells his father that once the town is completed, they will start clearing the weeds and reclaim the land for farming before spring comes next year. He tells his father that they are hoping for a much greater yield than the McLain plains that their ancestors lost, and Patrick is concerned, asking if the residents will readily move their homes. Logan replies to his father by saying that they will, as they plan to give priority in reclaiming rights to those moving into the town, and the new houses will also be better than the thatched houses most of the residents are living in now. Logan informs his father that he has had Dwayne put up a recruitment notice for soldiers, and asks Patrick if he will take charge of their training if they become regular knights, to which Patrick instantly agrees, as he sees them as potential knight candidates. Patrick tells Logan that he has been doing a great job, but on the other hand, there is still a problem, and then proceeds to turn his head around towards the left side. He takes a wooden stick and strikes it against his hand, as if he is prepared to beat someone to death with it. Patrick stands before the Knights of the Order and tells them that they are hopeless, asking since when do they have 2 knight orders. His facial expression alone sends a shiver through my bones. Looking at the scene, Logan acknowledges that these are the McLain Knights, and those who defected from Tesseron after losing the war between fiefs. They've been part of the same knight order for a while now, yet they still act like they're on opposite sides. Patrick then speaks, telling the knights that he knows it is hard to get close with someone you once fought to the death, but he thought that they'd find a way to realize what the duty of a knight is. However, that didn't happen because they have no hunger at all. Patrick states how he has been training to death in order to become stronger, and how Logan has been running around tirelessly for their territory, all while the so-called knights are fighting over their pride like children. He says that he has been far too neglectful of them all, and that he is entirely to blame. He is at fault. As the captain of the order looks at them, they shout in unison that this is not true, and wish for Captain Heinkel to somehow get them out of this shithole they are about to be thrown in. Heinkel turns his head to the right and shouts Patrick's title, and seems prepared to confront him. In reality, he tells Patrick that he looks much more spirited, and asks him if he has become an advanced knight. Patrick replies by saying that he will straighten out the attitudes of the knights for him, while charging his wooden blade with so much aura that it shatters. He then screams at the knights to feel and learn swordsmanship firsthand as he chases them. He tells the knights that when they are being grilled like dogs, they won't have time for silly thoughts. While doing this, Patrick thinks that he will make sure to discipline them and hand over a proper knight's order to Logan. In his study, Dwayne is signing documents as happily as ever, thinking that 20 years in administration, he has never known signing documents without worrying about the budget could make him this happy. Behind Dwayne, 2 vassals are speaking, one of them asking what is wrong with Logan. Ash A has been monopolizing the budget for the past couple of days, and in just a split of a second, Dwayne jumps in the discussion in order to protect his master, saying that there is a good reason behind whatever Logan decides to do. He then asks the vassals why they are questioning Logan, mocking them, asking if the increased budget blinded them. He then proceeds to answer his own question with another question, rhetorically asking where they think the budget has come from in the first place. He tells the vassals to just do as the master says as he skims over a paper. All of a sudden he drops his pen and starts sweating as he reads the contents. Just minutes later he is in Logan's study, asking what he's going to do with 10 million gold worth of gold bars. To this Logan replies that he is going to buy mithril, 100 kilograms of it to be more specific, a statement which leaves Dwayne astounded. He then pushes Dwayne into a wall towards the back, in a sussy position, telling him to just sign the damn document, asking him if he doesn't trust him anymore. Dwayne replies that he cannot sign that, and asks Logan what he's going to do by buying something 1,000 times more expensive than gold. A chat between him and Philip is then shown, and it appears that Logan wants to buy mithril for the knight's war equipment, which leaves Philip stunned, saying that what Logan wants to do is impossible. Hearing this, Logan goes into shock, looking at Philip with a lost gaze. Annoyed, he asks Philip why it is impossible, and Philip replies that mithril isn't something you can buy just because you have money. It's a metal that contains mana, has 10 times the strength of steel, and only 1/3 of the weight, often called the silver of the gods. You can't just buy something like that even if you are rich, as even the wealthy can't obtain it. Philip goes on to say that not to mention 100 kilograms is a huge amount, and for such a large purchase, you would need not only money, but also power, which gives Logan an idea. If it's power Philip needs to do the deed, he might have a way. Inside a castle, a guy looking through a communication channel seems a bit disturbed by what he sees. Another servant asks him what seems to be the matter, and he replies by saying that he received a message from some countryside region, the McLain estate, and asks where that is. The servant that seems to be in charge tells the lower grade that for now he should pass it on to the Duke, even though he might be too busy for that kind of message right now. It appears that this was Felix's house, and 30 minutes later, he has come straight to the communication channel, asking his servants if they really got a message from McLain. Seeing this, one of the servants remarks on how fast the Duke came, and wonders if there might be someone important in that boonies. Sitting on his chair, Felix greets Logan, saying that it's been far too long. Logan asks Felix if he's been doing well, and Felix replies that he has been indeed doing good. Except for the lack of news from someone he has taught personally, he has been doing fine. Logan remains humble, and tells the Duke that he could have never sent a personal message to him, as he knows his place, and Felix replies that he is still a smooth talker, and tells him that regardless, Logan has called at perfect timing, as he was thinking about expressing his thanks anyway. Hearing this, Logan doesn't understand what the Duke means by this, and wonders if he did something for him unknowingly, or if this might be a threat disguised as a thanks. However, this is not the case, as Felix blushes, smiles, and informs Logan that his wife is pregnant. Logan shares the joy, and congratulates Felix on his success of becoming a father. Felix once again thanks Logan, telling him that is all thanks to him, and Logan asks how could that be, as Felix did it himself. Logan goes on to say that it must be a blessing from the heavens. Felix tells Logan that he is still as cheeky as ever, and acknowledges that it is indeed a blessing from heaven, and also thanks to his efforts. But before all that, it is thanks to Logan, and he is truly grateful. Felix tells Logan that when the child is born, he would like him to come to the capital again, as his wife also wants to thank Logan personally. He then tells Logan that while he is there, he will also teach him his next technique as well, which leaves Logan amazed, as he wasn't expecting an honor like this. He bows to the Duke and thanks him. After that, Felix acknowledges that not refusing is more like Logan, and tells him that this was all the business he had planned to tell him, and asks Logan what was the reason for which he contacted him. Logan then directly asks Felix if he could get him the 100 kilograms of mithril he needs. Hearing this, he is amazed, asking Logan if he really said 100 kilograms and not 100 grams. He states that Logan needs someone with power. Felix then asks Logan if he really made that much money, and says that his medicine must really be something. Felix then goes on to say that even he doesn't invest that much in his own knights, and that he has underestimated his generosity. Hearing this, Logan thinks how he feels that the misunderstanding is getting bigger. Felix tells Logan that he will be taking care of everything for him, and Logan gracefully thanks him. Felix goes on to say that it's not a difficult task, but Logan should make sure to attend the party when the child is born, and also has one more request. When that happens, he would like for Logan to call him teacher instead of all those distant-feeling titles. He tells Logan to let him know when things are organized on his side, and then promptly proceeds to hang up the communication channel, leaving Logan to look into an empty ball. Just seconds later, he starts shivering, and then he lets out a scream that scares even the main at the other end of the hallway. Logan is really happy, as to be the disciple of the Sword Duke must be the most awesome thing that has happened to him so far. He was only going to ask for a small favor, but Felix has handed him the golden rope. He then says that he should go to Hamar now and talk about the mithril equipment. However, he then reconsiders the idea, saying that he should let Hamar have his vacation first, as not everyone can keep going just looking at the future like him, and thinks that Hamar will be more efficient after a short rest. Logan then boasts himself, stating what a benevolent employer he is, and how blessed Hamar must be. In reality, Hamar had nightmares of Logan for weeks after he received his vacation. Next, on the McLain Castle outskirts, we can see a gathering of men. These are the men under 20 who came for the soldier recruitment process, and passed a simple test. Dwayne asks Logan if he really needs to recruit this many people, as traditionally, the lord of the estate would only need to recruit about 10 times the number of knights. But Logan tells Dwayne that he is going to handle this himself, and so Dwayne shuts his mouth. Logan thinks that no matter what anyone says, expanding their forces is a crucial endeavor, and that he will personally select them, even if they suffer from some drawbacks. A territory's power is symbolized by their knight's order, and supporting them from behind is an elite force. These elite forces are often amended regular soldiers, or knight trainees. Most fiefs test the physical abilities of boys just before they become of age, and they accept and train only those that surpass a certain physical standard. Those with talent among the selected soldiers undergo rigorous training that tests the limits of human capability, resulting in the awakening of their force and then becoming knights. But the Empire had a new theory and tried something different. An elder says that physical capabilities and force awakenings are two separate matters, and what really counts are senses. With this theory, the Empire used an overwhelming force of 50,000 knights in the war to crush its neighboring countries 9 years later. Logan thinks that they gather all existing soldiers and select from them again to form a trainee knight unit. By doing this, the Grandia Civil War, which is about a year away, might be tough to handle, but they will have a strong force against the Empire's invasion in 9 years. Logan thinks how he would wish he could gather people over the age of 20 as well, but then there wouldn't be enough manpower for the upcoming town construction. One of the vassals screams at the boys to be quiet, as they are in the presence of the young Master Logan. Logan then asks the vassal how they picked out the soldiers before, and he replies that they had all of them run and selected them in the order they finished the race. Thinking about this, Logan realizes that this is simply a crude selection method based solely on physical strength, and that there is no wonder the number of knights has barely increased. He then tells the vassal to select only those with good eyesight, hearing, and quick reaction time. Hearing this, the vassal doesn't know what to think, wondering if this is the test. The first test that Logan devised was to walk towards a picture until they can see it clearly and stop when they do. Some of the kids stop right away and shout for Logan to say that he has chosen a weird picture and that he is very handsome, while others struggle to see it at all. It turns out that the picture was of a chicken, and Logan says that they don't need flattery right away and tells the knights to get rid of that one kid that called him handsome. One kid from really far behind raises his hand. He tells Logan that seeing he has a comb, the bird must be a rooster, and asks if this is so. Seeing this, Logan is impressed, asking himself if he really saw that small comb from that far away. For the second test, Dwayne shouts that he will be repeating the same word over and over, and tells the participants that they should walk until they can understand the world, and stop when they do. One of the kids says that he cannot hear anything, and another one tells Dwayne that his voice's volume keeps changing. Just then, another kid shouts towards Dwayne that the answer is the world sparrow. He then tells Logan that Dwayne has also just called him a son of a bitch, and asks if that is also part of the test, which it wasn't, as Dwayne shits his pants. Thinking how he was talking to himself when saying that, Logan tells Dwayne to select the kid that just spoke, and tells Dwayne that he needs a beating. Looking over some documents, Logan can't believe that 250 people have passed with flying colors just by testing their eyesight and hearing, and thinks that they should generously select about 500 to make up a force of 1,000, including the ones from the Tesron territory. However, Logan thinks of how there were a lot of notably small and thin kids, which probably happened because they grew up malnourished. Making them like Victor might be a stretch, but they can feed and train them well until they become sturdy enough. Come to think of it, Logan says that he should check on Victor, and as this happens, Dwayne and the vassal inform Logan that they are leaving. On the castle's training grounds, Victor can be seen practicing his swordsmanship, forcefully swinging his sword from left to right, even catching the attention of some knights. One of them acknowledges Victor's diligence, while the other asks if his swordsmanship isn't perhaps a bit aggressive. On the other hand, Victor only thinks about what Logan has told him, how if he can perform the sword technique 1,000 times flawlessly, he can become a knight. Yet the most important thing is to awaken his force. Victor strengthens his grip on the sword's handle and says that he needs to become a knight quickly. While his sister is looking at him worried, Victor can only think that Logan is not going to wait after him forever. Just then, Victoria turns around and sees Logan. He gestures to her not to say anything, as he wants to check on Victor. Looking at him, Logan thinks that Victor has definitely got great talent. A 16-year-old boy who's only been learning swordsmanship for a year is maintaining proper basic stance, even while swinging the sword wildly. Moreover, the momentum of the sword when he swings wildly is actually higher than when he's using standard sword technique. Logan goes on to wonder if his martial arts skills still resemble his nickname Noble Slayer, even though his personality doesn't. Anyhow, Victor can't go much longer perfecting that style of swordsmanship by practicing alone, so he will be in need of a partner soon. Logan shouts Victor's name, and Victor acknowledges his presence by turning around. Logan goes on to tell Victor that tomorrow, he is planning to leave the McLain Castle estate to train soldiers in the Turson territory, which will probably last until the winter. However, Victor doesn't understand what Logan wants, so Logan explicitly tells Victor to come with him to the Tesron territory. That is, of course, only after he discusses this with his sister. While his sister pets his head down with a cloth to get rid of the sweat, Victor asks if he cannot take Rhea along. Logan asks Victor if he really wants to take his sister to a training camp full of men, and asks him if he really thinks that is a good idea. However, Victor doesn't want to hear it, so he screams at Logan that he wants to take his sister along, and Logan thinks of how he is usually very composed, yet he turns into a child whenever the matter involves his sister. Logan huffs, and tells Victor that Rhea can tag along, and Victor thanks him. Anyhow, he then points his finger at Victor in a menacing manner and tells him that if any problems arise, he is the one responsible to take care of them. To this, Victor instantly replies that he is aware and that he will be taking good care of his sister. Logan then goes on to ask Victor if his sister is really that precious to him, and he replies that Victoria is his only family, but Logan isn't convinced, asking if this is the only reason. Hearing this, Victor bites his lip, hesitates, but in the end gets it out of his system. He tells Logan that their parents are dead because of him. He tells Logan that Rhea has no parents because of him, so he needs to protect her, his only remaining family. Logan looks down on Victor without saying anything. He is left speechless. He then regains his composure and places his hand on Victor's shoulder, telling him that it's all right and to keep up the good work he has been doing. A few days later, we are at the Tesron castle, and it seems that Kaisalon is grilling the kids selected by Logan. He tells them to take 5 laps around the inner castle wall, and as a punishment, the last 100 to finish will do 2 more laps. Hearing this, the kids are frightened and don't know what to reply to Kaisalon. However, Kaisalon isn't at all touched by this, and shouts again, this time louder, to stop playing with him and start running. In just a split of a second, they do as they are told and run away as quickly as they can. Seeing that just happened, Logan praises Kaisalon, telling him that having experienced people around him is great and that he suits the role of being a drill sergeant. Kaisalon replies that since he is treating him like a knight, he accepted the offer to renew his contract. So yeah, the job does seem to suit him well. Kaisalon goes on to tell Logan that he was surprised when Logan offered to renew the contracts of the mercenaries as well though, and Logan says that he cannot have the crossbow's information leaking out. Hearing this, Kaisalon gets close to Logan's ear and whispers, asking him if he plans to start some kind of war in the next 2 years. But Logan remains silent, looking towards the ground. With a smile on his face, he tells Kaisalon that he is not a warmonger. However, inside, he knows that war is something that will be unavoidable in the future. Then they are both distracted when one of the trainees yells something about someone else being a monster. It appears that they are talking about Victor, as he is the first one in the race. 2 other guys stop, asking what the hell is that guy made of, and another one replies by saying that Victor is a slave, Logan's slave nonetheless. Hearing this, the first guy gets ambitious, and says that if a slave can do it, then he must be able to do it as well. He starts running again, shouting that he won't lose to Victor, while the other one remains still, about to throw up. Seeing this, Kaisalon realizes that once again Logan was right. The Victor effect, as they've named it, is really making a difference. Logan says that he doesn't expect them to have exceptional physical abilities right away. Instead, he thinks that if they have the will to not give up, that is enough to turn them into warriors. Victor is definitely absorbing force, and it won't be long until his force awakens. And when that happens, he will become the soldier's strongest motivator. However, something awful will happen. Contrary to what Logan hoped for, in the not-so-distant future, Victor has done it. Next, the kids are brought to the Tesron barracks, where tables are piled high with food to help them replenish their energy. They eat heartily, repeatedly thanking Logan for the meal. One boy comments on how delicious the food looks, while another admits he endures the grueling training solely for these meals. He jokes that he's gained weight from eating so well over the past few weeks, and says if he could eat like this forever, he'd have no other wishes. Rhea is also in the barracks, busily preparing and serving meals to the trainees. All the boys are utterly captivated by her. As she turns to leave, some of them whisper about how cute she is, while one boldly calls her an angel. One boy asks his friend if he should try talking to her later, but the friend doesn't respond. He's still mesmerized by the sight of Rhea. This trance is short-lived though, as Victor, seated at a nearby table, emanates a menacing aura. He points a finger at the boys and warns them to look away before he gouges their eyes out. The boys quickly quiet down, dropping the subject entirely. As Rhea hurries from table to table, serving everyone, Victor wonders if she even had time to eat before starting her work. Meanwhile, behind Victor's table, another boy stares at Rhea with a lustful gaze, licking his lips. Outside the barracks, Victor sprints with a piece of bread in his hand. He had asked one of the older women preparing food where Rhea went, and she told him she'd use the back door to take out the trash. Concern grips Victor. Rhea shouldn't be wandering so far from him this late at night. Suddenly, Victor hears a noise coming from a back alley. He heads over to investigate, intending to ask his sister what she's doing out so late at night, alone. But what he sees leaves him speechless. The trainee who had been licking his lips earlier is trying to take advantage of Rhea. Tears stream down her face as she whispers Victor's name, and the bread in Victor's hand falls to the ground. The trainee stammers, attempting to explain, but Victor is already leaping into action. With a single powerful knee strike, he shatters the man's nose and sends him sprawling onto his back. Victor fearlessly steps in front of Rhea, shielding her. Standing over the fallen man, Victor is poised to strike again, his expression dark with fury. Behind him, Rhea trembles, terrified of what might come next. The commoner trainee sneers at Victor, calling him a bastard and demanding to know how a mere slave dares to lay hands on him. He tells Victor to know his place, but the words barely leave his mouth before Victor lands another blow, nearly knocking him unconscious. Rhea gasps in fear, frozen and unsure how to respond. Victor grabs the man by the hair and begins punching him relentlessly, snarling for him to die already. From behind a nearby corner, another trainee witnesses the scene, his face pale with shock. Panicked, he runs to get help, muttering that this is really bad. Victor, meanwhile, sees nothing but red. Each punch brings flashes of his past, fragmented memories of the night he and Rhea lost their parents. He remembers his father's desperate command, "Run away, protect your sister, no matter what, take care of Rhea." Suddenly, a voice shouts from behind, breaking Victor out of his rage. He turns and sees Logan standing there, his expression calm but commanding. Logan tells Victor to regain his composure and take in his surroundings. A maid steps in, gently guiding Rhea away, her face pale and her movements shaky. Kaisalon remains rooted in place, struggling to process the chaos unfolding before him. Logan gestures toward the lifeless body and instructs Kaisalon to deal with it. He adds that Rhea should be allowed to rest, as the ordeal has clearly left her in shock. Victor stands before Logan with his head bowed, waiting silently for his punishment. He apologizes, admitting that he is sorry. Logan looks at him and asks if he regrets what he has done. Victor, keeping his head low, says he doesn't regret his actions. Logan, raising an eyebrow, questions what Victor is apologizing for, prompting Victor to explain that he is sorry for killing one of Logan's soldiers without permission. Logan acknowledges that Victor isn't entirely wrong, but points out there's more he should regret. He reminds Victor that bringing his sister to the camp was a mistake. Logan explains that Victor's stubbornness nearly led to Rhea being hurt, and that blindly dragging her around under the guise of protecting her isn't always the right choice. He asks Victor if he plans to take her onto the battlefield too, leaving Victor silent, unable to respond. Logan continues, explaining that it's better to leave Rhea in a safe place rather than bringing her into danger and trying to shield her. Despite knowing this, Logan allowed Victor to bring Rhea because he wanted him to learn the consequences of his actions. Logan reflects on how he hadn't wanted the situation to escalate so far and feels deeply sorry for what Rhea had to endure. Once again, Logan asks if Victor understands the lesson, but Victor only nods quietly. Logan hopes this will teach Victor to temper his overprotective nature. Victor eventually speaks, asking what his punishment will be. Logan counters by asking if he's scared. Victor replies firmly that he isn't, and will accept whatever punishment Logan decides. After a brief pause, Logan tells Victor that while killing someone is undoubtedly a crime, Rhea was an innocent victim in all of this. He acknowledges that Victor acted well in protecting her, but warns him that next time, he must seek permission before taking such drastic action. Victor, puzzled by this, asks what Logan means. Logan clarifies, saying he doesn't want his future nights to be delayed or compromised because of some worthless pervert. Hearing this, Victor nods and promises to keep it in mind. Inside the castle, Kaisalon and Logan are deep in conversation. Kaisalon questions whether Logan should really decide this matter alone, especially since it involves his own slave killing a commoner. Logan calmly replies that Victor is his property, and thus the responsibility lies entirely with him. He adds that he has heard troubling stories about the deceased trainee, how he was notorious in the village for his perverse behavior, even before joining the camp, and how he had made inappropriate remarks about Rhea. Kaisalon listens but remains confused about Logan's point. Logan explains further, framing the incident differently. He states that he merely used his property to rid the world of a heinous criminal. Logan then asks how this version of events sounds. Kaisalon hesitates before asking if Victor killed the trainee under Logan's orders. Logan nods, affirming the interpretation with a subtle smirk. Logan proceeds to outline his plan, saying the trainee's crimes will be exposed publicly, and his body will be hung on the castle gates as a warning. He instructs Kaisalon to inform the soldiers of this decision, ensuring the narrative is clear. Kaisalon shifts the topic, noticing Logan marking something on a map. Curious, he asks what Logan is plotting. Glancing at the map, Logan replies that it's a surprise, even for the soldiers. The markings on the map highlight areas where monsters have recently been sighted. News of Victor's actions spread quickly, leaving the soldiers in shock. However, when they learned what the dead trainee had intended to do to Rhea, their shock turned to fury. Many were so enraged that they expressed a desire to dig up the body and desecrate it further. Overhearing a conversation among the trainees, Logan listened as one of them admitted he had always felt something was off about the man, while another remarked that he'd long suspected he might commit such an act. Logan couldn't help but think the situation had resolved itself rather neatly. Time passed, and 3 months later, snow blanketed the trees and the ground, signaling the arrival of winter. Logan and Kaisalon stood in conversation, watching the serene landscape. Logan noted the approach of the new year, and Kaisalon, with a reflective tone, remarked on how quickly time had flown. It had already been 2 years since their first meeting. During the 90-day training period, the initial group of 1,000 trainees had dwindled to 987. 1 death and 12 failed recruits had thinned the ranks. Kaisalan, however, seemed pleased as he observed the remaining group, remarking that no more trainees were dropping out. Only those with sufficient stamina and determination had endured. Logan, watching the scene, reflected on how basic training was now complete. He had already tasked Hamar with crafting an additional 400 crossbows, not enough to arm all the soldiers, but sufficient for another purpose. Turning his attention, Logan asked if the trainees were ready for joint combat training. Patrick stood nearby and confirmed that they were. He suggested the forest at the base of the mountain range as a suitable location. Patrick added that it was about time to advance their training, as the knights would soon require practical combat experience. Logan then asked Patrick if the knights had mastered the iron bloodsword technique. Patrick, giving Logan a sharp look, replied that while they had learned the basics, true mastery could only come from real combat. Logan's smile widened, his expression taking on a disturbingly psychotic edge. He agreed with Patrick, stating that improvement only comes through the crucible of battle. The two men exchanged smiles and shook hands, united in their plan. Meanwhile, Kaisalan stood in the background, pale and uneasy. The scene made it clear where Logan had inherited his intense and slightly unhinged tendencies. A bead of sweat trickled down Kaisalan's cheek as he thought grimly about the challenges ahead. A few days later, deep in the southern mountain range of McLain, Patrick stood fully armored, exuding authority. He instructed the knights to draw their swords and steady their breath. The air grew tense as the knights charged their aura, the energy rippling around them. At Patrick's command, they slashed forward in unison, their blades slicing cleanly through the massive trees in front of them. Even the knights were stunned, marveling at the sheer power they had just unleashed. Cutting down such enormous trees in a single strike felt surreal. Logan, standing beside his father, watched with satisfaction, but Patrick remained composed, as though unimpressed. The trainees, however, were left in awe. They whispered among themselves, amazed by the knight's strength and wondering if they could ever reach such a level. Logan, breaking the moment, shouted at the trainees to stay alert, ensuring their guard was up. He reminded them that this was no ordinary forest. They were standing in a monster forest. As if on cue, goblins began to emerge from the shadows, their grotesque forms moving toward the group. The knights, itching for combat, wasted no time. They charged forward, striking with precision and ferocity, cutting through the goblins like a storm. The goblins, overwhelmed by the knights' power, tried to flee in panic. Logan, anticipating this, commanded the troops to ready their crossbows. At his signal, a hail of arrows rained down on the battlefield, swiftly taking out any goblins attempting to escape. The cavalry laughed, mocking their earlier fear of the creatures. In the face of their newfound strength and coordination, the goblins seemed pathetic, a reminder of how far they had come. However, their happiness might be short-lived, as their expressions change in an instant. A massive, terrifying paw appears before them. The knights take their stance, ready to attack. A pack of wolves charges toward them, poised to strike. But these are no ordinary wolves. They are horned wolves. The knights quickly form a defensive line, bracing themselves against the horned beasts. In an instant, one of the wolves clamps its jaws onto a knight's sword with murderous intent. Swords slash through the air, flying left and right, but the situation grows dire for the knights. Suddenly, Kaisalan orders the cavalry to deploy their crossbows. Arrows streak through the sky, striking the wolves. The creatures let out horrific cries of pain, but the arrows seem ineffective, breaking upon impact. One soldier, trembling in fear, exclaims that the arrows have no effect on the beasts. Logan shouts for the knights to hold formation. Their task is clear. Not a single wolf must break through. They must protect the cavalry. At the forefront of the line stands Victor, ready to heed Logan's command. He leaps forward, prepared to clash steel and teeth with one of the wolves. Swinging his sword with fierce determination, he strikes with enough force to hurl the wolf back several meters. But there's no time to celebrate. A blood-curdling scream pierces the air behind him, grabbing Victor's attention. He turns to see a wolf sinking its teeth into a trainee's leg, while another trainee stands frozen, trembling in terror at the gruesome sight. A fiery slash cuts through the air. Logan unleashes his fury on the wolf attacking the trainee. He intervenes just in time, ending the beast with a single, decisive strike. Turning to the terrified trainee, he commands him to get a grip on the situation. Logan orders him to fall back and carry the injured to safety. The trainee responds immediately, rushing to follow the orders. Logan reflects grimly that, as he suspected, most of the trainees are unprepared for chaotic skirmishes. However, those who ranked in the top 100 during the census test stand out. One such trainee finds himself locked in a fight with a wolf. As he struggles, he notices a second wolf closing in from behind, ready to attack. Just as he braces for impact, Victor leaps into action, appearing out of nowhere. With a swift strike, Victor slashes the second wolf's neck cleanly. Victor glances down at his bloodied sword, a small smile forming on his face. The other trainees stare at him in disbelief, their eyes betraying a mix of awe and fear. Logan, however, sees the moment differently. He recognizes that Victor has finally broken free of his limitations. Logan knows it won't be long now before Victor steps into the realm of aura users. As the battle nears its end, the final wolf is felled by Patrick himself. Turning to the captain, Patrick asks if that's all of them. The captain confirms with a nod. Patrick remarks that it's been a month and a half since the combat training began, and clearing out all these places has taken far longer than expected. The captain agrees, explaining that discovering 3 towns infested with thousands of monsters was a monumental task. Patrick shudders at the thought of all those monsters swarming the castle at once. The mere idea sends chills down his spine, and he silently thanks God they found the threats in time. He wonders briefly if Logan had somehow foreseen this danger, or if something else is at play. Logan is seen directing the knights and soldiers, urging them to hold on just a bit longer. He points to a group handling a massive tree trunk, instructing them to finish cutting it down and carefully transport the felled trees to the town construction site without damaging them. The knights, however, are far from pleased. They grumble about how they've been chopping down monsters and trees non-stop without a break, complaining that this endless labor is far removed from what they trained in the Iron Blood Sword technique for. Logan, unfazed by their protests, brushes off their complaints entirely. He remarks that it's absurd how such valuable trees were left unused simply because monsters were nearby, calling it a waste of resources. With his signature killer smile, Logan adds that this situation is perfect. He's managing to train the soldiers and gather timber for the town at the same time, a classic case of hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. Patrick, observing this, can't help but think that Logan seems more interested in acquiring timber than in training the troops. Logan reflects that while there were more monsters than anticipated, which delayed their efforts, they managed to gather plenty of useful information. During the census test, he recalls, some cadets ranked between 200 and 500 were weakly absorbing force. Others swung their swords with desperation to survive, revealing raw determination, while a few displayed exceptionally strong survival instincts. He ponders whether Force Awakening might require a 6th sense, survival instinct, or perhaps sheer fighting spirit. Logan muses further that if they achieve the expected outcomes during the Grandia Civil War this winter, they could rapidly bolster their forces for the inevitable conflict with the Empire. His thoughts are interrupted when Hamar notices the faint smile on Logan's face and asks why he's laughing. Logan, as usual, dismisses the question, saying it's nothing of concern to Hamar. Shifting topics, Logan tells Hamar that with enough timber now secured, they can proceed with the construction of McLain Town. With only 1 month left before spring, he asks if Hamar can complete the project in time for the cultivation season. Hamar nods confidently and replies that he can. Logan, visibly pleased, presses him again, asking if he's truly certain, as he initially assumed it might be a stretch to finish everything on time. Hamar explains that with the support of the mages, the workers' high motivation following the dam construction, and their current food supplies, the task should be manageable. He adds that building similar houses repeatedly will only improve their efficiency. Logan listens, a rare look of appreciation crossing his face. He wonders to himself if Hamar has always been this dependable, then silently credits the vacation for this newfound reliability. But just as Hamar's confidence seems to reach its peak, Logan throws in a curveball, reminding him of another task, the magic tower that also needs to be built in the center of town. Clayton casts a spell, summoning an impressive earth wall that rises steadily from the ground. The workers beside him watch in astonishment, momentarily frozen by the display of magic. Noticing their reaction, Clayton urges them to stop gawking and start gathering the soil as planned. The workers quickly snap out of it and get to work. As they continue, Logan approaches Clayton, thanking him once again for accommodating his seemingly unreasonable requests. Logan acknowledges that building a magic tower in a new town, rather than an established city, couldn't have been ideal. However, Clayton dismisses the concern, saying Logan is merely flattering him. He points out that with Logan's promise of an annual support fund of 10 million gold, it hardly matters whether the site is in a city or a town. Clayton adds that, considering the size of McLain, it's even larger than many cities in the kingdom, and this fact excites him. His enthusiasm brings a rare smile to Logan's face. Clayton goes on to explain that if everything proceeds as planned, this town will become the central hub of the entire territory, surpassing even the McLain estate and the Tesron estate in importance. He begins to suggest that building a castle in the middle of so much open plain might not be the best idea, but Logan cuts him off. Logan questions the necessity of a castle, stating that his only goal is to make the town a convenient place for people to farm and live in peace. That, to him, is good enough. Clayton considers mentioning that a large town like this could attract many people, potentially increasing the risk of rebellion. But before he can, Logan dismisses the idea, saying rebellion won't be an issue as long as the people are not exploited. Hearing this, Clayton is momentarily stunned. He marvels at Logan's perspective, exclaiming that McLain truly is a territory for the people, ruled by a noble who refuses to exploit his workers. Grinning, Clayton shouts dramatically, "Vote for candidate number 0, Sir Logan McLain!" He laughs, declaring that no matter what, Logan has his vote. Logan, confused by Clayton's sudden outburst, dismisses the comment, not understanding what he meant. Clayton then asks if Logan is sure these earthen walls are good enough, and what will happen if this place gets invaded. Logan replies that they are good enough, as this place will never become a battlefield, because he's never going to allow that to happen. After all, he plans to invade someone else before that happens. Looking up to Logan, Clayton says that he really cares for his people, and Logan replies that this is nothing compared to Clayton's care for his disciples. In the stillness of the night, Logan stands in the woods, gripping his sword in an unusual stance. His right hand firmly holds the handle, while the blade rests upright, aligned with his chin, and his left hand supports the underside of the blade. Suddenly, with a burst of energy, he thrusts forward with immense force. A single radiant beam of light streaks out from the sword, tearing through the darkness. Moments later, the beam explodes, illuminating the night sky in a dazzling flash. As the light fades, it becomes clear that Logan was aiming to shatter a massive boulder. Though the attack wasn't powerful enough to completely break it apart, Logan's expression reveals satisfaction. He inspects the results, and notices the beam didn't just pierce the boulder, it continued through the trees behind it. Looking down at his sword, Logan mutters to himself about the technique he just executed. This was the second form of the divine sword secrets, the killer iron slash, a small but devastating strike capable of penetrating even steel. With his sword still in hand, and the echoes of his strike fading into the night, Logan's focus sharpens. The territory is developing steadily, the progress undeniable. But for him, one objective remains paramount. He needs to grow stronger. 2 months later, the village construction is finally complete. Families begin moving in, and the houses, crafted with care and precision, look remarkable. Soon after, early summer arrives, bringing a sense of vibrancy to the newly built settlement. In his study, Logan sits with Dwayne, discussing the town's progress. Dwayne reports that the town reclamation is proceeding smoothly, but notes a shortage of manpower due to the vast size of the land. Logan reassures him, mentioning that refugees have been arriving steadily after hearing rumors about the flourishing town. He instructs Dwayne to accept all newcomers to address the labor shortage. Logan then inquires about Hamar, and Dwayne informs him that there's no news since Hamar is still on vacation. He adds that this vacation is unusually long, implying it will be some time before Hamar returns. Logan briefly wonders if he gave Hamar too much time off, but quickly dismisses the thought. With the town construction and crossbow production complete, he figures things should run smoothly in Hamar's absence. Dwayne hesitates before asking about a rumor he heard, that Hamar received a large quantity of mithril before leaving. Logan confirms it, explaining that he gave the mithril to Hamar so the dwarf could experiment with it during his vacation and create new weapons for the knights. Dwayne raises an eyebrow and remarks that this doesn't sound much like a vacation. Logan responds with an awkward smile, arguing that handling rare metals is a dream for dwarves, and that Hamar should be thrilled with the opportunity. Dwayne, unconvinced, remains skeptical, but doesn't press the matter. With a satisfied nod, Logan concludes that the town settlement is complete, the land reclamation is under control, and there's only one remaining concern to address. Elsewhere, Viscount Max Peretta is seething with anger, slamming his hand on the table. The cause of his fury? The McLains have successfully reclaimed the wasteland. He scoffs at the notion, declaring that barren land like that couldn't possibly be cultivated. The vassal explains that rumors are circulating about the source of their wealth. Some say the McLain's first young master made a fortune through business. Others claim he discovered a gold mine, and there's even talk of money raining from the sky. The Viscount dismisses the gossip, instructing his vassal to focus on verifiable facts. He then inquires about the potential yield from the reclaimed land. The vassal estimates conservatively that it will produce at least double what their own territory yields. This news only fuels the Viscount's frustration, as he realizes they can't afford to sit idly by while a neighboring territory grows wealthy and powerful. The Viscount bluntly asks his vassal if they can fabricate an excuse to invade. The vassal hesitates, then suggests there might be no need to fabricate anything. He reveals that some people from their territory have fled to the McLain town, and they could use this as a pretext to infiltrate. He proposes they claim either the reclaimed land or the neighboring Tesseron plains as compensation. However, the vassal admits a potential issue, which the Viscount immediately identifies. It would be too risky to act alone. The primary obstacle is a man named Soto Silvan. Recognizing this, the Viscount devises a plan. He instructs his vassal to contact the Silvan Viscounty, noting that their people might also have fled due to similarly high taxes. By uniting their forces, the two Viscounties could overpower the McLains. The vassal, impressed, kneels before the Viscount and praises his wisdom, declaring it a sound and strategic choice. Inside Logan's study, the atmosphere is tense as Patrick, Logan, Dwayne, and Heinkel discuss matters of training and military expansion. Logan states that they've selected about 300 particularly talented recruits, and they are training them separately without any immediate assignments. Patrick, raising an eyebrow, questions whether Logan truly believes that 300 recruits are worthy of becoming knights. Logan nods affirmatively, without hesitation. Dwayne, surprised by the number, remarks that it seems quite a lot, while Heinkel goes further, calling it an absurd number. Heinkel argues that even if soldiers were trained intensively for 10 years, only 1 in 100 would awaken their force. This would mean only about 10 knights out of 1,000 soldiers, a ratio that astounds Dwayne. Logan remains unbothered by these statistics, asserting that they will maintain the current training system. He adds that they will continue bringing in new soldiers every year and annually reinforce their horses and weapons. Dwayne, unable to contain his frustration, exclaims that Logan is wasting money in such peaceful times. Patrick, weighing in, reminds Logan that their family is in a period of significant development, and any excessive military expansion could provoke neighboring territories. But Logan remains resolute, replying that those territories will provoke them regardless of their peaceful intentions. Patrick, puzzled, presses for clarification. Logan explains that now, with the McLain town fully operational and the wasteland transformed into fertile land, there's no way the greedy Viscounties of Sylvan and Parita will remain silent. He adds that these Viscounties already have ample excuses to act. Heinkel interrupts, stating that they have no excuses. They haven't done anything to provoke these territories. However, Dwayne suddenly shouts, cutting off Heinkel. He insists the real issue is the influx of refugees. Logan calmly urges his father to consider the unusually high number of refugees they've received recently, and to ask himself how many of them might have come from Parita or Sylvan. He suggests that if he were in their place, he would use this as the perfect excuse to act. Dwayne, now furious, shouts at Logan, demanding to know why he didn't prevent the situation if he was aware of it. Patrick, however, seems to piece it together, his expression darkening. He asks Logan directly if he was aiming to start a war from the very beginning. Logan's answer is blunt. They are enemies they will need to deal with eventually. So why wait? The room falls silent. Everyone, from Heinkel to Dwayne, is disappointed in Logan's cold pragmatism. They ask how he could even entertain such thoughts. Patrick, with his hand on his head, quietly wonders if he gave away his authority too hastily. Suddenly, Rick bursts into the room, looking for Logan. Logan turns his head, and Rick states the first part of his urgent message. Sylvan and Parita. They have sent envoys, leaving everyone in the room besides Logan puzzled. Hearing this, Logan puts on a cold gaze and says that things have already begun. He then tells everyone that they should discuss how they will handle this moving forward. Just outside the city gates, 2 flags flutter in the breeze, one bearing the image of a flame behind 2 crossed swords, and the other featuring a bird soaring above the same flame. These banners belong to the envoys of 2 rival Viscounties, who are being escorted toward Logan's estate. As the envoys stroll through the city, they marvel at its unique beauty, commenting that they've never encountered a place quite like this before. They note how the houses are neatly arranged around a vast crossroads. While the city lacks the refined elegance of a major metropolis, it possesses a rugged freshness that is distinctly appealing. Most strikingly, the commoners appear unusually clean and cheerful for a place of this kind. Observing all this, the envoys conclude that this city is certainly worth taking over. One of the envoys attempts to strike up a conversation with a soldier, remarking on how pleasant the city is. He adds that he doesn't know who came up with the idea for its design, but calls it an impressive effort. The soldier agrees, affirming that the credit belongs entirely to the first young master. The envoy, surprised, expresses disbelief, pointing out that the first young master is barely 20 years old. He asks if the soldier truly means to say that all of this was the young master's vision. The soldier confirms with pride, praising Logan's extraordinary abilities. He explains that Logan is far more advanced than any other prince of his age, consistently prioritizing the welfare of the land and its people. While he is strict in training his soldiers, Logan is also fiercely protective of them, using his exceptional strength to shield them in times of crisis. Moreover, he has brought remarkable development to the land. earning the loyalty and admiration of all who serve him. The soldier keeps on going, telling the envoys that he will tell them an anecdote to keep them from getting bored on their way to the castle, and he starts saying something about Logan's feats in the last war, but the envoys don't even want to hear it, almost wanting to tell the soldier that he is a maniac and that he should stop. In the meeting room, the envoys have appeared before Logan and Patrick, who greet them, thanking them for coming such a long way. Logan then remarks upon the fact that the envoys seem quite exhausted, and asks them if they are all right, to which they reply that they are, and with some pale expressions on their faces, they tell Logan that he has truly splendid soldiers. However, it seems that the envoys want to get right to business, saying that they can't keep all those people in the room waiting, so they should get straight to the point. The envoys state that they demand the return of the escaped refugees, and for recurrence prevention, they demand control over the Tesseron Plains, along with the southern part of the reclaimed wasteland. That is the land adjacent to Parida, of course. Hearing this, Logan and Patrick just look down with an unimpressed look on their faces. As Logan prepares to reply, he thinks of what the envoys really mean by what they've said. Give up the entire castle and half of the developed land. They're basically asking for a war. Realizing this, Logan turns on his father, thinking how he told him this would happen, and Patrick is looking back with a sweat dripping from his cheek. Realizing Logan is right, he just nods in agreement. While Logan and Patrick mumble something on the balcony, Heinkel sees they are distracted, so he decides to take control over the situation for the time being. With an authoritarian stance, and no fear in his voice, he turns to the envoys and asks if Sylvan and Parida really want to go to war with McLain right now. After saying this, everyone in the room goes mad, calling the envoys and their masters madmen, saying that they have gone crazy, and telling them to get out of the palace right then. One of the envoys gets so scared that he points his finger at Logan and Patrick, telling them that they cannot intimidate envoys like this, and if they don't want war, they should have the knights retreat. Hearing this, Patrick gets furious, but keeps his composure, staring at the envoys with a cold gaze, and telling them that they are the only ones who are declaring war, and that the McLains are not fearing war. The envoy goes even further, telling Patrick that if it gets there, the McLains will be left with nothing but ashes, asking Patrick if he really wishes for destruction. Hearing everything that has been said, Logan gets sick to his stomach, so he intervenes, asking how refugees fleeing tyranny can be a bargaining chip. He then turns to his father, telling him that these envoys have forgotten their obligations as nobles. Therefore, there is no need to negotiate. Thus, the knights gather around the envoys, pointing their swords at them. Seeing this, the envoys are asking if Logan and Patrick are seriously intending to go to war, and if everyone in that room has a death wish. Logan, stepping down the stairs, tells the envoys that this is really all-out war. He then tells the envoys that they've got some nerve, coming into his castle, calling everyone crazy. He stands before them, asking how they dare point fingers and use foul language against the ruler of this land. He pulls his sword out, telling them that they are the ones who seem out of their mind. The envoy wants to call Logan out of his mind, but he doesn't get to finish his sentence. Seeing that Logan approaches, he tells the guards to stop him, so they rush to attack Logan. With murderous intent in his eyes, Logan prepares his sword, raising it above his head. In one swift motion, he strikes one of the guards. Blood splatters from his mouth, and it seems it's over for him. He is now dead on the ground, with his face towards his former comrades. Logan then uses his formidable speed and kills all the remaining 5 soldiers in just seconds. He menacingly approaches the envoys, telling them that if they intend to draw their swords on another's land, they should be prepared to die as well. One of the envoys, scared shitless, tells Logan no tot come any closer. As Logan continues his approach, the envoy asks Logan if he thinks McLain will be safe after touching him, as he is an envoy of the Viscount. However, Logan couldn't care less about it, so he just swings his sword, killing the man instantly. Seeing this, the other envoy drops to his knees, telling Logan that he will serve McLain's will, and that he will convey each and everything to his lord. He then asks Logan to forgive his rudeness, which Logan calls a wise decision, as the envoy keeps his head down, trembling in fear. Logan then turns to his father, nodding in agreement. His father returns the gesture, nodding back, after which he tells the knights to get ready for war, and everyone starts cheering, prepared to fight and die for the McLains. Next, it appears that on the very day they killed the Sylvan envoy, the McLains also sent a magical transmission to the 2 Viscounts. Hearing about what happened, Viscount Soto Sylvan is furious, hitting the table with his fist, asking if everyone in the McLain has really gone mad. The vassal of Sylvan informs his master that the McLains have also demanded compensation for the envoy's insolence, and asks Sylvan what they should do. Sylvan, stirring a glass of wine, mocks their demands, asking if just because those beggars got a little better off, they are fearlessly going to act up now. Viscount Sylvan goes on and says that the McLains don't have the force to fight them anyway, so they will show mercy one more time. Inside the Tesron barracks, Logan and Patrick are looking down on a magical transmission globe, summing up the Sylvan demands, returning the runaway serfs, paying a compensation of 10 million gold and handing over the Tesron planes. It seems that this is their reply after 2 days, and after everyone ran to Tesron as soon as they've sent the message. Patrick asks Logan if there even was a reason for rushing so much, since even though Parita and Sylvan might not be aware of it, the McLains do possess the forces of easily crushing a single viscounty. Logan tells his father that they have to occupy Sylvan as quickly as possible, as the more overwhelming force they show, the less of these petty taunts they'll have to see in the future. Also, there's no need to mobilize the conscripted soldiers. If they quickly occupy the Sylvan castle with just their regular troops, Parita won't dare make a rash move. Hearing this, Patrick says that the key is how quickly they can capture Sylvan, and Logan tells him that he is correct. As they talk, a knock on the door interrupts them, which seems to be coming from Kaisalon, who states his presence, wanting to talk to Logan, which Logan indulges. Kaisalon enters the room, excusing himself, and taking a respectful stance before Patrick and Logan. He then informs Logan that the counting is done, and he has 1,389 regular soldiers, excluding the 100 stationed at the McLain's main stronghold, and 313 mercenaries, all standing by for Logan's orders. Logan tells Kaisalon that he has done an amazing job, and then asks him what is the status of the soldiers' armaments, to which Kaisalon replies by telling Logan that armor, spears, crossbows, and cavalry have all been supplied, and that he is confident they won't be outmatched by any force. Logan turns his head slightly towards his father and starts to think. He has 5 times the crossbowmen compared to the war with Tesron, and his father and the knight's levels have improved by mastering the iron bloodsword. He thinks to himself that they will not lose to Sylvan and Parita, even if they attack together, but they mustn't engage both of them right now. If they merge both those territories, his family will give 5 fortresses. That will give them territory comparable to the Margrave. If that happens, both the first and second princes, vying for the throne, will become desperate to draw McLain into their ranks, so he mustn't attract the attention of those factions now. That is because the person he intends to make king is the third prince. The Force Prince became king in his previous life, but threw away the McLain after using it, with his purges during his reign also significantly weakening the kingdom's power. The second prince isn't much different either. Therefore, the only reasonable choice left is the third prince. Despite being the third prince, he's the son of the current queen. Even though young, the king considered him for succession of the crown due to his outstanding talent. Unfortunately for him, he was a prince of misfortune, ousted before he could establish himself because of the king's sudden death. Right now, he is the only one who can avoid the tragedy he saw in his past life. Knowing all this, he will win the civil war and make the third prince king. And in order to do that, he has to remain unnoticeable, maintaining just enough territory to keep 3 fortresses, similar to a large viscounty. However, it seems there might be something else standing before Logan's plans. Logan leaves the matter away for now and asks Kaisalon if he has some good news, since he is so cheerful and smiley, to which Kaisalon replies that he indeed has. Victor has awakened his force, and he's been waiting to report it directly to Logan. Hearing this, Logan is extremely happy and excited, and tells Kaisalon to bring him in at once. As Victor steps into the room, he excuses himself. With blushing cheeks and the repercussions of training still showing on his clothes, he wants to tell Logan about what happened. Logan, however, is too excited to wait, so he tells Victor that there is no need for a long explanation, and that Victor should just show him instead. And Victor agrees. Victor stares down, concentrating, and what seems to be gray smoke appears around him. Suddenly, his force shows at full power, and it seems magnificent. However, when they see it, Logan and Patrick remain astounded, as they've never seen a gray aura before. Logan is happy to see it whatsoever, saying that in 2 years, Victor has done something that others need decades to do. It seems his talent as an aura user is just the same as in his past life. He tells Victor that he has done a great job, which lights up his face. Logan then gives Victor his slave document, telling him that he will become a knight now, so he won't be needing that anymore. Victor asks Logan if he has been carrying that around all the time, and Logan tells him that he had a feeling Victor was going to awaken soon, so he kept it with him just in case. Logan then tells Victor that, however, his promotion to a knight will be postponed until after the war, which seems to strike Victor unpleasantly. Victor asks Logan why, and Logan tells him that he cannot have someone that just escaped his slave status clashing with other knights. He then tells Victor that he will burn his slave document immediately, so he just has to be patient a little longer. Logan then asks Victor if he doesn't trust him, and Victor shouts that this is absolutely not the case. He wants to tell Logan something, but it seems that Logan has already anticipated it. This is not what Victor is upset about. As he burns the document, Logan thinks that Victor just wants to fight right now. He wants to clash swords with powerful opponents. Logan then thinks that he has already prepared an opponent for Victor to face, and that he'll let him fight to his heart's content when the time comes, and that opponent seems to be Runyon. After burning the document, Logan dismisses Victor's situation and tells his father that they should send a reply to Sylvan, and Patrick asks him what he plans to say. Logan says that he will question their legitimacy for protest and state that their envoy's behavior was extremely rude. However, Patrick thinks this is not the proper way to handle it. Instead, he tells Logan to skip the formalities and get to the real point. Hearing his father say this, Logan smiles in approval. It seems that Logan cut right to the crap, and he prompted the soldiers to move towards the Viscounty. In front of the Sylvan Viscounty, Logan's banners stay tall, and he shouts for Soto Sylvan to come and face his sword. The soldiers on the wall shout for someone to inform the Lord that someone with a burning banner has come to occupy the castle. At once, Soto Sylvan comes to see what the fuss is about, recognizing McLain's banner and asking if these lunatics dare mock him. Sylvan's captain asks Soto Sylvan for permission to lead the charge, stating that he will stop Patrick McLain and that all 120 knights of the Sylvan Order are ready. The captain tells Soto Sylvan that the 2,512 soldiers have also been on standby ever since they heard of McLain's outrageous demands. Hearing this, Soto Sylvan feels relieved, as even though the head count of McLain's forces is higher than he thought, they still have the advantage. Besides that, the captain of the Sylvan Knights Order, Callian, has also become a high-ranking knight, so Patrick McLain isn't the only high-ranking knight in the region anymore. Sylvan stays quiet for a couple of seconds, then asks his knights if they have any information from Parita. One knight informs him that they're silent, and it looks like they're still negotiating internally, to which Callian replies by saying that even if Parita sends reinforcements, it'll take half a day, and that there's no need to wait. However, this is not what Sylvan is afraid of. He thinks about what happens if they take down McLain, and then Parita betrays them. Sylvan then turns his head around, asking his advisors if they don't find it strange how a declaration of war has been stated right after sending a message of protest, with the McLains rushing in as if they were waiting for it, and Parita remaining silent. Something doesn't add up. Sylvan asks Callian if he thinks this is normal, and Callian replies that it's probably not. Soto Sylvan concludes that McLain and Parita have joined hands against him, as otherwise, none of this makes sense. Just as Sylvan thinks they are trash, and trembles in fury, someone screams from behind him. They ask if Sylvan is scared, which catches his attention. This was Patrick, it seems, mocking Sylvan, telling him to keep hiding in his castle like the fox he is, and informing him that he will personally cut off his head. Hearing this, Sylvan is even more annoyed, so he makes a decision. He turns to Callian and orders him to contact the barony of Bifrost and tell them that after they take down McLain, they will offer them tribute worth half of its value. Callian doesn't understand why he should do this, and Soto Sylvan screams that he tells him to do whatever it takes to keep Parita and those scums from making a move, and destroy the McLains completely, and that it must be done before Parita's reinforcements arrive, so the captain confirms the orders. Sylvan is mad with fury, asking himself how Parita dares betray him, saying that after he takes down McLain, Max Parita will be the one to follow. In front of the castle, Heinkel, Logan, and Patrick are discussing their strategy, with Heinkel asking if it wouldn't be better to provide covering fire first, before charging into the castle. Patrick tells him that they can't do that yet, since they can't afford Viscount Sylvan escaping, and Logan nods, telling Heinkel his father is right. Logan states that Sylvan thinks their forces are superior, so they'll come out soon. He says that he knows Soto Sylvan, and he cannot stand being insulted, so they should wait a bit longer. Hearing this, Heinkel gets suspicious, asking himself how could Logan know Soto Sylvan, since he has stayed in McLain all his life. Next, the gates of the Sylvan Viscounty open. The Knights of Sylvan rush on horses towards the battlefield, and they establish a front line before the gate. Patrick quickly assesses the situation and says that Sylvan has 3,000 regular troops, with Heinkel intervening, saying that is 1.5 times more than the McLains have. In front of the Sylvan troops is Callian. He tries to say something about the McLains, calling them shameless. However, Patrick doesn't seem to be in the mood for listening, as in the same instant he prompts his soldiers to move forward. Seeing this, Callian calls them insolent, asking himself if Patrick can even count. Besides that, he takes a look at Patrick's soldiers, saying they're all just a bunch of ragtag soldiers with decent armor, all new though. So the McLains must have made a lot of money. Callian thinks that they have the knights leading and cavalry supporting them, with all of them being in standard formation, and the fact that it's standard means it's proven to be effective. Seeing the insolence the McLains show towards them, Callion says he will show them to their place. As the soldiers and cavalry move forward, Kai Solon gives the mercenaries the order to lift their crossbows. They listen and prepare to strike. Seeing this, Callion asks himself what the hell is Patrick thinking, even going as far to say that he is disappointed and telling his soldiers to raise their shields as the McLains are preparing to shoot arrows. Kai Solon gives the order to the soldiers to fire their crossbows. They comply, and arrows start raining above the Sylvan soldiers, who have now raised their shields. Callion smiles behind his shield, thinking there is no way these arrows will have any effect. That changes though when the tip of the arrow makes contact, as it seems to pierce through the shield. And not just pierce, but actually go right through their shield. Callion charges his force, realizing something is wrong. He turns his head to the soldiers, telling them to gather and maximize their force, as this is no ordinary attack. He instructs them to protect their bodies with force and charge forward. Callion is furious, asking himself how could crossbows be so powerful, as even knights would be dead if they'd react a little too late. They get into formation, prepared to go forward, thinking that the McLains have been hiding something so powerful for so long. He gets more and more furious, shouting that he will kill every single one of them as they charge forward with force. Seeing this, Kai Solon gives the order for everyone to spread out. This confuses Callion, as he doesn't understand what is happening. The crossbow cavalry divides, going on each side of the unit controlled by Callion. As they move away, Kai Solon shouts for the cavalry to ignore the enemy knights and instead target the soldiers. Seeing this, Callion gets scared, calling the McLains bastards. Callion thinks that they should maybe take that change and retreat, but it seems it's already too late for that, as Patrick wants to tell them something. Callion turns his head in disbelief, not sure of what he sees. It seems that Patrick has charged his force blade and tells the Knights of Sylvan to face him if they dare. When Callion realizes what happens, he remains stunned by what Patrick can wield. Just as Patrick is prepared to strike, Callion realizes the danger he is in. He jumps away from his force just in time to avoid Patrick's attack, an attack so brutal that he has managed to down 4 knights in one go. Only now Callion realizes what he is really against. Patrick has reached the advanced rank. He even goes as far as to ask Patrick when he managed to reach advanced rank. Just after breaking their ranks, Patrick gives the order for the brave soldiers of McLain to annihilate the enemy, and the McLain knights start charging forward. The McLain soldiers clench swords with the Sylvan ones, and they clearly have the advantage, as you can see the desperation and struggle on the enemy's faces. Callion looks around, trembling, asking himself how could that happen. The McLain soldiers are slaying the Sylvan enemy left and right, with no intent of leaving anyone alive. On the battlefield, even Heinkel acknowledges that just a couple of months ago, the Knights of Sylvan were at the same level as them. But that has clearly changed. They are overwhelming them in every aspect. Moreover, some of the McLain Knights are advancing to the next level right then and there on the battlefield. Seeing this, Heinkel puts on a smirk, happy to see his knights becoming more and more powerful. He then takes a look at Logan and Patrick, and says that their lord's training wasn't in vain after all. Just as Heinkel thinks of all of this, he has his sword clenched with a knight from the Sylvan army, and it seems that some more are coming to his help, asking Heinkel how long he will be able to laugh after this. They don't anticipate Heinkel's brute force though, and it seems that he has managed to disarm 2 of them in an instant. Looking down at their hands, the knights realize that the captain is also a high-ranking knight like Callion, but he is not as fast. However, Heinkel doesn't care, and thinks that with learning the Iron Blood Sword, he overcame the wall he was stuck behind for a long time to become a high-ranking knight, and that intermediate-rank knights are no problem for him now. Right now, the only real threat to them is that one high-ranking knight, Callion. Heinkel smirks and says that there is no need to worry. Logan then charges towards Callion as fast as he can. Seeing this, Callion realizes he is in trouble. The fear on his face gives away the fact that he is surely weaker than Logan. Next, an image from the past appears, with Logan thinking about his training. Having completed the second style of the Divine Sword Secrets, he had progressed almost to the level of a high-ranking knight, but the wall he had assumed would be easy to overcome had remained impenetrable for the last few months, and a period of anxiousness, where he felt like he could glimpse beyond it. He thinks that if it's a high-ranking knight from another fief, he hasn't learned the iron sword like his father or Heinkel that he fights. Maybe he could be able to surpass that wall. Seeing Logan come towards him, Callion realizes he is in a pickle. Logan and Callion clench swords, and it looks like Callion might be overpowered by Logan. Every single attack that follows seems to favor Logan, with Callion stepping back each time. Seeing this, Callion calls Logan a numbskull, thinking that every time he attacks, he does so by clashing with brute power. No technique whatsoever, just brute force. With his next attack, Callion was even pushed back by Logan. Seeing this, he gets furious, and Logan stands before him, prepared to attack once again. Standing before Logan, Cannell says that he has let his guard down, but that won't happen again. He tells Logan that he won't go easy on him anymore, calling him a brat. But Logan simply thinks this is bullshit. However, the look on his face changes, realizing this might not be the case. It appears that Callion has his own aces under the sleeve, as out of nowhere, 2 aura swords appear at his sides, floating, and Callion seems much more prepared for a fight now. He engages Logan with full force, prepared to strike him down. Logan looks composed, and awaits his attack, thinking the other 2 swords might be fake, and regardless of the number, the only sword he should be watching for is the one in Callion's hand. On second thought though, he thinks that might be too obvious for a high-ranking knight. Callion strikes, with full force and a killer look on his face. Fortunately, Logan manages to move his head and dodge most of the attack. It seems that Callion has only managed to cut his ear, and Logan realizes that all of the blades must be real. Preparing to strike again, Callion turns towards Logan and tells him that he is lucky he aimed for his neck. Otherwise, he would have been dead already. Logan turns towards his enemy and applauds his stunt, acknowledging how he didn't think all of those swords were real. Right after, Callion tells Logan to enjoy the show while it lasts, and jumps to attack him once again. It appears that Callion has conjured yet another sword, but Logan doesn't seem bothered. Callion notices that, and wonders what Logan might be thinking. Logan thinks that he has some tricks up his sleeves too, and suddenly Callion seems to be at a disadvantage. He realizes this has something to do with Logan's strange aura. The closer he gets, his swords seem to be failing, like they are entangled in Logan's aura. Realizing this, Callion releases his own aura to counter Logan and tells him not to fuck around. Seeing this, Logan is intrigued, boasting Callion for creating more swords even under the influence of the Force Blade. Callion, however, isn't in the mood for talking, and tries to slash Logan down once again. He thinks that he has the advantage, as Logan's aura has faltered. And this might be true, as Logan has gone into a defensive stance, trying to dodge Callion's attacks. He even says that he feels like he is fighting with 5 men at once. Logan thinks that he must calm down, as he only needs to restrain 1 or 2 of his aura blades with his own Force Blade. This way he can create a gap in Callion's defense. Even if he takes a few steps back, he only needs to take it slow. Logan tried to infuriate Callion even further, asking if this is all he can do, calling him so weak that it bores him. Callion, definitely annoyed, prepares to attack Logan once again. With full force, he raises his sword above his head, prepared to strike Logan down for good, shouting for him to die. Suddenly, Logan's heart seems to be surrounded by aura as well. Logan stares at the aura blade coming towards him. He looks death in the eyes and prepares for the worst. He closes his eyes, and the blade is just millimeters away from his face. However, his core seems to change, becoming a 2-star core. In an instant, he dodges Callion's attack and gets behind him. And not just that, but it seems the battle has turned around once again into Logan's favor. He even managed to injure Callion quite badly. Callion realizes that something has changed, but he cannot tell what. The only thing he can be sure of is that in that instant, Logan's speed far exceeded his. He thinks that the worst that could happen actually did happen. Logan tells Callion that he must give him a present for becoming his experience, which scares the shit out of Callion. Logan raises his sword, pointing it to the sky, and charges his aura. Seeing this, Callion realizes what happened. Logan has become a high-ranking knight. Logan uses his sheer force and leaps high into the air. He's prepared to strike Callion down for good with his next attack. As Callion looks in disbelief, Logan thanks him for playing, telling him it's been a pleasure. Logan decides that he will take down Callion as flashy as possible, to raise the morale of their troops, and at the same time, to make his enemies despair. Logan charges his aura and prepares one of his secret techniques, the Divine Sword Secret's first style, the Rippling Divine, releasing a huge wave of aura. Callion tries to block the attack, but it seems to be pointless. Logan has far surpassed Callion, and brought him to his knees for good. Seeing this, the Sylvan soldiers realize the battle is basically over. Logan raised tall, holding his sword with both hands, looking majestic. He gets up from the rubble and shouts for everyone to hear. He has slain the enemy leader. Seconds later, another voice shouts from the walls of the barony, saying that they've captured Soto Sylvan. This is Patrick's voice, who tells everyone that they will show mercy to those that throw their weapons and kneel, telling everyone to surrender. Looking at his father, Logan smiles, asking himself, when did Patrick even get up there? After the war, it seems that the Sylvan fief has lost 42 knights, 1,223 soldiers, Soto Sylvan and Callion. On the other hand, it seems like the McLains have only lost 5 knights and no soldiers at all. The battle that began in a day took only a few hours, before ending with the overwhelming victory of the McLains, a victory which is bound to start another war, somewhere else. a man is informed that Sylvan lost to McLain by one of his vassals. The vassal, even though he thinks he might be overstepping, tells his superior that he believes it might be time for him to make a move. This man is the Lord of the Southwest region. Back at the Sylvan Viscounty, Soto Sylvan is kneeling before Patrick, which tells him that he is giving him one last chance. He must apologize for his sins, take the minimum of his belongings, and leave this land along with his kin. Soto Sylvan, looking up in fear, tells Patrick that this sort of courageous overtake of control will not be tolerated by the royals. He goes on to say that it will be impermissible by the Lord of the Southwest, Count Bifrost, which seems to upset Patrick deeply. Logan, behind Patrick, hearing what Sylvan just said, thinks that this is the worst thing he could have said to Patrick. The fall of the McLains can be attributed to the mismanagement of the Count at the time, but the one who caused a rebellion to profit off the chaos was Bifrost, one of McLain's vassals. McLain's former bountiful lands became the Bifrost Plains, and it naturally made Bifrost the Lord of the Southwest region. Logan thinks that thanks to the royal intervention, Bifrost didn't get the authority to order the McLain house to serve under him, nor would he have gained much from doing so anyway. But hearing that name is enough to ruin Patrick's mood whenever. Therefore next, Patrick asks Sylvan if he wishes to die without taking the opportunity he's just been offered. With a tear in his eye, Soto wants to say something, but he doesn't get to finish the sentence. Logan slashes his throat and leaves him to bleed. With his sword full of Sylvan's blood, he turns to his father, prepared to hear anything he might have to say. Logan tells Patrick that he respected his wishes for an honorable death and finished him off painlessly. Patrick nods with a smile on his face and tells Logan that he's done a good job. Seeing what just happened, Logan thinks that they've at least tried to give him a choice, so hopefully other nobles won't use this as a means to attack them, especially Bifrost, as they need to be careful, since he is an enemy they cannot handle just yet. A few weeks later, at the Sylvan Castle, Patrick and Logan are talking in what seems to be Soto Sylvan's old study. Logan tells Patrick that they are keeping watch, yet it seems that Parita hasn't made any moves yet, and Patrick asks if there are any reasons for him to do so. Logan asks what would happen if Parita decides to attack the Tesseron Castle, but Patrick dismisses it, saying that Clayton is there, so he should be able to hold them off, even if something happens. While Logan replies to his father that he is right, he also thinks that brute force wasn't the only thing that caused their victory against Sylvan. Instead, they've won because Viscount Sylvan underestimated them, while the McLains have brought as much force as they could. That is with one trump card they've left behind, which they keep hidden at the Tesseron Castle. Clayton and his rock golems. However, he realizes that managing 3 castles like this won't work, so they need to make things more efficient. Logan asks his father about shifting the center of their land. He thinks that if they set towns as the center, it will make it easier to manage all 3 castles. 2 of the vassals present at the meeting also think that Logan is right, since they've cut down the monster woods, leaving the minimum amount of forces in McLain's won't be an issue. They should keep the knights stationed in the towns of McLain and leave them ready to be able to march to Tesseron or Sylvan on command. Hearing this, Patrick also agrees that it would be a good idea. Logan is also happy, saying that now, he won't have to take care of the things himself. Patrick then asks Logan how many knights they've captured, and Logan says that they've captured 75 knights, which are all imprisoned in the cells, 8 of which are intermediate knights. Logan asks his father if he could maybe try and pressure them to serve under the McLains, as no man would have sworn absolute loyalty to Soto Sylvan, so it shouldn't be a problem. Logan even goes as far as thinking that a single battle brought them so many knights. It might be more efficient than picking out young talents. However, he also thinks about the other side of the story, how if Sylvan had moved even a little more cautiously, they would have had quite more casualties, and they'd only have been able to capture a quarter of the knights. He thinks that this is most likely not going to happen again in the future, so they shouldn't dwell on this victory, and that he should warn his father to remain vigilant. Patrick, however, is happy, telling Logan that with this forces, even Parita doesn't seem fearsome, saying that it's all thanks to Logan, and smiling like the proudest father in the entire world. Seeing his father's reaction, Logan blushes and stays quiet. He turns around and says that he should let him enjoy it at least for today. Unfortunately, their happiness is about to be over, since a vassal comes in with news from no other than Bifrost, which leaves both Logan and Patrick stunned. The vassal looks at the piece of paper and informs everyone that he will read it aloud. Bifrost writes that, as the Lord of the Southwest, he expresses deep discomfort with the yearly wars by McLain, and just as he hears Bifrost calling himself Lord of the Southwest, Patrick almost has a crisis. The vassal continues to read the following. With a request from Viscount Sylvan, Parita and McLain must cease their conflict immediately. With every word that is read, Patrick seems to become even more and more mad, saying that they've started it, and now are asking for intervention, calling Sylvan shameless. but Logan thinks they should finish listening to what is said in the letter. Bifrost acknowledges in the following sentences that the reason for this constant conflict is the fact that he hasn't properly performed the duties of a lord and hasn't properly pushed for the coexistence within the region. Therefore he, Roger Bifrost, on his 50th birthday next month, invites the heirs of each family of the Southwest to come discuss the future goals for the region as a whole. And hearing this, Patrick's composure breaks, calling everything Bifrost wrote bullshit. His scream is so loud that it breaks the clothes on the vassal reading the letter. Patrick goes on to say that there will be no heir going to discuss any goals, as the McLains do not serve under him. Finally, Bifrost says that not participating will signal an inability to discuss together, which Patrick interprets as a seemingly polite way of making a threat. Patrick says that no matter what, the McLains will not bow to threats, but Logan goes against his father this time and says that the invitation sounds interesting. Hearing this, Patrick asks Logan what he means by that, to which Logan replies that it might be good to visit. Patrick looks at Logan with a face I've never seen before. He seems prepared to disown him or something. He then says that he respects his son's will. However, he starts screaming again, this time even tearing the last piece of paper covering the vassal. No matter what happens, they can't let themselves kneel to Bifrost, as he won't allow for that to happen if he dies. Hearing this, Logan takes a plant from somewhere and asks his father if he wants a burial now, but one knight stops him, saying there won't be any patricide now. Patrick then calms down and huffs. He tells Logan that he will hear him out and asks him what he's thinking, while the knight behind is happy there's no murdering. Logan tells Patrick that no matter what they do, there is no way they can beat Bifrost now, which Patrick acknowledges as true. Patrick states that they have around 2 advanced knights, 15 high-ranking knights, and a total over 300 knights, that being just part of their revealed forces. Logan tells his father that is correct, and even though things may seem to be going well for them now, they are crossing a fine line, since now that they've overtaken Tesrin and Sylvan, Bifrost is watching closely. If they try to flaunt themselves when they are next to them, they might end up trampled. They also need time to unite the Knights of Sylvan and have Parita serve under them, time to reorganize the forces. Logan thinks that he also needs time to properly learn the Divine Sword Secret's 3rd style, and time for the other knights to train. Patrick understands all this, but he says the Southwest is different from other regions, because unlike the lords of other regions, Bifrost cannot demand the allegiance of other nobles of the region. He says that the reason for which he can't is complex, but true. If he attempts to exercise his right as a lord, other nobles will undoubtedly express discontent. However, Logan says that this is not true, because when he went to the capital, Percival and Roofman to the north of Bifrost have done something unexpected. They had long sworn loyalty to Bifrost, information which leaves Patrick in shock. Logan thinks that he in fact saw this in his previous life, but Patrick doesn't know about the information he has received. He looks down in disbelief, sweating. He then tells Logan that he has to face shame because their family lacks power, and says he is sorry. Yet Logan is smiling, unbothered about this, happy that he has got permission to go. Logan tells his father that he shouldn't be worried, since he knows the skills Logan has, so there shouldn't be any issue. He tells Patrick that they should see this as a chance to see how the lands of their ancestors have changed. Next morning, as Logan gets back into the McLain town, a voice calls him from behind. This is Hamar, asking Logan if the rumors he has heard are true, that he's being sold off to the enemies. Logan, however, doesn't know anything about these rumors, and asks Hanar what he's talking about. Hamar wants to say something about Logan's death, and hearing this, Logan interprets it as Hamar thinking they are close enough to be worried for each other. But actually, Hamar just wants to know what will happen to him and the promise Logan has made towards him, and asks him if he'll ensure it's kept. Realizing what really happened, Logan punches Hamar's face in, and tells him that he is not going to die or be sold off, and that he should learn to ignore stupid rumors like that. To this, Hamar replies that most of the rumors about him are true, so it's not his fault, and Logan doesn't know what to say anymore. Hamar then takes off the thing he has been carrying around on his back, and tells Logan to take it with him wherever he goes. He unwraps it, and tells Logan that he didn't have time to decorate it properly, but it's a gift for him, and also that he assures him of its quality. It appears that Hamar has made Logan a sword of pure mithril, leaving Logan astounded. Thank you for watching. See you next time.